Yeah, everything's good. Thank you.
We'll come up
But
to
if he said, no, wait,
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I guess we could still shut it down, but I don't know. We'll see.
but I mean, I thought it was all sand pit right there. So anyway, it'll be interesting. I mean, worst case, we table it so we find out what the heck's going on.
Thank you. That looks a lot better there. I can actually read that.
That's even different.
Figure out there's something going on with the way that it's pulling up. So it should pull up.
Into to get. I can't remember now. I forgot.
We're going to be a minute or two. We're still trying to get this technology in our new building resolved and straightened out.
Click on the item. Click on the
Thank you.
Clicked on my link.
click. Oh, you mean the
I clicked on the shortcut to the web browser. It takes you to where you can the menu. Yep. I guess.
On their
But I can't remember what
screen, not the.
I've gotten this far.
Because there's nothing on that screen but Effingham.
So then you'll
I don't know
click
what
on
I can't remember.
click on your packet. It's gonna take a minute
but
for it
there's
to
the
come up.
question.
because
Okay.
it's like 600 pages.
Says I'm 12 seconds away.
It's huge. It took a while for me to download it. That's the biggest one we've ever had. Page wise. I think I've seen them. Well, maybe there has been a 7.
You seen the 7? Just not almost 1,000. I believe it was 956.
Roger, it did not work. I still got the same setup.
Yeah, but once you download it, where'd you download it?
I
to?
downloaded it. Oh, let me go.
Open it up from there. Instead of,
So it should be able to hear what you're saying. I got you.
Dad finally got his
Yeah, it might work.
Dad finally got his dock redone.
It's still set in the same way. I'll just use it that way because they can wait. That's the same way that I opened it from the meeting. It saved it as a PDF, but it's still.
Excavators with a vibrator on the end.
Yeah, we need to start the meeting. I just
Put 6 piles down for him, so it all works.
everything.
I can't get it loaded.
Testing 1, 2.
Might
Not
need
very
to be a
loud.
little louder.
Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
A
hear
little
you.
better?
Yeah.
Can you hear me out there in the audience tonight? Okay, good. Very good. Tim, are we recording now?
Yes.
We're recording?
I don't want containers.
We're recording, so we're good?
I want it.
All right.
It's a county road. I mean, the road tore all the pieces.
I want to welcome everybody tonight. We're going to call to order the Effingham County Board of Commissioners regular meeting this February 15, 2022. We're a little tardy, 5:08 p.m. will be our noted time of beginning, but we are still learning our technology up here. But I think you'll like the fact you can hear us now, right, versus the old building where nobody could hear us. So that's really good. All right, we're going to have the roll call. Mr. Loper?
Here.
Mr. Deloach?
Here.
Mr. Kiefer?
Here.
Mr. Floyd?
Here.
Mr. Burdette?
Here.
And Mr. Corbett, we're all here. I'm going to ask everyone if you'd please rise for the invocation given by Commissioner Deloach, and please remain standing as he leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag.
Please bow your heads. Dear Lord, thank you for the many blessings you have bestowed upon us. We ask that you be with us this evening and help us to do your will, Lord. Please help all those that are in need. Please be with our federal, state, and local officials, Lord. And in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman, I still don't have the packet loaded. It's not.
Matt, can you help him get his
I don't-
packet up,
I
please,
don't
sir?
know if he. Here, I can hand it to you.
While we're getting that up, we'll go ahead and approve our agenda tonight. I'm going to let our clerk, because I know we've got an addition and some deletions, and there may be some other changes. So if you would identify the corrections to the agenda, and then we'll take a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and board members, on your agenda, under item old business number 1, 2, 3, and 4, it's the planning board recommends approving an application by Verizon Wireless as agent for Robert Wayne Edwards Jr. Requests a variance to reduce the required distance of a telecommunications tower from a residence. This is located on 2441 Corinth Church Road. Additionally, there's a conditional use for this same applicant. These are items 1 through 4. The applicant has requested that these items be withdrawn from the agenda.
Okay, they're not going to be postponed to another date
No,
then?
sir.
Okay.
It is withdrawn.
All right. And then there was one addition.
Yes, sir. Under new business number 23, consideration to approve a resolution related to the collection of a direct annual tax to pay the principal of and interest on general obligation bonds to be issued by the Effingham County School District. This is added as new business number 23. Additionally, our development services staff has requested that items number 5 under new business and number 6 be moved to coincide with the public advertisement for 6 p.m. So should we get to this item before 6 o'clock, we will need to move it to another location under new business.
Okay. So that's not really agenda addition or correction?
sir.
I'll just note that as I go
Yes,
through the
sir.
meeting. So we have a withdrawal of items 1 through 4 of old business in addition of item number 23. Are there any other corrections or additions to the agenda?
No, sir.
All right, do I have a motion to approve the agenda with the corrected
So
corrections?
moved. Second.
And that was by Mr. Kiefer, motion. Second by Mr. Loper. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no.
Just clarification on that. So we're moving 5 and 6 to the planning board
No, sir.
section?
No, if we get to it before 6, I'm gonna wait to 6 because it's advertised as a public hearing.
Okay.
And probably we'll get to it before 6. So we'll skip those and come back to them as the first items during our planning board hearing at 6. Okay. Next, item number 6 is our minute approval, consideration to approve the January 18, 2022 work session minutes and the January 18, 2022 regular commission meeting minutes. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes? Also, we have consideration to approve the January 21, 22 special call meeting minutes, or any corrections, additions to those minutes. Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve these minutes?
I make a motion to approve both sets of minutes as presented.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Burdette, to approve the minutes as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Once again, welcome those in our public. We have great attendance tonight. Always appreciate attendance and participation in our board meetings. It's top 3% of the fastest growing counties in the country. We need a lot of participation and a lot of planning to make sure we stay ahead of all this. But public comments, hope tonight you'll make them on the agenda items only. If you need to be on the agenda for another item, you can contact our clerk or the chairman, and we'll work that into a future agenda. The correspondence and documents for this meeting has been on the clerk's office, on the Board of Commissioners website. So I hope you've had a chance to review all those items and you're ready to comment at the time. I'd ask you to keep your public comments to 2 or 3 minutes if you can. If you need to go a little longer because it helps us understand, we'll allow that. But there's a lot of items on the agenda. A lot of people want to speak into it. So if you can be concise with your comments, that would really helps us move it along. So we appreciate that. And with that, we have a public hearing at 5:30, so we're going to skip that for now and move on down to our consent agenda. And I'll come back to that at 5:30. If Ms. Johnson, you'll let me know when it's 5:30? Yes, sir. Okay, all righty. We have 3 items on our consent agenda. Consideration to approve. The first item is consideration to approve to renew the public Wi-Fi service agreement with Planners Communication, LLC for 1 year period from March 20th, 22 to March 20, 2023. Item 2 is consideration to approve to renew a service agreement with DocuQuest for the Tax Commission Office. And item number 3 is consideration to approve a form for ACCG IRMA, Human Resource Helpline Liaison Appointment. Those are our 3 consent agenda items. To have a motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve is read.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Loper, second, Mr. Kiefer, to approve the consent agenda as just read. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. We have 1 old business item still left, and this is item number 5. 1 through 4 has been removed from the agenda. And item number 5 is consideration to approve a tax refund request by Rex Inman Sr. for a property located at 2761 Noel C. Conway Road. This is map number 418, parcel number 28. This was postponed from the January 18th meeting. Let you go ahead and begin to speak first.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Keyes, and I'm with the Tax Assessor's Office. So, Mr. Max Ingram came in, and he asked for a refund on taxes paid for his 2021 tax year. For 2021, our office picked up a home on the property. When we went out and measured the home, the house looked like a 2-story. It looked like it had living space above that first floor. When we went out and picked it up, we picked up a 3,866 square foot house with a value of $407,215, with a total fair market of $458,807. We did send out an assessment notice with this value, and this property was not appealed. So the tax bill was issued to Mr. Ingram. Now, he came into our office after he received his tax bill and let us know that the square footage was incorrect. When we look at a house and when we go out, we do mass appraisal. So what we have to look at is what's typical. What's typical on a house when we're looking at windows, we look at, is there windows in the front? Is there windows in the side? Is there windows in back? Is there any indication that there could be living space above that second floor? And this house did have windows in the front and on both sides of the house. So it did look like a typical house that would have living space above. When he came in and he explained to us what they did on the top. The top floor does not have living space. It has steps to go up so that they can bring in stuff that they're coming down from downstairs. The windows were put in there for the natural light so that you could see. The addition above the garage is not finished. So there is a window there, so it did look like I said, typically it would be finished. So we took all of this into consideration, and we did make changes for the 2022 tax year, which is going to be coming up. But since there was not an appeal made in our office, then our books are closed after that 45-day appeal time, unless it looks like it's an error on our part. And our office doesn't feel that it was an error, because we have to look at what's typical. We have to look at mass appraisal. We don't do that fee appraisal. So that's why we have that tax bill at that $458,807. The difference is in the two values. With the original tax bill was $5,534.73. The square footage was 3,866 square feet, with a total fair market of $458,807. The changes that we made to the property, if they would be put in to this current year, would bring that fair market to $385,000, The square footage would be 2,697 square feet, which would take the tax bill down to $4,792.71. So that's a assessed value difference, a fair market value of $73,485 difference, but at tax dollar, it would be about a $742
Sure.
difference in the values. Like I said, our office, because of the appeal time, with it being done, our office does not have that leeway to do, but that's why
Sure.
he is here to you guys.
For us, and we'd ask you to come up with the tax differential so we could at least know what we're looking at relieving if we choose to relieve it. A couple questions I have for you. The additional square footage is based on the assumption that the upstairs was finished and the window to the, I guess that's the left or right where the garage is, that it was a finished room. Are the garage doors on that side?
There's garage doors now on that, but that's considered unheated living space, the actual garage. So that is there. It's in the base value dollar. The only thing that we took off is what's above.
Okay.
Above the garage and above
Yeah.
the top floor.
When was this house built?
This house was built in 2021. So it was
2020.
brand new
Okay.
for 2020, for last year, it was brand new.
So we're only going to talk about 1 year, 2021, okay. And what do we get? How do we know what the square footage of that house is originally? Don't we get something from our development services or somewhere?
We are mandated to go out to every house and measure it. So we measure that outside of each house. We don't measure the inside. So when we look at, because we do mass appraisal. So what we look at is that base floor from the outside that we measure, and then we look at how much living space is above.
Sure, but do we get any kind of plans in the assessor's office that shows the square footage?
We do get plans, but they vary. So we have to physically go out and measure.
Yeah, I understand, but my question is, did the plan show a certain amount of heated and cooled space? It didn't show the upstairs as being finished.
We don't typically pull each plan for each house when we go out and physically measure, because we go out and physically, or we're out there. So we don't pull those
I
plans.
get it. I guess my concern here is the process, and I just brings to the board's attention. You know, when you have new construction, they had to get a building permits. We have the plat, the plans. We know what the heated and cooled area and the finished area is at the time of completion of construction from that plat. I'm not sure it's a good process, in my estimation, to go out and see a window on the side of a garage and say that it's AC spacing, which you didn't in this case, or because there's dormers, because that's decorative.
Sure.
I've had houses like that in the past as well, and we make an assumption. Now, I was talking with our county manager, and I was thinking it would be better and less time-consuming than these types of things if we just send a letter out and saying your plan shows there's 3,600 or 2,400 square feet, but we notice there's dormers upstairs. Is that finished space? That could solve a lot of issues with this type of thing. Because most laity, when they get these tax assessor bills, you know, we gotta admit, it's not always that easy to interpret and read. Now, should they? They have responsibility? Yes. But, I'm a little concerned that we get $700 from a taxpayer.
Well, it to automatically default to the larger size and assume that and then bill that concerns me. I mean, I understand if that's protocol, but
That's protocol, not.
The reason why we do this is because we do find that they'll deviate from those plans. We do find that when we measure that outside hook. So when we're measuring on brick, we're measuring from corner to corner on the outside.
So, I mean, want to understand the process, we can help our constituents have a better tax bill. Can we not knock on the door and say, hey, is your upstairs finished?
We do.
And they said, well, it's finished?
We didn't, I don't think anybody was there. When we go out, we have a public comment card that we leave at every house. We have a brochure that we leave with that public comment card. In that public comment card, we write our name, who we are, what we're doing, and then there's a question on the bottom, and it asks you what you have on your house. Is it finished upstairs? If it's unfinished, how many bathrooms? Is the garage finished? Do you have a basement? So we do have a questionnaire that we do.
And you
leave.
left that with this constituent and said,
we do.
because my feeling, and I want the board to hear this, and you decide what you want to do. If I got a letter that said, we are measuring your house with a finished upstairs, it's going to add additional 1,000 square foot to your house, I'd probably respond to that. If it's really clear that I'm getting measured for higher, y'all do a great job. So this is not I'm just looking at the process on this. It seemed to me some kind of notice, I thought it was new construction, that's why I was asking that, where we have the plat, we have the ability to communicate with our tax assessor's office. When you go out, if they're not there on the knock, then leave something saying, I'm measuring your house, 2,600 square feet, but I'm also measuring and assuming you have 1,000 upstairs square feet, that's 35%, so your taxes will be 35% higher if that's finished. Please contact our office if we're incorrect. It can solve a lot of issues really quickly.
We do send out an assessment notice every year.
I know, but that's what to me is a little difficult for a lot of us as laity just to read that, you know.
And the brochure that we do have, we do ask that, you know, people can go on our website and they can see exactly what we have on the house on the website. So that we try to give all of this information out to each person. To send the letters, we try to send out as much correspondence. And what we can try to do is maybe we can add that a little bit more in our brochure to tell people, you may want to look at your website.
I would put it in the house when you're there. I'd let the constituent know that we are measuring your house at 3,600 square feet, assuming the top is complete and it adds 1,000 feet to your square footage, which will materially affect your tax bill. I guarantee you 99.9% of the time, that constituent's gonna call you.
yeah, it's a $1,200 square foot error.
It is.
And it's about $772 difference.
And if I was a constituent that had just built a house, and I'm assuming that one office is talking to the other, and they've got my plans, I've got my permit, that they've appraised it at that value, then later on I get it and I say, well, wait a minute, I don't have that much square footage. And I get they have a responsibility to look at it. But I think we have a responsibility to maybe improve our processes a little bit where we make sure that they completely ignored every opportunity to correct this tax bill. So I'd like to see us, in this case, if we can legally do it, give the refund. But that's just my opinion, because I think it puts a hardship on our constituents to assume these things.
What we'll do in the future with that public comment card, we do have a section that has the story height, but we'll put language in there to tell people, call our office so we can verify that your story height is correct, because that goes to every person. So we can definitely put that on there so that there's just that extra layer.
Yeah.
So we can
If
do
you
that.
said call our office, it could save you 30% on your tax bill. They're gonna call your office. Something that helps
Sure.
just the average person that's just trying to go out there and make a living, build a house, to
can do
know to
that.
respond, you know?
We'll
Yeah.
definitely do that.
But where it could get difficult if it necessitated another visit from y'all, that's gonna bog you, you know, I mean, that's, there's a lot of.
So I get measure it, make your assumption, but then make it very clear. This is, could save you 30% off your tax bill if you contact us in the next few weeks or next few days, whatever, you know.
We'll definitely do that. We'll put that on,
Yeah.
because like I said, that comment card goes to every person, every house we go to, review, everything that we go to, we always leave both that information, so we'll
And
do that.
take these comments, we appreciate what you guys
Oh,
do.
no, no.
In this county, with all the houses, construction and appraising, I don't know how y'all do what you do. I'm just trying to think through the process, how we can be a little more, in a time when people don't trust government, how can we reach back and say, you can trust us, we're gonna do the best thing for you?
Absolutely, and that won't be any problem to revise that, and if you'd like, we can, send you a copy of what we've revised, so you guys can see what we've done.
That'd be great.
Okay?
Jennifer, when you have a new construction, so you don't have any sales data from the person building the home or anything like that, because normally you would if it was just a sale, so you'd have something to go off of, and square footage doesn't become an issue at that point, but.
Normally, we do get the building permit, and when the building permit has a variance with the square footage, then we definitely, we flag that and we check it. Our girl that QCs from CamaCloud, because we are using our mobile assessor, we go out, we measure, it comes in, she does double check, she double checks with that building plan, so, I mean, that building permit, so I'm not sure why this one was missed, because usually something this large we would have
You'll
caught.
see a different variance.
Yeah, but we try to look at that building permit, and she tries to double check that, but we'll do a better job double checking that. We'll add that second layer of letting people know, hey, call us, we've measured your house, please call us so that we can make sure that we have your story height right, your bathroom count's another one that we always, strive to make sure we have correct. But that won't be any problem, that would be a good addition.
And I think you only would need to do that if it's different from the permit or something, some documents showing a certain square footage, and if we're gonna increase it, that's what I'm suggesting we do it.
So we can work on that.
Yeah, okay.
We'll make a motion.
Okay, entertain a motion.
I make a motion, we approve alternative 2 and approve the request to change and issue the refund for the 1 year.
Second that.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Deloach, and I heard a second by Mr. Burdette first, I'm sorry. And then all in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, then we'll refund that this time. And hopefully that in this future, we can tell this constituent, hey, we gave you every opportunity, because it does affect our tax digest, so people know we count that money when we assess it January 1. That's why you gotta be slow about refunding this. And it affects not just us, it affects the school and everybody. Okay.
5:30 appears.
We're also like a twofold process either way. If you sell something, you get something in the mail saying, hey, is this a bona fide sale? Is it a arm's length transaction? What is it? And then you get your tax bill also.
Yeah.
So that so it's a two-step process. Even with a new thing, you're putting a letter out and you're getting a tax bill that you could, so.
Thank you, Ms. Keys, for all you do.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
You have a good night.
You too. We need to go ahead and pause for the 5:30 then? Okay. We're gonna go down to item number 5, if you're following the agenda tonight, to be in line with the advertised 5:30 public hearing. And it doesn't say public hearing here, but this is a public hearing, right? Okay. So we're going to open a public hearing on item number 5, consideration to approve the first reading of an ordinance to amend Article 2 definitions, Article 5 uses permitted in districts, and Section 5.6 R3 multifamily residential, and Section 5.8 R6 single-family residential, and Section 5.9 B1
Chairman.
neighborhood commercial.
I'm sorry, that's not the one. You should be under item number 9, public hearing at 5:30.
I thought you said 5 and 6.
Yeah, that's right.
We have 2 public hearings, one at 5:30 and one at 6.
Yeah, I knew that. Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you said items 5 and 6. All right, I'm with you now, because I knew about the public hearings. All right. But I gotta find them again. What number is it?
Page 2, item number 9, public hearing,
Right before
5:30.
consent agenda.
2022-066, redistricting update and public hearing. Second page.
Yeah. Start page 1, page 2. Page 2 is not that. Help me find it.
And the table of contents is the very first thing, redistricting resolution update.
Yeah, that's it.
IX.
Right after public comment, right behind public comment.
Thank you. Got it.
Page 7 or 8, and you,
All right. So the public hearing is a redistricting update, public hearing and update on the status of the redistricting of the Effingham County Board of Education and Board of Commission districts as determined by the 2020 United States Census population of the county. Who's handling that?
I can give a brief update. This generally is just an opportunity and is a requirement to allow input on the redistricting maps with regards to the school board and the Board of Commissioners. They share the district lines in their districts. We had an initial public hearing, I believe it was last month on this. We have submitted, based on the initial public hearing and the passing of the resolution for local legislation, the documents that were edited and provided by the Legislative Office of Redistricting and submitted those to the Senate for approval. They were presented by Senator Billy Hickman, and the bills were SB 406 and SB 407, and that they passed. And once we complete the public hearing process, we can proceed with sending them back to the legislative reapportionment office. So that's the current status of them, but this is to provide the public for additional opportunity for input.
All righty. We'll open a public hearing and see if there's any input from the public related to the redistricting.
And as a point of clarification, this is not redistricting of schools with the students. This is strictly.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. It's not the
There was a-
redistricting school lines, it's redistricting the district lines for the members of the Board of Education. Thank you.
Anyone like to make any comments tonight? Have any questions regarding the redistricting? Seeing no one coming forth, I'll close the public hearing. And go back to our business. So we begin with new business. Item number 1, consideration to approve to amend the intergovernmental agreement and a resolution to support 22-010 between Effingham County and Effingham County Hospital Authority.
Yes, sir. In 2010, the county entered into an intergovernmental agreement with the Effingham County Hospital Authority, establishing responsibilities on both sides, whereas the county would levy a millage in the lesser dollar amount of either 2 mills or $3.6 million, whichever was lower. So that the hospital authority can pledge those revenues towards issuance of a loan from the Housing and Urban Development Department. In return for those, the hospital agreed to continue to provide indigent care towards the residents of Effingham County. We also, in last summer, 2021, the hospital authority requested to amend that agreement, which established which did not lengthen the time of the agreement, which expires in 2037, and nor did they request that we increase the annual pledge amount of minimum of $3.6 million, but they did ask that we increase the the principal amount of that loan to roughly $35 million to fund several projects, including but not limited to pediatric center, land purchase in the lower part of the county, and establishment of, some improvements to their cancer center. Last week, I was informed that the hospital authority desired to amend that agreement again. This is again in regards to the HUD loan. This would essentially lengthen the term of the agreement and the collection of the $3.6 million by 10 years. And the members of the hospital authority are here to go over some of the details of this particular intergovernmental agreement.
And Mr. Chairman, before you begin, for the record, what you were given is a 5-page document of information submitted by Dr. Witt.
All righty, we're pleased to have Dr. Frenbaker-Witt here tonight to share with us, and I think she's got the accountant from the hospital as well, so we'll turn it over to let you share with your need.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Chair and board members. Yes, that is correct. We came before you with the IGA in the past, and HUD notified us about 2 weeks ago that we need, as a condition of completing the transaction of the refinancing structure, that we would need to extend our IGA agreement an additional 10 years. The why behind this was related to the impact of COVID on hospitals across the nation. I'm sure that's not a secret to anyone how COVID has impacted hospital operations across the country. This is time sensitive in as much as that the desire of HUD is to close on this transaction by the end of April. This is also financially, there's financial incentive around this closing this transaction in April, and that is to lock in a fixed interest rate of about 3.2% or 3.7%, somewhere around that number. And due to the unpredictability and the fluctuations that we're seeing in the marketplace, HUD is requesting that we respond quickly to the conditions of the transaction, which is why we're here tonight. What you have in front of you is just a brief packet. We promise not to be long, just to support the decision. When you made the decision in 2009 to support the institution, back then we were doing 400 cases and OR cases a year, probably in 2011, and so far we're doing over 2,300 OR cases. So it is clear that the organization and the hospital is growing at a sustainable rate. It is the essential provider of the county. It is the third largest employer of Effingham County, employing over 500 employees. So we consider ourselves to be a true value and asset to the community, and we have demonstrated that with the quality of care that we provide, as well as our commitment to the mission and vision of our organization. So without further ado, Mr. Al Allred, our CFO, will give you a brief presentation on why we should move forward with this transaction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Witt. Thank you, Commissioners. Before we get started, I did want to point out one item that Tim pointed out. When we came back in July, we were asking for $35 million. We have resized that. The Cancer Center, there was a major renovation project for the Cancer Center that has been removed from this. So when we quickly go through the numbers, I'll share those numbers with you. When we also came to you back in the summertime, the interest rates were at our current interest rate we have on the 2010 amount is 5.75%. That does have a IRS rebate because back then, this area was an economic development zone, so there were Ginnie Mae bonds sold, Build America bonds sold on that. That IRS program is going away. And even the last 2 years of COVID, we have been receiving, prior to COVID, an interest rate rebate check twice a year. We are still fighting to get those rebate checks back from the IRS. So that's the urgency of it tonight. It is recast. We're after that interest rate. And then I'll share with you, there is an appraised value. HUD, we have completed the appraised value of the property, of the health system, and that HUD approved amount, 300-page document. We want to lock that appraised value in tonight. So I want to share that with you. The first slide is just to remind you that in 2010, as Dr. Witt said, she pointed out our surgery cases in 2011, we did 457 surgery cases. 2021, we did 2,346. If my math's right, that's about a 513% increase in activity. Outpatient visits, other than ER, this would be our lab, X-ray, radiology departments. And in the modernization, there was 58,000 square feet added to the campus, and you see that every day. Outpatient visits were 21,507. 2021, 32,547. Again, that's lab, radiology, imaging. ER visits, 2011, 11,741. This past 2021, our fiscal year, June 30th, 17,845. Patient days on the hospital, 2011, 2,712. And patient days, hospital size, 2021, so 4,546 patient days. And as you know, our campus also includes a 105-bed nursing home care center. In the modernization back in 2010, there was an all-timers unit added to that location. So I think that shows you the significant need in our community. The next slide that you have is the causes of mortality and causes of death and illness in our community. And you see cancer is number one. We will be working with the county, working with HUD as we rebuild that cancer center program. We know we're not going to be able to move into our location, but it's in a good location where it is right now. Heart disease, another major issue. Motor vehicle accidents, that's how important that emergency room is. Diabetes, stroke, hypertension, suicide. There's two major factors for negative in our community. Drug and alcohol abuse is number one. That's all over our country. Number two in Effingham County is poverty. And that's what we'll finish tonight, showing you the hierarchy of the 3.6 million. How is that spent? And in the IGA in 2010 and 2021, we're making no changes to that. We're not asking anything different from that. Tim pointed out, we're not asking for a meal increase. We're asking for that number to stay the same, so there's no change there on the IGA that you'll see in just a minute. Slide number, you'll see the slide comparison of 2010 to 2011. In 2010, the total amount borrowed through HUD was $30,540,000, 25-year term, 5.75% interest rate. This loan, working with HUD tonight, is $29,811.80. $800, 25 years, 3.75, and again, as we started this summer, that was 3.25. So as we all know, the interest rate is so time sensitive. We again covered the purpose, refinancing. The purpose tonight is to refinance the 2010 loan, 3.75. The interest rate savings annually would be $307,000 a year. That over a 25-year term is $7.6 million, almost $7.7 million over that 25-year term. And the cornerstone of this refinance to old, the new growth initiative here, is the expansion and ownership of the pediatric clinic. The pediatric center right now shares space with another family practice, and this gives us our own location, and we can actually build a pediatric center instead of just a clinic, so we're excited about that. That's in the 29.8. Total assets, June 30th of 2010, was $17,653,000. Again, the HUD loan appraised value tonight is $79,549,000. Voting tonight not only allows us to lock in that interest rate with HUD, but it locks in that appraised value with HUD. So you've got a significant asset as we move into the future. Because as Dr. Witt said, if you look at our financial statements, COVID, the second year of COVID, we're headed into the third year. But the 3-year COVID impact of our financial statements is over $4 million lost. And that is above and beyond the CARES Act monies that the hospital has received. So you can look at our audited financial statements. They're on the website. You'll see that $4 million there real quick. IGA commitment. The hierarchy in 2010, first and foremost, is the cost of charity. At that year, the cost was $362,903. I'll show you that chart in just a minute. The cost of charity care in 2021, just that year alone, $8,230,000. So where? I'm sorry, $1,230,000. Thank you, Dr. Witt. So significant growth there, pure cost of charity. That's number one, got to cover the cost of charity. Then number two, you do the debt service. In 2010, that debt service was $2,148,786. In 2022, this new debt service, $1,858,220, and you'll see that primarily that is from the interest rate because the principal amounts are relatively the same, actually slightly less. Repairs and maintenance, the IGA says that you'll not only cover the cost of the care, but you got to have the facilities that the indigent can come to and the community can use. Repairs and maintenance, $961,406. Repairs and maintenance in 2022, the current year this year, $1,470,000. This is real important, the mortgage reserve fund. That's the fourth item in the IGA that says if there's any money left, you build up reserves. In 2010, there were no mortgage reserve funds. So in 2022, we've been at this now for 10 years. The mortgage reserve fund is at $4,912,000. That mortgage reserve fund, what that means is with HUD, we built that up over the last 2 years. That pays the last 2 years of the debt service. So in early 2044, 2045, that mortgage reserve fund starts paying those debts back. And again, that is real important. Didn't have that in 2010. It's taken us this year, 2022, we now have that built up.
So do we technically pay 8 years, or we still?
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
we're not really extending 10, we're really
That's exactly
extending
right.
8.
That's what's so important about that.
And one thing too, earlier, so HUD has changed the terms. So now they're adding the 10 years, so it's a 25-year term or nothing. I mean, that's
Yes, sir.
the deal.
Well,
Yes, sir.
wait a minute, I want to understand that. Most financial institutions don't have a problem with lesser years. In order to get this financing and this debt service, you have to get us to sign on for 10 additional years. But they would do a 15-year.
No, sir. They've come back knowing what COVID is doing across the country, trying to lock in these interest rates. And they know we've already taken a 4-year hit. It's going to be another, or 5-year hit. It's going to be another 3 years to recover out of this thing. So what they're saying tonight is, we want to loan the $29 million. You got your appraised value. You loan the valuation, lock in that interest rate, and it goes from 2037 to 2047.
So they will not lock you in an interest rate for 15 years.
No, sir. And we just got that about 3 weeks ago.
And that's what's caused the, kind of the rush on
Yes, sir.
getting
Yes.
the information.
That's exactly right.
All right. Here's some of my thoughts, though. You know, we're looking at $36 million additional dollars. If we stuck with the agreement that we did in July, we could pay this debt down of the 29 million in 15 years at 3.75. And you're telling me HUD would not be happy with paying that debt down in 15 years?
Because they don't see the hospital's not, with over half of that 3.6 now going to the cost of charity, they don't see the cash flow and the debt service coming from what, to do it in 15 years.
Because that's not going to your direct operations.
That's it, no, sir.
Yeah.
No, sir.
Okay, I guess that some of the things, let me just kind of be upfront where I'm at with this. I am for the hospital. I think they're doing a great job, and under Dr. Baker Witt, it's been phenomenal, the turnaround of what we've seen. My concern is, I think the intent of this board many years ago was to allow a capital investment to expand the hospital, do the things that made it profitable. And we've done that. Now we're being asked, in my opinion, without an input with this board, to support the operation of the hospital. But think about this, indigent care is an obligation, although we want to assist, it's an obligation of a public hospital. There's no obligation on this board to fund the indigent care. The way we were structured, I'm pretty sure in 2014, was so that this board would not be obligated to that debt, because back then, particularly with Obamacare coming up, the chances, and that's where you did a great job keeping us alive, because a lot of rural hospitals closed. But we as a board would not want to be tied to that debt if the hospital didn't make it, and then we had a $30 million debt we had to pay. So we agreed to, I'll call it a disguise, so to speak. We'll show it as a revenue for indigent care, and you can use that to service that debt. And it actually was about them. I've run the amortization. 3.6 was the amount of that debt at that time. So that's what we were doing. And now we're restructuring the debt so that the hospital will have about $1.141 million extra a year for operations or whatever they need to spend it for. And I feel like the board needs to have some input and consideration before we take constituents' money and put because it would be $36 million on our constituents. And it's a cost of the additional 10 years of $8 million in additional interest. It's almost better for us just to loan you the money and save the $8 million. I mean, I'm not saying that's what we want to do. This may be a good thing, but I don't know that I've had the opportunity to have input and understand why we want to ask our constituents to put $36 million into the hospital. And I'm going to talk just a little bit more and I'll hush, okay? Because I'm looking here and I don't know what the hurt, and it may be horrible, but you said $4 million has been the loss for the hospital for the last couple of years?
So far.
So far, I get it.
Going into our
But we're talking about
third year.
$36 million to fill a $4 million issue. And I'm looking at the patient days and the ER and the surgical and the outpatient, and it's all up during COVID. So unless we're not collecting and not going to collect, we're not going to be completely damaged in 2 more years. I mean, if they're getting billed and they're getting collected, and insurance is paying and Medicare is paying and Medicaid is paying, I'm not sure. These are questions I have in my head, Mr. Allen. So I'm not saying what you're proposing is not the right thing to do, but there's just too many variables and questions for me to recommend that we sign this without having a meeting on the side to look at what else do we need to be talking about? Because we're asking for you're asking for $36 million more from this county.
And if I can, I know Dr. Wood stepped up here and talked about it. Look at the back chart, but the last page. What we're asking for in the urgency tonight is, what you're asking for, Mr. Corbett, nothing wrong with that at all. We're not asking for any change when you've still got 15-year obligation. And I don't know if you want to call it a disguise or what was done back in 2010, but the cost of indigent care, just the cost of indigent care, has gone from $481,000, $362,000 in 2010 to $1.8 million. Of the $20 million of bad debt expense, this is after the cost of, that we've collected from patients. Prior to COVID, uncompensated care was $17.3 million. The last 2 years of COVID, it's been a total of $20,700,000.
What's $20,700,000?
$20,700,000.
What is that?
That is total uncompensated care costs.
Bad debt.
Part of that was charity, part of it was self-pay, write-off expense.
Is part of that Medicare and Medicaid's write-offs though?
No, sir.
None of that-
Medicare, Medicaid is a whole different other issue.
And that's not the disallowed amounts from insurance are not included in that? That's just the ones you're not collecting on?
Patient obligation, uninsured, that has gone up from over $3 million prior to
Well-
COVID, and we've had 2 years in a row.
Right.
So what I'm asking is, we can have those discussions, come back and have that. We've got 15 years. If you wanna go back in, work with us, work out a way to pay cut out of this thing, that's fine. But tonight, if you don't, we're urging you to make the decision tonight, lock in the interest rate. This new add-on doesn't start till 2037, 2038, and as I explained a minute ago, Mr. James Deloach picked up, there's a $4.9 million mortgage reserve fund that's actually gonna pay 2 of those years.
Yeah, but if we sign the agreement tonight, though, it doesn't end for us in 15 years. We still have to make that payment to you for the next 10 years.
Next 15 years, yes, sir. The three,
We,
it's already there, and was there prior to.
no, I'm saying if we sign a new agreement, we've taken it from 15 years to 25 years, and there is no backing up then. We can't just renegotiate in 50 years. See, I would be for that. 15-year agreement, continue on, 3.75 refinance it.
We have a letter from Arcadia and HUD that they will not refinance, do the refinancing, the restructure without the IGA, without the 25 years.
And isn't there an escalation clause in there now on the interest rate where if you stay under this new agreement, that the interest rate could go up?
No,
Absolutely.
no, you're losing the rebate.
No, that's going away.
That's going away,
That-
over.
That's going away,
So we're automatically
irrespective of.
gonna go to 575.
Right.
We're already in it for 15 more years, period. They're looking at 10 years.
Yeah, see, that's what
Past
that's what
that.
we approved in July, was 15 years to refinance the debt. And we were all in agreement with that. But this is gonna carry us another 10 years of $3.6 million. I mean, a year.
Per year.
$36 million. And we could actually have that debt paid off in 15 years if all this money was put on the debt. But I'm assuming it's not gonna be put on the debt, it's gonna be put on some other things.
No, sir. Last chart, we'll get to.
But then the debt should be paid, if it's,
Been the same.
if the 3.6 is gonna be put on the debt, it should be paid off in 15 years at 3.75.
But in the IGA right now, the first thing it goes to is the cost of charity care. If you take out the cost of charity care in 2021, of the 1.8 million, you subtract that from the 3.6, there's only 1.7 million left. We use that 1.7 million, the new debt service is 1.8 million. It was 2 million, we go to 1.8 million because of the interest rate savings.
That's the new IGA.
That's right. So you pick up that interest rate, then you still got to provide the facilities to take care of the indigent.
I got you.
Throw in repairs and maintenance, and then that mortgage reserve fund, yes, we've got it now. But that mortgage reserve fund is set up that if the hospital can't make its debt payments, then they're gonna automatically
Yeah.
scrap it.
I guess my position, Mr. Al, is that the IGA was originally set up to pay the debt. 3.6 million equaled the debt service. And now that's changing. It's paying the debt plus operations of the hospital. We just need to understand it is. That's what it's doing, because you're only gonna put 2.45, is it right here? About 2.458 million on the debt service is what it's gonna be for 25 years, roughly. I read the
That's
amortization.
not changing tonight at all. The obligation is still there. That's not changing tonight.
That's what, I'm saying the original agreement was designed for us to service the debt, and now it's different. The new agreement's not the same as the old. If you're coming to me,
There are a lot of variables that have changed since this, let's just do some points of clarification and not labor discussion or the request. But from 2010 to 2021, when you look at those charts, I mean, that supports our strength of the organization by showing the sustainability and a trajectory of growth.
sure, no question about
Which
it.
you should be pleased with.
We
that
are.
This is working, and this is a strong organization that people are actually coming to the hospital for services. think that's a plus. So that doesn't necessarily mean that we don't need the resources to care for those patients. In addition to that, when you look at the list of the diagnoses, just COVID alone demonstrated that there are chronic diseases and illnesses that have been exacerbated because of COVID, which costs more to care for patients. And which is no new news to any of us in the room, the workforce is suffering. We have nursing shortages. You all know that. You all have supported us with our workforce. So there are a lot of variables.
I think something else to consider, you know, even though there was an end agreement, I mean, like the IDA, it's gonna be an ongoing thing. I mean, I would assume at that point,
Is it?
you just, well, is it or not? I mean, do we want to support it or not?
I don't
mean,
know.
That's
See, that- I
15 years
think-
from now, but
I think we should have input on that 15 years from now. Because here's the thought, when hospital got started, it needed some support. Back when I was doing the audit, I think we had about 1 meal for the hospital, because it was a rural hospital getting started. It was operational. But as you grow and you expand, how much support do you need? It should become more, quote, profitable.
self-sufficient, I guess.
Yeah, and we don't have a chance to evaluate that. We're committing to something tonight without knowing 15 years from now what it looks like. I'm leery of telling my constituents, I'm gonna commit $36 million without doing a little more research and knowledge about what we're doing. And, you know, I hate it that it seems to be last minute that it's coming to us. I feel like we should have been,
It's not last minute.
Microphone.
Just to
Dr. Witt.
chronologically deal
Dr.
with-
Witt, can you speak?
yeah, speaking to microphones, but make sure we get you on the record.
We were notified by HUD on January the 20th. We took it to our board with the 28th.
Mhm.
It came to your office. I think I spoke with you on the 29th that morning. I said, hey, giving you a call, we were talking
29th
about.
of January, when we were in Atlanta, right.
No, that was over the phone.
Yeah, when I was in Atlanta, I think.
It was here. It was here. And then we sent the documents to this office February 2nd. So this has been in the queue. Yes,
I haven't gotten it. I don't know who'd you send it to?
who do we normally send it to the office that we always send.
And you and I spoke.
Oh, okay. Well, they weren't shared with me.
We spoke about
I
it.
heard about it from Lee, who got it from their attorney. And so that's probably the reason why I didn't get an opportunity to review it.
You heard about it from me, Tim, because you and I spoke about it.
Well, that's different than, that's an internal issue there, but that's different from the documents getting to the manager, because that's one thing I did ask in our conversation. I said, well, I don't have any major objections to this. It sounded like it might be fine, but our finance and our manager.
I assumed, and it was a good assumption, because we haven't had any problems in the past with documents not reaching.
But I did ask to send it to the county manager.
And we did.
He's telling me he didn't get it tonight.
When we sent it to her office, it was for distribution.
All right, well,
Okay, so for.
we'll
to-
research
to-
that later.
Yeah,
Okay.
just to eliminate the tit for tat or whatever, or blame this one, blame that one.
Yeah.
You still got it from Lee. When was that? Had to be a couple of days later, because Michelle would have gotten the guidance from the board or the staff.
A week ago
To-
Saturday, so this month, so last week was the first time I was able to review it.
A week ago Saturday.
And
Okay, fair
and it
enough.
wasn't full documentation, right? It was simply the agreement. It wasn't an amortization schedule, it wasn't the information you're providing tonight.
'Cause I kept asking
It
for
was
that.
not
I wanna know
all
what
of
the
that
debt
I
is,
would
how
need
much
to
it is, what is it,
analyze it,
and-
so I had follow-up questions.
So, sir, with all due respect, in the best interest of time, we are more than happy and available to have a sidebar discussion, and hopefully come up with some resolution.
And that'll be a board decision. I would recommend that we do that for $36 million.
I think so.
I hate rushing into, even if HUD's putting this pressure on us, I think there's more that we need to understand and try to be supportive of the hospital and do what we can. But once again, if it was the 15 years, 3.6, 3.75, I think we should honor that, because that's what we agreed to back in July.
What's the time frame for them to,
They want to close by the end of April. So I got to believe the next couple of weeks they need a decision.
That's just because of the interest rate, right? Because they assume interest rate's gonna go up, or is that?
Fixing to
It's-
do away with this program.
they are.
It's an interest rate, it's also the appraisal, but if we still meet the closing date, I'm assuming both of those will be adequate. You can ask Al that, though.
And I'll give you just a scenario why I want to revisit this and look at it with Mr. Allen and Fran and some of the board to look at it. For us, it'd almost be better to find a way that we could legally enter into and take those bond out ourselves, pay it off, and save the $36 million at the end. That's the only borrowing, $29 million. We might could issue the bonds in the name of Effingham County. We're obligating the tax commissioner, the tax constituents anyway, and pay that debt off.
Can the reserve fund increase from where it is over time, say the next 15 years?
Will be fully funded May of this year.
What happens after?
But
it's
I'm
fully
just saying,
funded? Is
can it,
Yes, sir, it's capped.
It
That's
capped.
2 years, it's capped at 2 years.
but it can't go past 2 years?
No, sir, that's all HUD requires, it's a 2 year.
Okay. Well, I was just thinking of, I don't know if within the IGA, if we could have some type of other agreement, and I don't know if HUD would allow this, but I guess as long as they have their 2 years, that checks their box for them. But if there was some way in IGA that we could still collect some type of reserve, so maybe instead of 8 years, somehow we shave off 3 more, so it's only five extra years total. But
And I wish I could have the opportunity to say we have time. HUD knows the interest rate's going up.
yeah.
They know the IRS bonds are going out. The IRS is not supporting that at all. They want us to lock in that value of $79 million. Lock in that interest rate, lock in that value. That tells you, Mr. Corbett, that you've got an asset that was worth $19 million to $79 million. Y'all can do a whole lot of planning between now and then and take HUD out of this thing. You don't do this very, very quickly, then HUD's gonna call this loan, and you're gonna be doing it yourself. Anyway, so
Well, we're not obligated for this loan right now.
we're asking HUD, if we don't do this tonight, then we'll continue to do the 15 years, y'all still do the 3.6. You're gonna lose the value of the organization. They've come in, they valued it, they know it's growing, and they'll just keep going as we're going, and we'll pay the 5.75 and be there going forward. But we won't get the refinancing. Pediatric center that we bought, that'll be all back on us, and then you're still gonna have the cost of charity. We still got a debt service for 15 years.
Let me give you another scenario. Well, I think we still need to have that sit down that Ms. Fran was saying we need to probably do this tomorrow, or next week, or whatever. If you pay the $24 million is all that's left over now, you save $2 million in refinancing, okay? If the county was, just give you a scenario, if we would supply the 3.5 so they could buy the pediatric and move forward, we'd be into it for 15 years at the 3.6. They'd have the pediatric, and we'd be out of it for the next 10 years to relook at our need to be involved. $36 million saved for the county. We may decide to spend it because the hospital may need it, but it's a decision we can make at a later date. So I mean, we could easily, even though it's a high rate, once again, we could pay the 2.4 off in 15 years, give them the 3.5 from our fund balance, and still be 30-something million to the good as a county.
Again, you said next week or whatever. You gotta give us a date. And if it goes past a week, I'm sure it's all off the table with HUD, the refinance. So we'll have no-
Well, why don't we, in the sake of time, let's get together tomorrow. Show us the documents about the time. We'll do what we gotta do. We'll work as hard as we can tomorrow to see what we come up with. Then we can have a special call meeting if the board still wants to move forward. Or somebody may make a motion and approve tonight. I'm gonna give them that opportunity. I just can't say that for our constituents that I would say, get a motion second and approve it tonight for $36 million.
And I know we're taking up a lot of time tonight.
It's important,
It is important.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what else I can stress to the commissioners tonight. If you wanna wait a day and look at it, you're asking for more time to,
To research the documents and look at them, get to know it.
And I don't fully understand why this has come down to a head this quickly.
strictly the interest rate. Yes, sir, we know.
I mean, does HUD just all of a sudden,
What happened that we
Throw this
didn't do
at
this in July when we approved it? Why didn't we go ahead and get it done in July?
And the appraised value, when we went in, we pulled the cancer center out. They had to reappraise everything. And so the cancer center, the growth in the cancer center, they didn't have, that helped the 15 years with the cancer center.
Right.
Now that it's out, and the cancer center's activity is back to what it was when we started in 2017, they've come back and said, due to the high cost of COVID, loss of that cancer center, you gotta rebuild out, you gotta recover out of COVID.
Okay,
Interest rates are going up. Value is this. And any planning that needed to be done this point going forward, you still got plenty of time to do that. So yes, sir, it's the interest rate, lock that in, the value, and then the cancer center, the impact of COVID on not only the cancer center, but the hospital.
okay.
Amisha Kelly. And, in working with you, I hear some of your questions that, you said what happened from July. HUD happened. HUD changed the process on the hospital. The hospital didn't do anything wrong. HUD came back and said, this is what we now require, and they changed the process. And it's a whole list of requirements that hopefully everyone can get together tomorrow and share all the different, additional information that HUD has been requesting, all the additional reports, all the additional, financials they have been requesting. In terms of this side of HUD is different from the commercial side of HUD. The commercial side would say only 15 years. This, public lending side says no, it's either the 25 or it's all done. And so essentially, it's guaranteeing which we get anyway, which is those 2 mills, I believe, and
See, that's the fallacy, is that we're not guaranteeing 2 mills forever. It was to service this debt.
No, I'm saying as a taxing authority, we have the 2 mills. And it was agreed upon in 2010 that the average at that time was 3.6. As you know, sometimes it was 3.4, it was 3.8.
It'd be 2 mills or 3.6, whichever's less.
And so, but what I'm saying is, without the guarantee, it may mean the hospital would get more. And so that's why we're just asking to guarantee the 3.6, because we know it has been coming anyway, and it's gonna be coming.
Okay.
In terms of going back to what you're saying, what has changed is HUD changed on the hospital. HUD threw the hospital for a loop in terms of timing. And so we've been told that with, we know it's the great reevaluation, people leaving positions. So we have so many new people on the team also that are coming to and saying, now this is what they wanna see and what they are requiring.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
hopefully that, we can get together, and in terms of April, this has to be done in April. So HUD is saying that we have a week, no more than 2 weeks to get the documents together, because we had to explain to HUD why we couldn't get an answer for them. They wanted one by February 4th. And we said, no, we can't get on the commissioner's agenda that quickly. So to understand, people that don't know Effingham County, they just sit in the office making these requirements on us.
Okay. Thank you.
So hopefully.
Well, I get the HUD is probably putting the constraints on it.
Yes.
But I'm still looking at it from what our original obligation was. We're getting away from that, and we may want to get away from that.
Well, two, what I think would be a good idea, and we would hit the ground running, to show other county participation. And then another comment that was made was some of the bills, when we meet, we would show you a lot of those COVID charges, no, the hospital does not get. And the hospital is carrying that, and has carried that. So, I definitely understand what you're saying about not operation, but they're not asking for money just to pay the water bill and the light bill. I mean, it is still capital and it's infrastructure development.
Okay. Has the county, has the hospital audit been completed for 2021? Okay, all right. So we'll go ahead and conclude discussion. I'll entertain a motion to table or to approve, whatever the board desires to do. I'm going to ask for a motion to table first, and let's meet tomorrow. And I'd like for, Tim, if you got time this afternoon, let's get together with, this evening, like the audit, the information, the documents you had for this information, let's get everything together and let's see if we can't hammer out, get some information so that staff can make a recommendation. We like our staff to look, particularly $36 million project, to make us, and they can't make a recommendation tonight. And that makes my ears go up, that they're not prepared to make a recommendation one way or the other.
So you said table it to what date?
You say you can't wait till the next meeting, so you want to have
Have to have an emergency meeting.
we have to have an emergency meeting. If we table it to the next meeting, can we call an emergency meeting to handle this earlier?
No,
We got to actually,
tabling it, date specific.
okay,
So if you're gonna call for a motion to postpone it, you'll need to do so, just openly and say to a future date.
just to a future date. But we'll work to make that happen next week, okay? Hmm? Yeah, well, I think we can decide that tomorrow if we get the documentation and then we can look at it. So tomorrow's Wednesday. I think through Thursday and Friday, we would know, and we could call you in probably into Friday and say, hey, this is what we think we can do, and present to the board and let them make a final decision.
I mean, anything that you all bake that you maybe wanna see, let us know.
Yeah, we're going to get together this evening or first thing in the morning and make a list prepared. Is there a time tomorrow?
We are available whenever you are available.
Okay, all right.
Let us know.
All right.
So I know wait a minute now, Wesley is 4:30 in the morning, so he's not that available.
I don't do that since I left Lincoln. Got too old for that. All right, I appreciate the discussion. I really appreciate it. It probably sounds like I'm not for this hospital. I am. I'm so proud of you guys and what you're doing. But $36 million, and we need to get a recommendation from our staff to review it fully. And so I'm gonna ask for a motion to, you said not table, but
Postpone.
to postpone this till a later date. So we have time for staff.
Determined?
And I would like, Lee, are you available tomorrow to be involved if they approve this? I'd like for you to be involved in this meeting if you could.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna ask for a motion to propose,
I'll make myself available whenever.
yeah, it's important enough that we want to take the time to look at it. So I'm gonna ask for a motion to postpone this to a later date so staff and attorney and certain board members that want to attend can look at this.
So moved.
All right, let me go back, find my agenda here.
Before you take a vote, Mr. Chairman, is not regarding that. I just want to zoom out a minute and just go back to the idea, because you had mentioned paying off the debt and having I don't think really our citizens, I think we all understand to have a hospital in the community, I think the citizens are willing to financially contribute and support that. So I don't, so going forward, I still believe there's a commitment there.
That was kind of my point. We got it for 15 years. I mean,
Yeah.
another 10. I mean, we're probably gonna end up.
And that's not
Some
negating
type of-
that we
but,
need,
But wouldn't you like, I would like the board, when I'm long gone, 15 years now, to decide
Sure.
what the involvement, maybe more, maybe less.
Right. No, I understand. I understand.
Yeah, so we don't know.
In agreement, I think we'll always have some type of offer help to that
I
hospital.
think we will too, because rural hospitals face so much financial challenges. I mean, even successful rural hospitals. And I think it's a big part of economic development. And as we can see on these charts, I mean, they are providing a lot of service to our citizens. So, I mean, they are successful and very productive in the community.
And again, we wanna say third largest employer in the county, 500 employees. And just wanna say Georgia leads the nation in the closing of rural hospitals. And we can provide that information also. You never wanna think that your hospital will go away, but you ask places like Culver and Charlton County and up even near Atlanta, last year we had a hospital closing. Hospitals do close.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
Alicia, on the causes of mortality and morbidity, what's the date on this? 'Cause there's not even COVID included. So,
Every year we complete a community health needs assessment, and so, we provide that entire document to back up, and that backs up the services that we provide at the hospital.
is it
We get that from you. So would you, are you asking for some COVID data?
yeah, because unless it's in other or something like that, I didn't know.
not for this meeting tomorrow, you just want to.
No, just, I
just
got a lot
wants
of
to know.
questions, but I'll ask them tomorrow.
Okay.
And then we can have another meeting in addition to that.
Yeah, Just want to get a good understanding, because it is a lot of money, and I want to fully understand the whole thing.
I think we can have 2 or 3 with me, just 2 with me, right?
I think it's 2.
So if a couple of commissioners want to get with me after this and
I
want
would,
to
I
be there
would
tomorrow.
prefer that, our
Finance.
vice chairman with his financial background and,
Yeah.
and obviously the chairman with his
Explain
accounting
to me in
background.
layman terms what all this means.
Well, you want to join us in that meeting tomorrow? You got time?
Maybe by Zoom, I'll have to check. Depends on what time you guys do it.
Anybody else want to be a part of that meeting?
Jamie's no good.
Okay, well, 2 of us will be there. We can have one more, just let us know so we don't get a quorum,
Or you
okay?
can
It's
give me
possible I need to look at my
some real
schedule when
good
y'all figure out
solid
when.
Okay, all right.
data from it, so I can get a full understanding of what we did in 2010 versus what we're trying to do now.
But that's what we want to try to do.
I need
We want
more
to get that
education.
information, get it out to the commission in the form of a packet with a recommendation, and then we can have a meeting next week and discuss it and make a decision and help them meet their
I know we
deadlines.
did something for COVID earlier this past year, contributed there.
Right.
I know a little bit about 2010, but it wasn't here, but putting this all together is gonna be, it's a lot to
Yeah.
wrap my head around.
Responsive, however, is the best way to get the information to you, that is through the clerk, or that's delivering it to your house. I want to make sure that you receive all the information that you need and you want to make a decision.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner, appreciate you. All right, I have a motion and a second to postpone the decision to a later date. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. Hearing none, we'll postpone this to another date, and maybe after the meeting tonight, we can set a time for the meeting tomorrow, get your schedule, Mr. Lee, okay? All right, we are at 6 o'clock, so we need to go to our public hearings, do we not? And table our agendas for, all right, need a quick break? We're gonna take a quick restroom break. If you're here for public hearings, we'll be back in about 5 minutes. And sorry for the delay, but we'll be back in about 5 minutes. We'll start with our public hearings, and then we'll come back to our agenda items.
It'll be here all night tonight.
Huh?
We'll have to order breakfast in the morning.
That's right.
Oh, my man. Yeah. I know that's a mistake.
I would like
But it's nice to do it. I mean, it's.
some sort of medication, but I'm trying to figure out what you might have.
It doesn't work that way. We can talk about anything else, but not just you, it's anybody that calls me on the phone.
Thank you, sir.
Hey.
Address the rest of new business?
We will, but since the planning board session is advertised at a certain time, we have to go to that. Then once we get through that,
Hey, man.
then we'll go back.
Good, how's it going? What are you here for?
I got 3 items. Blue pay, change order reduction, plat, and then if y'all talk about,
Oh, yeah. Well, it is, but we're allowing public hearing on it, so.
Hey, man, how are you? All right, good to see you.
You off? All right, have a good one.
That's what I was trying to. They got to grow, I mean, and make improvements, and
Those numbers, I mean, it's not like it's. Like SBA, Small Business Association. Changed some things. They just changed a bunch of stuff. They had changed
Where you going? Out there. Yeah.
but if we can make everybody.
what? Yeah, we got one. Yeah, no, we got a new guy on the coming.
Yes. Can you get to my office? I'll give you my card. It's in the breezeway.
Oh, okay.
Can you access that? You should. I mean, you're the fire chief. Yeah. Yeah. It's right there. It just opened this week. Only cash, though.
And I agree, it's
Yeah.
frustrating, you can't really.
Here, I'll lend you some money at an interest rate to be determined later.
That's the hospital, Effingham Hospital is, they're probably have people going into Chatham County. You know what I mean? So you really, what is true indigent care number? I don't know. Well, we just got to skin the cat a different way, I guess. We gonna have fireworks tonight or what?
I'm going.
There's no bathroom that way.
I have no idea where the bathroom is. Okay.
So, we don't have a bathroom over here. So,
also have to take the medicine.
Really?
I hadn't taken my blood pressure medicine, I just realized I couldn't flush it.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's interesting.
All right, we're gonna go into our planning board. We're behind time, I apologize that. We've got a few items on the planning board tonight. So we'll start with number one. The planning board recommends approving an application by Josh Yellen as agent for Ernest J. Otkin and Frank Otkin Jr. to rezone 6 acres located on Godley Road from AR1 to I1, parcel number 3B in the first district.
So there's a long history, a bit of a long history here. This current application is really a repeat of something that happened in 2014. There was a rezoning application submitted and approved for parcel 3993B, and all of the materials in that, most of the materials in that application seem to refer to a different parcel. However, there was a plat with a drawing of the parcel that was intended to be rezoned, and it's this one, but it was labeled 3B. So in my initial review of all of the rezonings for these parcels out here on Godley Road, when Mr. Yellen first contacted me, I didn't know that this particular parcel had been rezoned, and it was only later that we realized that the 3B folder was in fact probably relating to this one. In any case, after consulting with the county clerk and county attorney, we determined that we really needed to sort of clear the record and just do a clean rezone of this parcel. And I'm going to show you slightly better. This is a closer look. So it's attached to land, surface mine in the Chatham County side, and it appears to service that. The 2014 rezoning was for a log export yard, and so after that rezoning, no plat was ever submitted to the, was submitted to the county until a few years later. So staff really wasn't able to update the zoning map. It was kind of a cause of confusion, but it looks like the owners possibly did move ahead with the business. Then in 2018, a plat was submitted to the tax assessor, which subdivided that parcel. So, and it did reference the intent to rezone, and it's shown here outlined in blue. So at this point, we are here tonight to rezone so that we can for sure rezone this exact 6 acres. And the point of contention, I think, is that the original rezoning had fairly basic conditions that we usually attach to just industrial zonings relating to stormwater and wetlands. But now, because it has become clear that this might, in fact, currently is being used for log export, possibly container storage, a variety of industrial type uses, we would like to, we've added a few more conditions, but we're still not sure exactly what's proposed. And in fact, there is a sketch plan pre-application meeting planned for tomorrow morning. So with all of that said, staff are recommending approval, and the planning board did recommend approval, but we do have some questions ultimately about which conditions should go with it, because we're not exactly sure what's planned. But it is currently an industrial use. It's in an area with a number of surface mines, as you know. Here's the zoning map.
Most of these old rezonings, before we open the public hearing, get comment, when you AR1 to I1 was just for a surface mine. Did the old record show that it was for a logging operation as well?
Yeah, it was not for surface mine. It was specifically for log export.
Okay, so this was not a surface mine rezoning.
No, but it's right next to an existing a surface mine, and I don't know when the Chatham County operation began, but it's right next to one, and it's.
Was there any mention of container storage?
No, there was no mention in 2014 of container storage.
Okay.
So that's why we're.
So how is it AR1? I'm just trying to understand.
It's not, it's AR1 zone to I, but it was,
But right now it says going from AR1 to I.
yeah, that's what I don't understand either, since we've already rezoned.
Record
I.
wasn't clear. The record's just not clear. In 2014, 6 acres was rezoned, and it's very likely this 6 acres. We're not sure, because the application actually references 2 parcels. It's labeled 3993B, which is a different parcel. The map that staff produced at the time, the GIS map, shows different parcels, the 3B parcels. But there's a plat included as part of the attachments of that show a drawing around what, this. So we're not entirely sure what was intended at the time and why it wasn't caught at the time. If a plat had been produced by the applicant at the time, and recorded, then it would have been cleared up and taken care of. But because there was uncertainty, and then a few years passed before the subdivision actually happened, and staff had turned over by then, so nobody was there to remember that they needed to clean the record up. So when Mr. Yellen contacted me for zoning verification, I uncovered a lot of uncertainty, and I couldn't give a verification that we had rezoned for industrial use, or if we had, what's actually included in that. So the cleanest answer is to just really rezone it, set whatever conditions we're gonna set, knowing exactly what's going to happen there, and then move on.
Okay, well, we'll open the public hearing and see if there's anyone tonight speaking for this rezoning request. So we're treating it like it's AR1, and first time it's gonna be rezoned tonight.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Josh Yellen here on behalf of the applicant. I do agree with the assessment from Mrs. McCannon. This property, as far as we can tell, was rezoned. There was a public hearing, first and second reading before this board in April of 2014. At the time, the notes from that approval noted that it was 6 acres being part of the 713-acre tract that the Option family owned over at Godley. Since that time, the property has been subdivided, as y'all can see on the map now, numerous times. And so what we think happened was that the PIN number for the site, when he rezoned it, was the 993B. He started carving up the properties, new PIN numbers were assessed, and unfortunately, the numbers never matched up.
They don't match up.
So when we came in, we were representing a potential new owner of the site. We asked for a zoning verification letter. But the PIN numbers didn't jive. So we're trying to correct it now. We understand when we look at the official zoning map even, that zoning map had not been updated. And so we did want to come in. We do think it is beneficial to tie up the loose ends here. If it wasn't done properly in 2014, we wanted to make sure that we did it right this time. Our concern, as was mentioned, is that if this property, or we believe this property was rezoned in 2014, and the imposition of new conditions on the property is what's been slightly troubling. That if the property was rezoned correctly, IL 2014, the staff report from that hearing in 2014 notes that this property is entirely surrounded by surface mining operations, and as such, it has no other use other than industrial. So the point was not to limit it to surface mining operations. It was cognizant of the fact that being surrounded by surface mines severely limits the desirability of it being AR, and that the I-1 was the appropriate classification at that time. Obviously, things in 2014 were different. The conditions were not put in place, and we in fact don't have any objection to most of the conditions that are being recommended today, because they are the part of the zoning ordinance as it stands currently in 2022. Our concern is just making sure that we will continue to work with Effingham. We have our sketch plan meeting scheduled for tomorrow to discuss potential uses of the site, but just want to make sure that this board, that no additional restrictions or considerations are put on it, because we do believe that would be a taking of the use, as this property has already been rezoned by our estimation on April 15th, 2014.
Okay, thank you.
Typically, these go back to an AR though, after the pits are dug.
Well, this site is actually not part of the surface mine operations. It's
Right.
the surrounding properties, and those, I agree, those conditions were made for surface mine operations, exactly as y'all do now, that if it's used for surface mine, it's rezoned for the express condition of surface mine operations. This site was carved out and said surrounded by surface mines, but not exactly part of the surface mine operations.
And when it was rezoned, was it rezoned specifically for the timber operation?
No, sir. And I have the meeting minutes from April 15th, 2014. While this parcel is not located in a typical industrial area, it is surrounded by industrial use, surface mine, and other properties of the options. The parcel has easy access to Highway 80, and the conditions of the rezoning were each lot shall meet the requirements of the I-1 zoning district. Site development plan shall comply with the Effingham County Water Resources Protection Ordinance and Stormwater Management Local Design Manual. Wetlands impact permitted by the Corps, and then a subdivision plan should be approved by the Health Department and the zoning office. Those were the four kind of standard.
It wasn't contemplated.
And that's
to be
what I asked
surface.
Teresa, I'm sorry.
I said it wasn't, it doesn't sound like it was contemplated to be a surface mine.
Yeah, that's why I asked Teresa, the question was the original stipulation for that was a surface mine. She said no from the documents that she had looked at, which I assume are the
Yeah,
same
we're
ones.
looking at the same thing.
Same
yeah.
things. So,
Is there any I-1 adjacent to this?
Not adjacent, there's, this is the current zoning map, and there are certainly industrial uses going on across the road. That orange color is R4 Mobile Home Park, and I drove out there today, and there's definitely some industrial uses happening there, or preparation for industrial uses. So, the site that we're talking about tonight has two entrances. Just across from Auction Road, there's this sign, Chatham Timber entrance. And this is just my view into what's visible in there. The application did include these photos, so we knew from the moment we received the application that, industrial uses were ongoing. And given that there had been confusion, we weren't immediately concerned because, the applicant thought they had rezoned and met all the requirements. We just didn't get a plat till 4 years later, so it didn't really ever kind of make it through the system properly. But
the uses going on out there now are permitted uses in I-zoning, though, correct?
it looks like it. There's I believe it's a timber export operation. I'm not sure. I didn't see any activity.
There's no timber, there's a bunch of containers.
Yeah.
And there's equipment to
there's
move and
containers.
stack containers, but I see no timber.
Correct. I'm not representing any of the
Okay.
tenants that are on there now, and I'm not sure what that
Well, I mean, it's not being used for what we thought we rezoned it for, if we in fact did rezone it.
Well, and so from that record, it was not rezoned for surface mine, it was not rezoned for timber. I do believe that the Oshins, once Mr. Oshin got this property rezoned in 2014, he started using it when we got involved with it, we asked for the zoning verification letter. We were trying to get that for title purposes. We're not trying to, we didn't think it was gonna be controversial. The seller told us up and down, I got this rezoned. The records unfortunately, did not line up, and now we're here to confirm that rezoning.
Let me go back. Teresa, I asked you specifically, when it was rezoned then, it was for a timber operation. That was in the minutes?
I don't know that I have the minutes here. I'll flip through. Actually, I'm looking at the application, and it says here, proposed land use export facility, but now that I flipped the page, I see, describe the use that you propose to make. It says export ship cars. But it is currently
Export
called.
what?
Export ship
Containers.
cars.
Well, we typically on this, we wouldn't rezone for a specific use. We rezone to rezoning, and there are
Permitted
accepted
uses.
uses in that zoning.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But junk cars aren't permitted in the.
Well, they may not, but I'm not, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's why I asked if what they're doing right now is a permitted use in the I-zoning. From what this gentleman read, if he has the minutes correctly, and she's looking at some documentation, it was just zoned I with no restriction.
But what's gonna happen when it reverts back to AR all around it, and AR requires this buffer that we don't have? How's that gonna take place, and
Yeah, what was the setbacks at that time?
what's gonna happen with that? 'Cause
Was there any restrictions on the setbacks? See, it sounds like there was.
It doesn't appear that we ever received any site plans. In fact, the land surrounding it on the north, south, and east is AR1. I mean, there's industrial uses. There's, clearly there's surface mines going on all around there, but those parcels were not rezoned. Where you see green, that's AR1. The red is industrial. The orange is R4 mobile home park, and the dark blue is B2.
The
And we
red
have
is
for-
industrial.
The red is industrial.
And-
So those are surface mine. Those are surface mine. Yeah, in fact, we rezoned one of them in the last year or so up in the top of the map. So those are current. We've, as a result of the zoning verification request, I did go through all of our records and I did verify that these have files that match them. So this is pretty good, this map. However, having driven out there today, I do see that there's a little bit more surface mining, it's spillover. So the intent with the 2018 plat, which states in the notes, it's kind of hard to read, but in the section there on the right where it says surveyor notes, the first one says tract B3 and D3 are to be rezoned to industrial, I1 industrial, and so D3 is the parcel in question. So even by 2018, it appears the applicant wasn't quite sure whether they had rezoned it or not, or the surveyor wrote the wrong thing on the plat. And at that point, does appear that the tax assessor, when they process this subdivision, because I saw the notes in the background notes, it seems like they may have changed the zoning based on the notes on that plat, because I'm not sure that the rezoning from 2014 ever made it into the system. But our GIS and our zoning layer is handled in-house, whereas the tax assessor, they look at subdivision plats and rezoning applications, and sometimes they update their files to reflect, records that we send them. So there's not always a complete connection there. There's sometimes a little disconnect.
So
But
even
this-
though the numbers have changed, the plat's map is the same.
Yeah, that shape, that is the parcel we're talking
That was
about.
done in 14,
This is from 18.
14, it's the same map we're looking at now, so there's no doubt it's the same piece of
Oh,
property.
yeah, we're all pretty confident this is the same piece of,
Was this plat signed by the zoning administrator and recorded?
yeah, George Shaw.
Okay. Okay.
So I think that's got to note that if we definitely believe it's, and know it to be the same piece of property that was approved for our zoning, if it didn't have any stipulations, I'm just not
We'll
sure.
still have some setbacks and all that they'd have to,
Yeah, they gotta have setbacks, that won't change.
I mean,
But-
we got,
They're not asking
They
for
still have to
changes
comply
in
with the
setbacks.
zoning ordinance.
You still
That's
gotta
right, when
have
they come up-
300 foot
okay.
setbacks and all for the 6 acres.
what was you gonna say, Tim?
I was going to say, when they sit down to discuss the use of it, then what the current requirements are in iZoning will then come into play. So if they recommend something that's a heavy industrial use, then they will recommend 300-foot buffers. If they recommend anything that's a light industrial use, it'll be 150-foot buffers. So it all depends on what they approach us with as the use of the property, assuming that it's zoned properly as industrial.
And they may approach us requesting a variance at that time. I mean,
Yeah,
have
and
that
then they
right, too.
could always
There's a
do
lot of
that,
things
so.
could happen.
I can't hear you, Phil.
I said they could ask for a variance down the road, not to say it will be granted, but.
Right. Yeah, I'm not trying to back up, I'm just trying to
Yeah,
find out.
I know, yeah.
Yeah.
We need to find out where we are, huh?
What was said, and is it in fact what was requested back then? Because I didn't realize there was containers being stacked back there. Everything I thought was surface mines.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we see if there's anyone tonight speaking against this request for rezoning? And then we'll have further discussion on the board and see what the pleasure of the board is. Anyone tonight speaking in objection or against this request to rezone from AR1 to I1? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and let the board make any discussion and have a motion.
I have no problem with it being zoned as we thought it was. I have the problem with the use. So I don't know what the sketch plan's gonna hold, I don't know what the plans are, but we just turned down a container storage yard right down the road on Highway 80. The main problem I get on this road, there's 3 owners. Chatham County owns the first part, Effingham County owns the second. No, Bloomingdale owns the first part, then Effingham County, and then Chatham County. We don't have any type of agreement for the 3 of us to come together to maintain the road. Bloomingdale's is in the worst shape. That's my complaints with that. But like I said, this is on a county road. We just turned one down on Highway 80. I'm not looking for a container storage yard back there in no shape, form, or fashion. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, well, if it was rezoned, if it were currently rezoned like we're trying to clarify,
Yeah.
that wouldn't be an allowed use anyway.
I think you're right.
Huh?
But that's what's being done.
I understand,
And I'm just
but that's another, I mean,
griping.
that's a, that's a,
Can you put a
that's a
stipulation
code
on it?
enforcement issue.
Well, I think
Your motion?
even if they wanted to do containers, they gotta come back before us for that specific use, don't they?
That'd be a different zoning too. Totally.
Tim said you was gonna meet with them some point in time to figure out what they were gonna do with it, right, Tim?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? They don't take care of that tomorrow.
Well, what sent my antenna up is number 3 on the application. It says export ship cars. That's a junkyard under our definitions.
Well, in that case, then the zoning that if they try and do it for that use,
Need to change the
because it's
application.
not being used for that right now, right? And therefore, that is a conditional zoning under iZoning that would have to be approved. If it were, and I'm trying to remember the word, I think we refer to the export of junk cars as the junkyard conditional industrial zoning. So they would have to come back if that were the use.
Well, I mean, that's the intent, so that's why.
No, that's from 2014.
Oh, this is?
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Is this it is 2014, okay. So they were expecting to do that and never did that?
And they never did, and now they're using it for something else, so that would be a change of use.
And containers.
So if
I'm
you,
glad
if
they're
you
not.
approve the I-zoning,
Right.
right, if you approve the I-zoning tonight, they're gonna have to meet the requirements of the current I-zoning.
Correct. We're not really going to be reaffirming the previous zoning. We're really going to be rezoning it.
This is,
Rezone.
right, okay,
That
I
makes
can
sense.
agree with that. And most of this seems to address surface mines. I mean, number two, no, number, hang on a
Yeah,
second.
it says we clean the borrow pit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some of this is addressed, yeah, to the bar pit type stuff.
I mean, this thing could be.
Well, I'm trying to think of anything why we wouldn't agree with these 9 bullet points, though. Conditions, if we're doing it tonight we're doing this all new, basically, why would they be held to these standards?
Well, we are gonna approve,
Is that gonna be okay once we go AR1 all the way around it? You're gonna have
Well, I don't know how many years they have left on those pits either. I mean, it may be years and years, I don't know.
you could approve it tonight, tell me if I'm right, Mr. Lee, on this, rezone to I-1, okay, with these 9 stipulations by planning board,
Yep,
because they're in there and they've advertised them.
and I'm fine with that.
So if you're good with that, you'd make a motion to approve recommendation of alternative 1, which I am saying it's to approve the I-zoning with the 9 stipulations of planning board.
But they refer to mining operations, so
But
if it's what they're,
it doesn't hurt anything to approve it with the mining restrictions.
no, but I mean, it's a different use right now than what's on these stipulations. This is surface mine. The entrance shall be, they're even talking about the entrance being brought up to surface mine operation standards, and, you know, this is all revolves around surface mine, not container yards.
Well, there'll be heavy trucks in and out of there if it's gonna be timber, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah,
So, I mean, I still think it needs to be brought up to standard.
yeah, true. And then it talks about going back to the final reclamation of the borrow pit and close out the mining operation.
If they do a borrow pit, but they may not use it for that.
Yeah, they
So
may
if use
not,
on
but they
I-1
can.
tonight, they could do anything that's approved in I-1, as long as it meets the buffers and setbacks when they get with staff on the.
True, but you're
site.
talking about putting these 9 stipulations in there, so that's why I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, in addition to.
If you do that, I mean, how much of this is gonna change a regular I-1?
I don't see one there specifically that bothers me.
I don't see the stipulations that would makes it more restrictive, really.
Yeah.
It does.
And-
That's my whole point. You're gonna have an
But
open
I think they're
I-1.
okay with the stipulations.
Yeah.
They're okay with it. So I'm gonna entertain a motion to approve alternative 1.
With the 9 stipulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve alternative 1 with the stipulations stated here in both, I believe, the planning board and staff recommendations.
Second.
I gotta get to my. Got- All right, had a motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Kiefer, to approve recommendation 1 with planning board and staff recommendations from AR1 to I1. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. And it passes. So we have the second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Josh Yellen as agent for Ernest J. Otkin and Frank Otkin Jr. to rezone 6 acres located on Godly Road from AR1 to I1, map number 399 parcel, and that's 3R, not 3B, right?
3R is correct.
3R in the first district.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Mr. Floyd, second Mr. Loper to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. And it passes. Okay. Item number 3 under public hearing. The Planning Board recommends approving an application by Greenland Developers as agent for Helmy LLP to rezone 170.36 acres located at Noel C. Conaway and Colic Helmy Road to allow for the development of a single and multifamily residential subdivision from AR1 to a PD, a PUD. This is map number 418, parcel number 2E in the 2nd District.
So this parcel is currently zoned AR1, has access to Highway 30. The applicant is requesting to rezone to PD residential. We've gone through a few revisions and a few months of talking through the plan development document, and that's included in your packet, and in that is all of the information broken down either in text or in tables that explains everything that's going to be offered. And this graphic here shows you what will be offered. The green represents the wetlands, the open space. The blue represents amenities. There are a total of 340 units proposed, and that does include townhomes as well as single-family detached homes. The total, acreage is 170, so the gross density is 2 units per acre, but of course, you know, the actual development takes place on about 100 of those acres, so the net density is about 3.3. It's still a fairly, and it's, you know, it's dense, but it's actually not as dense as some
It's under the
subdivisions.
R6.
Exactly, yeah. So it does include 25 acres of open space, not including, the wetlands are on their own, and then in addition to the wetlands, it includes about 25 acres of open space, and that does include 10 acres of ponds, but it's 14 acres of usable area, and you see there that they're including, they're including anything from a pool and shelter area, as well as dog park. There's a walking trail over on the right, the blue section in the middle of the wetlands there, that's proposed to be a walking trail area. There's parks, small parks throughout the subdivision. There's additional parking. So we've taken guidance from recent
There is additional off-street parking for the.
Yes, and in fact, I
Okay, I
highlighted
had
on
trouble
this
seeing
slide.
that.
Yeah, so there's a lot of information in that concept plan.
Right.
There's a lot of information. And this table here, this chart here, really condenses it all. It's still a lot of information, but there are,
Teresa, what you're saying, if we took what we're looking at in approving the R3, the R6, and the B3, whatever, this PUD does not conflict with any of those individual things. It's just a combination of residential and so forth, multifamily, and it would comply with all the things we had on green space, HOAs, and all the things that we've looking at doing. There's nothing left out of this PUD that we are putting into these R zonings.
this has got everything. The work on creating the PD document has benefited from the work we're doing to update our ordinances through our comp plan and code update process.
Sure.
So, and everything that's happened in the last few months where we've worked with developers to improve their R6 and R3 developments. So this is really kind of the culmination of all of that. I mean, it's really got everything that we've talked about over the last 6 months or so included in this one document. And also on the graphic, but
And that was kind of our hope that,
yeah.
you know, not necessarily just to get R3 and R6 and B3 with multifamily housing and all, but they would kind of know what you need to do if you bring a PUD to us and mix this use. If you have these setbacks and this green space and this recreational and this whatever, you'll have a better opportunity to get a PUD approved. Okay. Anything else you want to add?
It includes sidewalks.
Okay, yep, I saw that. All right, we'll open a public hearing and see if there's anyone speaking in favor of this rezoning from AR1 to a PUD.
Good afternoon, I'm Alec Metzger with EMC Engineering. She covered it pretty much, so I just had a few things just to touch on that she didn't really bring up. One thing would be buffers. You know, we've got about 40% of the property is gonna be wetland, so we've got a nice natural buffer around most of it. At least 50 feet undisturbed around all of the wetlands area. A lot of that would be minimum. Most of those areas are a couple of 100 feet. One thing we did look at was the placement of the townhomes. So we placed those so they would be backing up to the wetland area. Originally, we had them over next to Coventry subdivision. move those away, put the single family over there, and then I put a 30-foot buffer along that side, it would be undisturbed. So, we've got nice buffers, 20 foot in other locations between the residential and the townhome development. That would be a minimum proposed. Street lights will be provided. Sidewalks are provided and built into common areas as each phase develops. Of course, the builders build the sidewalk in front of the lots, but the developer builds the ones in front of all the common areas. You asked about parking. So we've got two spaces in the driveway and one garage space for each unit. That's townhome and single-family residential. In addition, we've got 58 additional spaces at the amenity areas, and then we provided 68 additional spaces shown on the map around the townhomes. So that's about a half a space per unit additional just for the townhome area. Water and sewers provided along State Route 30 and reuse. We've been looking into that, and it's adequate to provide service. Some of the amenities and open space that she mentioned, we're talking about pools, a pool accessory structure, community fire pit, playground, grassed athletic multipurpose field, nature trails, dog parks, open spaces with benches and picnic tables. A lot of it is toward the entrance, but then we have some other ones that are spread out through the development for other people to use that don't have to go all the way to the entrance. Let's see. Amenities, sidewalks, and ponds will be the responsibility of the homeowners association. There's an additional townhome homeowners association proposed. That'll provide roof maintenance, exterior maintenance, and landscaping for the townhomes that have the shared buildings. And then the last point we'll talk about is access to the property. We're talking about access lining up with Collick-Helmy Road. We've met with staff several times to talk about that. We know there's going to be an increase in traffic. The county has a plan to do some improvements at that intersection already. So the idea is for us to enter at that location and participate in the study and the design and the build of that improvement or whatever would be required by DOT at that location. So that would address, traffic concerns and how that improvement would be made.
And that's a part of the PD document that states that. Excellent, okay.
That's all I have. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if there's anyone else speaking forward tonight. Anyone speaking against this request for a PUD on this property? Anyone speaking in opposition? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and let the board discuss and maybe ask any questions.
By the way, this is one of the best ones I've seen. I mean, it's really well designed. Took a lot of notes from everything they've done in the past. I think it's a lot of people. I've already reached out to the school board to make sure that we can handle this. It's been one of my biggest concerns. I've been assured that they can. They have a plan to do so. So that eased my concerns on one thing, and the other concern is traffic. There's always a twofold thing. There's always school and there's always traffic. I don't know if we could ask for a roundabout there or what's going to be done. I don't think lanes are going to do that because it's that type of intersection. But if we could do a roundabout there or somehow incorporate that into this, it would be a win, I think, for Effingham and for everybody, because we've already got problems at that intersection. People trying to get on to 30 every morning, it's a nightmare, during school. So to have something like that there, and not only will we solve the future problem of excess cars, we'll solve a current problem of trying to get in and off of 30.
Tim, was that part of the transportation study recommending some kind of roundabout, or is it just lanes?
I think we are, that is part of the transportation study, but that's also part of the intersection design contract that we just awarded, or?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Yes, it is, but no with the development.
Can you get up to the mic? Oh, okay.
Eric Larson, Assistant County Manager. Yes, the intersection was part of the Transportation Master Plan and did recommend improvements at that intersection. It was put in our contract for the T-Splost intersections was recently awarded. The consultant has been told to put that one on hold pending the negotiation that Ellen just mentioned of doing a development agreement and a cost share with the developer to build that intersection. And they have voluntarily signed into an agreement independent of the county with Pond, the company that did our master plan. And Pond is currently remodeling the intersection, including their development, to see if turn lanes, traffic signal roundabout, whatever the best solution is. That is ongoing as we speak.
That'd be great. That'd be my only other thing is, you know, I'm pro roundabout, obviously, because of the safety aspect, reduces safety, reduces accidents by 80%. That's huge. I mean, if you save 80% of the lives or bad injuries from that a roundabout's worth it. I know they're a pain and a lot of people don't like them. They certainly make our kids safer and make our constituents safer. So if we can incorporate that, I'd be all for it. I think it's a nice development. I've had people reach out to me, you know, you don't hear this a lot, but the younger generation is looking for places to go. And there are not really a lot of places for them to go except into a $250,000 house. And they're not ready for that. They're not ready for yards. They're not ready for all that. They need something smaller. And Effingham just doesn't have a lot to offer, and this would offer some of that. I think it checks a lot of boxes, I think, for a nice
Yeah,
development.
it sounds like they put it together really well.
I was very
now,
apprehensive about it at first, but
To clarify what you just asked, though, if you prove this tonight, I don't think we're saying there's gonna be a roundabout. There's gonna be a traffic study to see if it's
See
light,
what's needed.
roundabout, or lanes, and they're gonna work with that developer to put whatever those three options are, which is the better, correct?
Yeah, so we, I think Pond and Company is doing the modeling.
Right.
For the county, and then we're having them add to that model to come up with the different alternatives, and of course, DOT is gonna have to be involved and say, yeah,
Yep.
this is what we will allow you to do.
that's why I think they're gonna go roundabout, because they've been pushing us
Yeah.
towards that.
So
They're
if
not
they-
gonna
so
put a
if they-
traffic light there and
Yes, we're not
hinder.
exactly sure what that's gonna
It may be a roundabout,
Turning
it
lane
may
ain't
just
gonna
be
cut it
improved
either.
laneage, but you're willing to do whatever DOT and the pond come up with as the recommended best for safety entrance and out.
Yes, so,
Okay.
you
Yeah.
said that agreement, how that's gonna work out, and who's gonna
Yep.
share what, that hadn't been ironed out yet, but yes, that's
That'd be great.
Okay.
I got a quick question. The time frame, like on these amenities, like you put so many houses in, then you put then the athletic field, so many more houses, you get the pool. I mean, we've had this been in the past, but people's like, they bought in this neighborhood being promised these things, and I see it here. At what point will
The timing on the
amenities
amenities.
for the common areas be, is there like as you build so many lots or develop so many lots, certain things will be put in there for the residents as they move in?
Yeah, in
Or
different
is that on the
phases.
tail end, front end?
Yeah, I was looking, I believe it's in the PD document.
Yeah, it's section K schedule. It's all in there.
Okay.
It's planned to be developed in 3 phases.
And that could be approved at the sketch plan level, couldn't it? When they come to sketch plan and they say, we're gonna do these amenities at the very end, we could say, no, on the sketch plan, you're gonna do them as you do it.
Okay. No, it was just a question.
It's a good question.
It is a good question.
It's a great question.
Especially people,
The primary amenity area where the pool will be located will be constructed prior to beginning the second phase. Secondary amenities will be installed during the phase of the project where the amenity is located. So, some of the main amenities will be up front, and then
That's good enough, yeah.
each section is developed, whatever's shown in that area will be developed.
it's been one of the best places we've got here at this price point, I think. And
Okay.
another great thing they did, I had complaints about the multifamily up against the other neighborhood, and they totally moved it to the other side. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know how much more,
All right, we didn't hear any opposition. I'm gonna entertain a motion. We got a lot on this agenda.
yeah, sure.
Motion from AR1 to PUD, which is,
I think it's alternative.
is that
one.
alternative one?
Let me make sure. Yes.
Okay, you have a motion,
Motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. We'll do the second reading. Consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Greenland Developers as agent for Helmy LLP to rezone 170.36 acres located at Noel C. Conway in Colic Helmy Road to allow for the development of a single and multifamily residential subdivision from AR1 to a PD residential, map number 418, parcel number 2E in the second district.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second Mr. Floyd to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And hearing none, it passes unanimously. Go to item number 5, in the public hearing, the planning board recommends approving the application by Tracy Fleming for a variance located at 138 Pine Drive to allow for the use of a camper RV as a temporary dwelling during the construction of a residence from AR1, map number 451C, parcel number 68 in the second district. If we can abbreviate this, I don't think there's any issue because we've got a lot to do.
It's just a simple request, and building permit's been issued.
Okay, anyone speaking opposition to this variance? Speaking for or opposition? Right, I think we can do this quickly. Anyone, if you want to speak, you can, but anyone speaking in opposition? Does anyone feel the necessity to speak for this? Okay, all right, I'm gonna close the public hearing, see if there's any comment or a motion by the board.
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Loper to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And it's approved. That was quick and easy. Just took a while to get to it. Second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Tracy Fleming for a variance located at 138 Pine Drive to allow for the use of a camper/RV as a temporary dwelling during the construction of a residence, zone AR1, map number 451C, parcel number 68, second district. Motion for second reading.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second Mr. Floyd to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And it passes. So you can put your RV out there and go building. Item number 7, public hearing, Darrell L. and Gina G. Peavy request to rezone 1.25, 59.1 acres from AR1 to AR2 to allow for the creation of a home site located at 2544 Corinth Church, map number 336, parcel number 23 in the 3rd district. As brief as you can.
This is 1.25 acres. It needs to be rezoned in order to meet zoning district requirements, so the applicant's requesting to rezone to AR2. Staff recommends approval.
That's brief. Anyone speaking for this rezoning tonight? Anyone speaking in opposition to this rezoning? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve with staff and planning board recommendations.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Loper to approve planning board and staff recommendations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Darrell L. and Gina G. Peavy to request rezone 1.25, 59.1 acres from AR1 to AR2 to allow for the creation of a home site located at 2544 Corinth Church Road, map number 336, parcel number 23 in the 3rd district.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Loper to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no, and it is approved. Item number 9 in public hearings, the planning board recommends approving an application by Herbert L. Johnson Jr. and Carolavita R. Johnson as agent for Rich Deanna Johnson, excuse me for not pronouncing these right, to rezone 4.37 acres located at 309 Lehigh Circle from AR1 to AR2 to allow for the creation of a home site, map number 406A, parcel number 10 in the 3rd district. Ms. Teresa?
This is Lehigh Acres, so it is a major subdivision, or considered a major subdivision. The applicant is requesting to rezone to, the applicant originally came to us requesting us to approve subdivision of a parcel, but because it didn't meet the zoning district requirements where we require them to rezone. And so this is the plat that they're proposing. They want to split their their 4.37 acre lot into 2 sections, and it requires rezoning to AR2. It is a major subdivision, so we did ask them to include the signature block for the chairman and clerk to sign so that it can be recorded as an amendment to the original major subdivision, but staff recommends approval. There is an instance just north of there, you can see where that darker green, that neighbors have done that in the past. So while it is re-subdivision in a subdivision, it's other landowners in the area have done that, and it was approved without any.
It's already a non-conforming lot, right? Parcel, because it's less than 5.
Right.
Okay. Anyone speaking for this tonight? Anyone speaking for this rezoning? Okay. You don't have to make any comments. I'm just acknowledging you're here. Anyone speaking opposition? Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve with staff and planning board recommendations.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Kiefer to approve with staff and planning board recommendations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. We'll do the second reading. I sound like that guy that's giving you all the warnings about the bad drugs, you know, when I read the second reading. Read it so fast. Consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Herbert L. Johnson, Jr. and Carol Vita R. Johnson as agent for Rich D.N. Johnson to rezone 4.37 acres located at 309 Lehigh Circle, AR1 to AR2, to allow for the creation of a home site, map number 406A, parcel number 10 in the 3rd District.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 11, a public hearing. The planning board recommends denying an application by Justin Gunther for a conditional use for a rural business located at 124 Saddlehorn Drive named Gunther Sports, a small-scale home-based dog boarding business, zone AR2, map number 369B, parcel number 46 in the 4th District.
So this one did generate some opposition from neighbors. As you can see, it is in a subdivision, and staff recommended approval based really on the fact that they met the basic requirements of rural business. It is 3 acres, does have road frontage. The proposal, in fact, is to have the dogs in the house and in the yard. There's some photos here. This is the site plan that the applicant provided, but he also provided a link to a YouTube video. So rather than play that, because it would take some time, I did go through it and pull out some stills. They have a large yard. I mean, it's 3 acres. There's a large property. They already have dog crates in the house. There's woodlands, so they propose to take the dogs for walks, and it's just an in-home dog boarding facility. Neighbors did come out in opposition with concern about barking and potential for dogs getting loose, and so the planning board ended up recommending denial on that one.
Okay, anyone speaking for this rezoning?
Name?
Oh, sorry, Justin Gunther. It's very small scale, no more than 5 dogs at a time, and some of our neighbors have more than that in their possession. The way I see it is people are doing, we've got like Rover and everything, people are doing the pet sitting, the boarding and everything like that, and I just wanted to do everything the right way. Hang a sign, just a small sign. It's nothing big, it's really, really simple operation. I've currently, actually, I was just working on, I secured everything, so no dogs will be getting out. It's sectioned off, we have the house and the yard sectioned off, so if a dog gets out of one section, there's 3 more that it has to go through to get out. And like I said, these are gonna be well-behaved dogs, and it's really just a very simple operation.
So we're showing fencing and all, so is it already built?
Yeah, it's our home. It's our home. And we put up a huge fence when we moved in.
I got you. For your own dogs,
Yes.
and you just want to expand it for boarding other dogs.
Yes, sir. Well, we put up the fence for our dogs, and we have more than enough room for a couple more.
I got you. There is a restriction on signage for rural business. I heard you say you want to put a sign up, but you can't put a sign up on a rural business,
You
can
can
you?
put up, yeah, you can put up a small sign.
A small sign is
Okay.
permitted.
But anyway, I got some problems with this too.
Okay. Well-
Mr. Gunther, I'm an animal lover, and I know you have went to a lot of expense to do this, but you got two things against you. First of all, you're in a subdivision, which you can't get a rural business in a subdivision. The second one is, on a rural business, you can only have 1,000 square feet. All that land you got, you can't use that. And the third thing is, you can't see it from any surrounding area around you. So, but you're not in, you're in a subdivision. You can't get a rural business, and you can only have 1,000 square feet. 1,000 square feet's not big.
Total, that's outside and inside?
Inside and outside. That's exactly right.
Have to look at that. I don't
Yeah,
have it.
from, I went to the, developmental services office, for just a, like a home business, because of where it's at and the nature of the rural, so, I'm just trying, like I said, people are doing this anyway, I was just trying to do it the right way.
I know it. I'm sorry, and you went to a lot, and I'm an animal lover too. But there's two things against you. You can't. I can't okay it. I mean, it's very simple.
Is staff recommending this?
We are recommending approval. Yeah, Mr. Gunther did meet with our zoning technician, and they did work their way. I think you came in for a business license,
But if they're
too?
outside of the 1,000 feet that's
Well,
permitted?
I think
I'm
we're
looking-
assuming the 1,000 square foot is for an accessory
Structure.
building, a structure. And so this is unique because it is relying on use of the land, and it's not a structure so much. The house is the structure that's existing, that's,
You can't have but 1,000 feet total. If he had a place in his house,
It's actually 500 feet.
but anyway,
what's
you
that,
put
Mr. Keefe?
500 in the
Of
house,
heated area,
500
of heated
outside.
area.
And that would, but still, that's 1,000 feet. That's all he's got. But it's in a, but he's not. He's in a subdivision. He's not in AR1 land. It was AR1 years ago, but once that subdivision came in, it's not AR1 anymore.
So rural businesses can only be in AR1?
it's AR2. So
AR1 or AR2.
two, yeah,
But
It's
anyway-
AR1 or AR2.
yeah.
But anyway. but you
Well,
don't-
and R1 and R2.
but you
they're
don't-
permitted
but
in
you don't
R1 and
have-
R2.
You don't have either one of them. You're in a subdivision. I'm sorry.
Well,
And
So the
somebody
subdivision is,
that
it's in
information
AR2
there,
though, right?
I don't know. I'm just going by.
Oh, no, sir, I mean, you're doing your job, much respect for y'all for taking care of the county, I couldn't do that, couldn't even imagine that, but, okay, so, here's what I'm wondering, like, people on Rover are doing this,
Do what?
that's a site called Rover for pet sitters, boarding, stuff like that, you have to get background checks and everything, so, I mean, people are doing this, so, like I said, I figured I'd try to do everything the right way. So, like,
Well, I want to verify something right now, because I hear what you're saying, and I can appreciate those, but I want to make sure that you're accurate on this.
yeah, we
This
need
is,
to.
this is AR2 property where the subdivision is located.
Mhm.
So this
Yeah.
is a permitted use under AR2,
Yes.
even though it's in a subdivision.
Is this a proposed home occupation or residential business?
It's neither. We thought it didn't fit in those categories, and it
So
felt
we
more
went
rural
naturally
business?
rural business, yeah.
Okay,
you
so it
might-
is AR1 and R2.
You might
Okay.
could come up with some other thing, but you cannot do it
wrong
under
then.
rural business according to our rules and regulations.
But I'm not hearing that though from our staff.
Well, it's, rural businesses should be limited to no more than 1,000 square feet in a structure and 1,000 square feet of land if outside a structure.
So they have to have no bigger than a fenced-in area of 1,000 feet and no bigger than a 1,000-foot structure. Do they comply with that in this request?
But I would think you can still take them for walks on the rest,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
that's,
but it
that's
could-
just the
but
roaming area.
Heck of a walk, but you couldn't have a fenced-in area bigger than 1,000 feet, doesn't sound like.
Right.
And that's what I think,
I think
Mr. Loper
that
said-
thing says a total of 1,000
No, it's
square
and.
feet. But anyway,
And.
Another thing I'd
think-
like to bring up, Reggie,
Yeah, it's and, it's 1,000, it is, rural businesses shall be limited to no more than 1,000 square feet if in a structure and 1,000 square feet of land if outside the structure. So it's both. But
So you can have 1,000 square foot building, and you can have 1,000 square foot fenced in that's outside the building. For a
Right.
total of 2,000 for a rural business, according to the ordinance,
according to the ordinance, and, it says and, not or.
not or, okay.
even if we met all the criteria, we just disallowed this in my district like a month ago because it was near homes and we had
It's
the
in a
same.
neighborhood.
The neighborhood, same as this.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I think that's the bottom
we
line,
gotta-
it's just in a neighborhood.
we gotta
Yeah,
follow
neighborhoods
suit,
are
I
best.
think, with our
Pardon?
decisions from,
Neighborhood is the major concern.
yeah.
yes, and there's a
Even though
lady
it's
in here says
allowed
they,
in
anyway.
R2, you have to look at what's in that R2, is it just one or two homes, or is it a neighborhood?
Yeah, there's several homes around this, just like there was in the last one, so, if we're gonna follow suit, it's opening up to you
It's in a
guys.
subdivision.
That's what I'm saying, we've already
Two
been
or
down
three
this road.
pop up.
Yeah. And you're gonna hear dogs barking, you're gonna hear,
Well, the other
The
thing,
same
this,
thing.
this is gonna be funny, we have a limit to the number of chickens you can have. Have we gotta limit the number of dogs? Cause he said people's got a bunch of dogs, I
I
mean,
don't think we do.
I don't think we do, as long as it's not operated as a
You can
kennel.
have chickens in a subdivision, I think.
I know, but
4
there's a
or
limit of 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have a limit to the number of dogs you can have in a subdivision?
I don't think we get into that much
Yeah,
detail.
we don't, I've never seen.
We're not out there.
Cats.
I mean, that's.
Okay.
I'm not even going there.
Oh, my.
I know.
I tell you
I
what,
just
let's
thought that was
continue with the
funny.
public hearing. If there's more discussion, then I entertain a motion. Anyone else, do you have any other comments, sir? All right. Anyone not speaking in opposition to this rezoning request? For, a rural business request, I'm sorry. This conditional use.
I do have one question though. You said there's other ways that we can go about it if
I don't know if you could go under a home-based business or some other kind of something to do it, but you can't do it under a rural business. You got 2 things against you.
because of the subdivision.
Well, I don't know that,
And
I
you're
think
not-
that the board's concerned to approve one because we've disallowed a different, same thing in rural business. I don't know that's disallowed by from what our staff is telling us, but it doesn't mean we have to approve a conditional use because it is conditional in a subdivision. If it was AR2 and it wasn't a subdivision, you had 6 acres, there's only a home over here, and
That'd be different.
that'd be a different story. But I think the neighborhood is a concern.
Right.
Okay.
I understand that, and when I spoke with Katie Dunnigan, I believe, months ago, she had told me that y'all had just had somebody come in and neighbors were complaining about the smell and everything like that. And me and my wife, we're very strict, it's not strict, but we're very clean people, and we like things done a certain way, so, I mean, like I said, we would always keep the number under, so it would always be controlled.
Yeah, I don't think that's in question. I think the thing is, we're just trying to be fair.
And be
If we're
cons-
over here, we're doing one thing and then we have somebody else wants to do
No, I would think
practically
you'd,
the exact same thing. I want to be fair to those,
And be consistent
and be
too.
consistent.
you put a lot of work in it, and I think you do a fine job. I don't have no problem with that.
But if they approve it for a subdivision, that's gonna open a whole door.
Yeah.
Was
you
that
have
versus
a can of
what's-
worms for
Rural
other-
business has a mind of, you're out in the rural area, you've got a house, you're not impacting anybody in any form or fashion. Can we allow you not have to go rent some commercial property to do this business so that you could have a little extra income and support? I think that's the intent of the rural business, not to be in the subdivision. But the board will make a decision in just a minute. Let me see if there's anyone who might speak in opposition to this request for conditional use.
The other woman wrote a letter about it, her and her husband, but I,
Okay. But seeing no one here tonight in public hearing, I'm gonna close the public hearing. And is there any further discussion, or do I have a motion from the board?
I guess this is more of a policy thing for us. I mean, it does comply with the ordinance
think,
other
yeah.
than, a policy.
I agree.
I mean, there's nothing that explicitly excludes it.
And I think staff has done right in the fact they're just trying to
Yeah,
say, does it
it's-
comply with our
this is-
zoning? But we have to look at, from a policy standpoint, do we want to start having real businesses of this nature in a subdivision? And I think to Mr. Reggie's point, that's a point well taken. We may not
There's a
wanna-
letter of
may not want
opposition
to
in
open
there.
that door to have a,
Y'all wanna change it, if y'all wanna change it, he
No,
come
we're
back
not-
later, that's fine, but he's.
no, I'm not saying change it, I'm saying I agree with you.
He's in the subdivision, and he's not in the AR1, AR2. It was AR1
But-
years ago, but when they made a subdivision, the AR1 and the AR2 left. I'm just going by what's in our code book.
It is AR2.
They are too.
So it's a permissible use, but I like what you're saying. But policy-wise, we may not want to approve this because it is a subdivision.
That's right.
All AR2 are not subdivisions.
You have to be careful using subdivision. I think every piece of property is part of a subdivision at some point.
Neighborhood would be a better.
Neighborhood, maybe.
Okay, yeah,
Whatever
okay.
the word is, yeah. A lot more housing around it. Anyway, good discussion. Do we have a motion?
Make a motion to deny with, planning board recommendation.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Loper, second Mr. Loach to deny. According to the planning board's recommendation, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to denial, say no. And it is denied. We don't need a second reading, so we'll go to item number 13. Planning board recommends approving the application by Verizon Wireless as agent for Kimberly J. Charles K. and Mary J. Barnes for a conditional use located at 117 Barnes Drive off Old Augusta Road for a telecommunication tower on 9 acres from AR1, Zone AR1, map number 462, parcel number 75 in the 5th district.
Okay, so this is a request for a conditional use to allow a monopole tower in AR1 land, and I'm going to go through a few slides. The applicant, I believe, is not here and was maybe going to participate via Zoom. Yes, there he is. And there he is. So I'll go through it briefly. The nearest towers are all over 2 miles away. They've provided that map, and I did verify it with our GIS mapping. Local governments and agencies will be offered free space on the tower at locations that are not commercially viable. For example, 120 foot or lower. That was a point of discussion at the planning board, so that's been verified by the applicant. They've provided quite a lot of application. The application materials are quite extensive. So just to summarize, it is distant at least by 2 miles from any other cell tower in the area. It's on Barnes Road. It's a private road off Old Augusta Road. It's surrounded, not surrounded, but it actually surrounded on 2 sides by industrial use. That red is industrial across Old Augusta and to the south. There was some discussion. The applicant is asking that we work with them on the screening requirements. It is currently a wooded area, and the intention is to just clear a very small area for the tower. So they're asking that we work with them on that, and they ask that we provide a photo of the wooded nature of the lot. So we'll continue to work with them if approved, when the building permit plans come in, to ensure that it is screened from the street, from the road. And that's just a better view of where it's located. This will be set off Old Augusta Road on this private property. And that's all I've got for that. But it does meet the ordinance requirements. We have worked extensively with this applicant. It does meet all ordinance requirements and all setback requirements, so we're recommending approval, and the planning board also recommended approval.
Okay. Anyone tonight speaking in favor of this conditional use?
Mr. Timmons is on Zoom.
Hmm?
Mr. Timmons is on Zoom to speak on this.
Yeah.
The applicant is on Zoom.
Okay. Is the applicant there? He can speak to it if he'd like. Do you see the applicant there,
I
Matt,
do
in front of
see
you?
him.
Okay. Ask him if he'd like to say anything. He's not required to, but if he'd like to say anything. Can you hear me?
I can see him speaking, but I can't hear him.
He's on mute.
He's muted.
No, I unmuted him. Volume's up all the way. Recording him. Hang on. Let me do this. This worked last night.
It worked last night.
Teresa, did you say it was Harold Timmons? Okay, he's emailing. It appears he's having some trouble. He's saying he's not able to get in.
He's in. I can see him and he's talking, but it's not coming across.
He must
Not
have his
muted.
Zoom muted and doesn't even, because you have to say join by audio usually.
Anybody know sign language?
Let's move forward while you look and see if anybody's in opposition. Anyone speaking in opposition to this conditional use tonight? All right, I assume he would not be against the board making a motion to approve, so if it looks like it's gonna go to denial, then we'll try to bring him in. Is that okay, Lee? Okay, all right. Any discussion from the board, or do I have a motion to approve?
No discussion. Make a motion to approve with alternative one.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Kiefer, second Mr. Loper to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And it passes, and we've closed the public hearing then. Okay. Second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application. You might text him, not text him, but email him somebody and let him know since he can't seem to get in. Consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Verizon Wireless as agent for Kimberly J. Charles K. and Mary J. Barnes for a conditional use located at 117 Barnes Drive off Old Guster Road for a telecommunication tower on 9 acres, zone AR1, map number 462, parcel number 75 in the 5th District. Motion?
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Kiefer, second, Mr. Loper, to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 15, the planning board recommends denying an application by Warren Ratchford as agent for Donnie R. Bazemore to rezone 1.61 acres located at 5947 Highway 21 South from R1 to B3 to allow for an automotive sales lot. This is map number 465J, parcel number 1C in the 5th District. Mr. Teresa, we'll open a public hearing. That you begin.
So this came before you a couple of years ago with the same application, the same request, and at the time it was denied due to an understanding of the type of commercial development that was supposed to be permitted in the area as professional office rather than as a sales office. So the applicant has come back and essentially with the same application to have an automotive sales lot in the property at the corner of Highway 21 and Lewis Drive. It currently has a driveway onto Lewis Drive. There is what appears to be a driveway off 21, but it's not like an official driveway. And it's not proposed to be the entrance. The entrance is proposed to be the Lewis Drive access. And that really became the main point of contention with the neighborhood who came out in opposition at the planning board. This is a site plan that was submitted, and there's also another one here. We did meet with Mr. Ratchford and talked about the denial from a few years ago, and with the main point being that Lewis Drive access was just a real problem for the neighborhood. So there was discussion of perhaps improving the paving, having a better surface there, but no promises were made, no guarantees were made. It was just a discussion of maybe road improvements would help this application. So when we came to the planning board, so staff are recommending denial based on really the previous record and the fact that nothing has changed, and it would be an intrusion on a residential subdivision with the potential for cut through off Chimney from Azalea and down. So it really could become a two-way disruption of the neighborhood, not just off 21, but from Chimney onto Azalea. The neighbors did oppose it based on that intrusion, additional traffic, and just in sort of the growing commercial encroachment. Obviously Highway 21 is a commercial corridor, but oddly enough, the future land use map, which sometimes has not reflected reality, this one envisioned that subdivision as a residential area, did not envision it at all as commercial. So that yellow, where the black star is the yellow, that's the subdivision. And right next to it is, you know, is commercially zoned land, in that red color. But at all times, this has been seen as an area that would remain residential. This is the zoning overlay, so as you see next to it, there's a lot of blue, that's commercial, B3 and B2. And there will, you know, there's intensive development going there, multifamily, there's some businesses and Goshen Commercial Park there. But all in all, this subdivision has maintained its residential integrity, and staff are recommending denial, and the planning board also recommends denial.
On Chimney Road on 21, there is a B1 there, right? On the corner? 2 lots down?
I think that was supposed to be a doctor's office.
That's what I was thinking too, a dental or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was restricted, I believe, to professional.
Right, that was the discussion, that it would be more of an
Rezoning
office
and
commercial
Right.
rather than sales
Yeah.
lots.
And this lot that's requested tonight, it was already denied for an office commercial?
For an automotive sales lot, yes, it was denied in.
Oh, for automotive sales, it's never been denied for an office professional?
Oh, it's, no, not as far as. I know.
Okay, that was the note I made. What about a professional office there? Because I thought we had one right down the street, so, okay, I got you.
And there's no access off of 21?
There's not proposed to be access. When you drive down 21, there is kind of a, I don't know if it's a culvert or not, but there is kind of a driveway off 21. It's not, doesn't appear to be used, but there's always the possibility that the applicant could work with DOT to get an access there. I mean, that was not part of the proposal, so that was never part of our understanding of
I'd
it.
be surprised if DOT would do anything to slow down traffic on 21.
Right. No, I agree.
Anything at all. That they're not going to give an access, I'm pretty sure, on 21. Anyway, all right, thank you. Anyone tonight speaking in favor of this rezoning request?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank all of y'all for your service here tonight. I don't have a good one tonight, but I'm gonna be trying what I can on this. If y'all heard this and turned it down.
You need to just state your name for, we know you, but you need to state your name for the record.
I'm Rochford, and I'm here to talk for Mr. Bazemore to see what we can do to help him keep his family business going. That's what this is all about. Mr. Bazemore owns a business in Lincoln. Most of you pass it probably every day like I do. Well kept, very nice, but he rents from another gentleman. That gentleman has that property up for sale. You can ride by and see the big sign. Mr. Bazemore bought this property, that's the subject of this discussion tonight, from his parents quite a few years ago when they were unable to sell it for residential purposes. Sits right on 21. It's composed of 4 lots. You had a copy of the plat up here a little while ago, but it's composed of 4 lots. One that sits right on Lewis Drive, and then 3 others that border on a Bay Drive. Now, Bay Drive is actually the property of the county. It was deeded to the county some time ago. And naturally, as Teresa was saying, you know, Bay Drive was open, that would work. That property was deeded to Effingham County in August of 1971, together with all the other roads in the subdivision, and they were accepted. Now, further back in the title, it says that the county doesn't use it for roads. It's supposed to revert back to the adjoining landowner, which in this case would be Mr. Bazemore. That's what we're talking about. That's what Teresa's talking about with the other cut on 21. We would love to be able to have that entrance through 21, but that's not possible because it's the county property right now. Until the county approves that road or allows some kind of access with DOT there, there's really not much we can do to avoid the issues with the road going by the property known as Lewis Drive. Now, that is open. There's a turn lane of over 130 feet, I think is what it measured out, and up to 6 cars to pull through there. Right now, everybody in this neighborhood is all upset. They're upset because there's traffic with nothing going on. Traffic has determined to take that turn lane, turn right there, travel through Lewis Drive, upset about that traffic. I fully understand that. Mr. Bazemore, though, doesn't, because he's bought this property from his parents. He's done every bit that he could with the property up to this point. He leased it out, but the house itself is past the point that it's reasonable for residential use. It just doesn't have a whole lot of value. It's too close. First of all, it's too close to Lewis Drive. Second of all, it's too close to 21. Now, in the past, and Teresa, I don't need to argue with you, and I do appreciate all the time that you spent speaking with me and Eric spent talking to me. But our problem here is, historically, that corridor on 21 has always been pretty much deemed for some kind of commercial use. If you go back to the plat that y'all just saw with all the blue, you'll see exactly how bad it is or how it was done. There is a map, unfortunately not nearly as clear as the one that y'all were shown, but it's called the Future Land Use Map, and it's the one that's published. And this one was done in 2019. And you had another hearing before you in May of 2020, where you turned down this application. Since that time, Mr. Batemore's tried to work out something where he could locate his used car stop lot in a B2. But it's totally prohibited, can't be done. I don't even know if the commissioners have the authority. If you do, we can change this to B2 right now and ask that you allow him a variance to put his used car. But according to y'all's ordinance, it can't be done. So traveling on that assumption, we're here tonight, to try it one more time before this board to see if we can get this thing to be agreed. Mr. Bazemore has no problem whatsoever if you would rezone it to allow him to use it for the used car lot. And if he ever quit using it for his car lot, it reverts right back to R1 and somebody else can handle this. But I can't find that in your ordinance where that's allowed. But he's willing to offer it. He's willing to come in and say, listen, I need a place to move my business. It's operating right now. I'm running out of time. I don't have any other property to go to that's suitable for this kind of use. This is the only one I have. It is the best use for this property. No doubts about that. The house is beyond any kind of reasonable use. Putting 4 houses on those 4 lots makes no sense. They all are septic tanks, even though water is there. There was a lot of issues brought up about how much business he does. Well, he averages somewhere between 4 and 5 customers a day. You would assume that each one of those is in a car. So he has that. That's granted. That is nothing compared to that 5 o'clock traffic coming in from Savannah, and it's nothing compared to those people cutting across 21 to go down Lewis Drive to avoid all the other issues. But they won't be cutting down Lewis Drive to come to his property. He's willing to move his interests to within 35 feet of the turning. People will be going slow. They'll be off Lewis Drive almost immediately. There won't be any long trip on Lewis Drive interrupting ladies pushing their babies around in carriages or anything else. No issue with the 30-foot buffer. It's huge for this size lot. When you scale it out, it really takes a big piece. But he's willing to do that because he doesn't have anything else that he can do. He's willing to go and he's willing to put the buffer that's there right now, leave it just like it is, 30 feet wide. 15 feet along the Bay Drive, but 30 feet along Lewis. So you got a 30-foot, and nothing will change in that. He'll add more plants to it. He'll put up an 8-foot fence, not on the boundary of the property, right on Mr. Reddick's property, but he will put the 10-foot fence on the buffer boundary, so that Mr. Reddick will see basically the same thing that he sees right now. The trees on this property are already in that buffer. They won't change. time, they're not gonna be removing a whole bunch of trees to be able to do this. What Mr. Badmore is saying, and what I said when I was meeting with Eric and Teresa, is we just need some help. I don't know what your plans are as far as B2 zoning for these type areas. I do know what happened down the road a little bit when various applications were ignored and eventually houses were torn down and set there empty for a number of years and were basically an eyesore for a great number of years. This won't be an eyesore. You can ride by and look at his business right now. It's a pretty good business. It's neat. It's set up. He's gonna put gravel on the ground. He's not planning on paving a parking lot out there. It causes a whole bunch of problems to everybody. That's the permeable paving. The other thing that he's willing to do is put down like it. You know, people don't wanna be where their yards are lit up by somebody else's lights. But with a 30-foot buffer, a limit of 10 feet on your lights, or pole height, with a down, with them all face down, that's not going to happen. There won't be a whole lot of pollution. So we have been looking for anything that we can come up with that would make it a little bit more palatable for everyone. You don't wanna have war with his neighbors. He didn't want his neighbors to be mad at him. He's trying to be a good one, and we're trying to come before y'all to see what could be done. But I don't think that the board can get away from, the minutes from your May 4th meeting. The properties around it basically are zoned, commercial, except on one side, residential. Along Highway 21, traditionally, we've gone to a commercial road. So Seth, if you look at the map that was published just in 2019, and I don't know where Mr. Buchanan got the one that she showed y'all a minute ago, but the one that's on y'all's website shows this as commercial. So, what we're after here, we've got several people here to speak, is that we're not the cause. This property is not the cause of the traffic going down Lewis Drive. That already exists.
All right.
There are various options that we have, and we have letters from two different owners. The auto store and one other, it's called Competitive Auto Sales. And their businesses, which are very similar to Mr. Vade's, 5, 6 customers a day. That's what they have. In light of all that, we would ask y'all to reconsider, consider the circumstances, see if you have any options other than what we've seen up to this point, and go forward. I know we're gonna tie the ring, and I'll shut up, but what we need is some help here from the Vade.
All right, let's see what we can do. I just need a point of clarification from our attorney. One of the things he suggested tonight, not that I'm recommending or the board's going to approve, but they're requesting a B3. Could there be tonight, without starting this back over, a request for a particular conditional use in some fashion that would revert back to the residential when that particular business was gone?
The board has the ability to put a condition. They can have a use restriction and then place conditions on that use. I would avoid any sort of reversion back to the current classification.
Okay. So if they still need to go forward with a request for B3, they can put a condition that it B3, but it could only be used for this particular business?
That would be within your purview to have a condition, limit it to a certain condition. I mean, it's to a certain use.
Okay.
And then you could place conditions on that use.
Okay. All right, so that's something the board could consider when that comes up. Okay. All right. Anyone else speaking in favor of this rezoning tonight? Or, yeah, rezoning.
My name's Don Hudson, and I just want to speak on Mr. Bazemore. I understand that the board's biggest concern is how much traffic is going in. Well, I've been working with Mr. Bazemore, and I have my own lot. A lot of this size, just like he said, will have 10, 5. It's not a high traffic thing. It's very small. And inside it could really
Sure.
prevent 5 to 6 cars or 5, 6 people coming in there.
I don't doubt what you're saying is correct on that, yeah. Okay. Anyone else speaking in favor of this tonight?
Hi, my name's Sandra Waters. I work for DNS Auto Brokers. My dad's just trying to find a place for us to keep building our dealership and for my brother and I to keep striving to sell some cars.
Okay.
I'd appreciate any consideration that y'all would give for us.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else speaking for this tonight?
Can I say one more thing?
If you will, go ahead, kind of keep it brief. We've got a lot still to do.
I don't mean to stand up here and waste your time. My thought is, this property is gonna be zoned commercial. Might not be this year, next year, you well know than I do. Everything around is commercial. This property's gonna be zoned commercial. Why wait?
I don't know, that's something the board's gonna discuss in just a minute. We're just hearing, you know, what the purpose of of zoning and why, and we've heard the arguments for why it should be commercial, so that's all taken into consideration, and they'll discuss the very thing you're talking about, okay?
Yes, I'm Donnie Basemore. I just want to emphasize that, what Mr. Bradford was talking about. There's a lot of car dealers who will come here tonight and say the same thing. I picked 2 Effingham County dealers that are both family based, just like we are. My daughter works there, my wife works there, she's there tonight. Mr. Hudson's a lifelong friend, and we're not a big outfit. You know, both of those other dealerships, one of the guys that owns the car lot right up the street, he owns one in Faultville, and he owns one in Statesboro. They sell a lot more cars than we do. I'm more of a broker than anything. I sell to dealers, we do have cars, probably 50% or better of the business in a used car dealership is through the internet these days. Most people come there and they're there to buy a car they see on the internet. As far as traffic, in general, my conversation with most dealers, and I'm on the board of Georgia Independent Dealers, the traffic of anywhere from 5 to 15 people a day. I heard it's around 8 or 9 or 10. We also, have no intention of ever selling this piece of property. My son is on vacation, he couldn't be here tonight, his 15-year-old daughter's already helping us, and that's what I'm here for.
Okay.
I just wish that these folks could see the, plan that we have for this place. You know, I went there and I looked in each one of them's yard, I seen nothing in their direction, they're gonna see anything different. If you stand in the front yard, you used to see where Springfield Ford was, you used to see Effingham Auto, Brokers, I think it was, or Effingham Auto Sales. And everywhere you look, with the exception of 2 houses there, it's all commercial.
Sure.
One of the things that was addressed about traffic, I don't see where it's gonna change the traffic one bit. There's a road right there on 21, that road is used. I go on the property now, and that's where I go, and then the people that I rent it to, they also use it. At the last meeting, one of the gentlemen said that I used profanity, asking to get off the property. I tried to rent that piece of property. The people destroyed the house. The day that he come over to the property, I was there getting food, spoiled food and trash out of the house. And he come over to me, and I said to him, "Are you still opposed to that?" And he said, "Yes." I said, "Would you get off the property?" He stated at this thing that I said, "Get that F off the property." I did not.
Listen, I appreciate what you're, but that's not pertinent to the discussion tonight, so, yeah, yeah. But that's not even pertinent, but I appreciate that, that's just not what we need to be looking at. Okay,
It's gonna be a small car lot, that's what it's gonna be.
gotcha. I think we got the information from your attorney and what you've shared and what your family has shared, so I appreciate it. Let's see if there's any opposition tonight to this. Anyone tonight speaking in opposition?
gentlemen, my name is Arnold Ray, and my residence is next door to this proposed used car lot. And I don't like the idea of having to come home and pass a used car lot to get to my residence. And a used car lot, you can't pretty them up enough to detract from the nicety of my neighborhood. It's nice, clean, well-kept, and we do not need a used car lot on the corner to the entrance of our neighborhood. I'm not trying to impede progress, I'm just trying to redirect it into another location that's more suitable for a business of this type. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else speaking in opposition to this request tonight?
I am. Real quick before I give my name, my neighbor, Malcolm Smith, has been trying to get online to speak. He is the man that Mr. Baysmore just spoke about. He's wanted me to let you know he can't.
Go ahead and give your name, because we need that at the very beginning.
My name's Rebecca Scouten.
Okay.
If you can just look into that, and I said I would let you guys know. So my name's Rebecca Scouten. I live at 145 Lewis Drive with Jason Lawson. So I would be the third house on your left once you took a right on Lewis Drive from Highway 21. So I would say I'm one of the four homes that are probably going to be the most direct, close proximity to this. So I definitely want to just say that I feel for Mr. Baysmore. I feel for his family. I have nothing against used car lots. My father built automobile dealerships all over the world. I got no problem with car lots. Now, do I want it at the end of my residential street? No, not so much. And a lot of the reasons have already been kind of talked about here. Obviously, we have an issue with the fact that if you do Google this address and you are anywhere in Rincon, then it is going to take you down Chimney Road and have a cut through. You would have to come down our residential street. It's not gonna take you to Goshen Road. So that is sort of something that I feel like if you approve this, you would approve this knowing that you are routing sort of commercial traffic down a residential street. And I do believe that you can, talk all day about how many people you have on average through your business, but you really cannot control a business like this, how many people come in per day, what promotions are run, or et cetera. And what we're asking here is just that the board stay consistent with the decisions that it's made previously. And I'm not against progress. In fact, I'm very pro-progress. I grew up in a big city. I'm all about it. But I want to have my 2 cents in on what kind of progress that is, coming into this certain area. And I don't really feel like the area is built for it. I sent in a few pictures. It does show the deceleration lane that they are talking about in this Bay Drive. And unfortunately, I can't see which ones are up. But there is a picture that sort of shows from Lewis Drive towards McCall, and I'm actually standing in that area. And you will see a tiny little culvert probably about this big around, no pavement whatsoever. This is the Bay Drive that they are talking about. It is not a drive. It is sort of like you can just drive over a little still water unit right there. So it isn't used presently. If it was, maybe it would be a different situation, but it seems a little bizarre that we would possibly approve something based on a road that doesn't exist. And many years ago, our neighborhood went to the county and we requested this deceleration lane be extended for safety. And we were told that that was impossible because it backed up against wetlands. And to extend that towards the wetlands, that there would have to be an Army Corps of Engineers report and all this jazz. And that's why we were told that the county couldn't do it. So I was a little shocked to see.
That's on 21 you're talking about?
The deceleration lane, if you were heading from
On 21.
21 towards Rincon.
But we don't control that at all. That's state.
Okay, well,
So
we
it
were told that
it wouldn't have come from us.
Okay.
That'd come from the state.
Well, this was probably 20 years ago.
It's
So
been-
maybe it was controlled by then. I'm just repeating what's been told to me.
No, it's a state highway for the since I've been here 40 years, it's a state highway. So, so we would have no,
Is it against a wetland?
yeah.
How would that reroute traffic? I'm trying to understand, why would that, if I'm in Savannah and I'm going to go to the car lot, why would they?
Not if
do that?
you're in Savannah, so
Okay.
if you were in Rincon, so.
So why, if you're at Chick-fil-A, why would it take you?
Okay, so it's hard to tell from the picture, but if you are heading towards our neighborhood from Chick-fil-A, which way you should technically go, right, is you should technically go all the way down to Goshen at the light. You should take a left, come to the
direction of
light,
Chin
take a
Road.
left,
Or you
and
think it
come
would go
down.
up and
There's no
quickest
left,
route?
there is no left turn.
Oh, so if you're on that end of the county.
If you're
then
coming that way, there's
but
no
if you're on the
left
other
turn.
end of the county, it
So
would.
it's I mean,
Yeah.
it
Depends on where you're
services Rincon, right, I'm sure. So I'm sure a lot of the people traveling would be coming through Rincon. And, that is obviously our kind of number one contention point,
I can
is
see
that
that.
it would knowingly route commercial traffic through a
Yeah,
residential
I can see
area.
that.
And
What
I
if-
know that a lot of talk about, this master plan, that maybe 21 was always meant to be some sort of commercial area, and I understand that, I get that that is maybe the way the trend is going, but we were told this last time that we came in May 2020, actually, we kind of brought up that the time prior that you guys had told us that it would be medical professional, and the reason given for that was because the hours could be controlled, that it would be, Monday through Friday.
There was some
8 to
past
5
data
p.m.
that pointed to that.
Right, and they even stated we would never bring in a business that had Saturday hours or weekend hours or after 5 hours, especially during the hours that we have. So even if they only have 5 or 6 people here during a day, I understand that, but you as a business owner cannot control how many people come in, and this business will have hours that is later than 5 p.m. and on the weekend. So then we're driving commercial traffic down residential areas when we know residential people are going to be there. So that's the main contention, regardless of the deceleration lane. It does concern me that there isn't really any engineering plans that they've submitted. They don't have anything from an engineer. We've been given kind of like a word on their word that there won't be high light poles like there is at their present property or where they rent down the way on the cars that are parked there. And that is really a concern because a lot of these things will pop up after this is approved, things have been moved down, and et cetera. And I am just gonna say that, the house is in actually really good shape. It's got all brand new windows, it's got a nicer roof than my house has, and we just remodeled it. It currently has tenants that have been renting there for well over a year, almost 2, and they actually currently wanna stay there. They don't wanna tell their landlord that though, because he wants them out so he can get this car lot. And he could sell it, because the last time he came here, he said he wasn't even able to sell it for $100,000. And the very next day, my neighbor Malcolm and I said, I'll buy it too. Then we offered to buy that house for $100,000, and he did not sell it the day after he came here and told this council that he could not sell it. So, I mean, I hate to say bold-faced lie, but bold-faced lie.
Well,
And-
let's don't get calling back and forth. But we appreciate what you're saying, and we remember the comments about that. That's one of the things I wrote down when I was reviewing the agenda. Would there be objection to professional offices there?
honestly,
And
I
that's what we had
wouldn't
talked about in the
be
past.
here right now if
Yeah.
I said, if it was a podiatrist's office, if it
Okay.
was a pediatric speech therapy office, I would not be here, and that is
But your
because
concerns are the
last
lights,
time-
the traffic, lights in the traffic basically, and the weekend, in the weekend business.
Having a lot of
All right.
parked cars there,
We
there's
gotta-
a reason why you have light poles, it's because it brings crime to a certain area.
I understand. Is there anything else you want to add to those things? Just want to make sure I hear from everybody.
I think that's probably about it. I just wanna
Okay.
say that if you could get Malcolm on the phone, I know he wanted to speak as well.
I'm working with.
Okay.
Quick
Okay,
question
that's
to
it.
you,
Yeah.
in your opinion, if, say we required entrance from 21 to get to that, would that change anything for you guys? or would it-
I actually think that would make more problems, because if you had 2 entrances, if you had an entrance off of a deceleration lane, if you aren't familiar with that, in which it takes a long time for an area to get familiar with a new traffic pattern, if you pull into that deceleration lane, you're gonna assume somebody's going the whole way down to Lewis Drive to take a right. So I feel like you're gonna have a lot of rear ends there, and that would be my last point, is that I know that this house faces 21, but its address, its mail, and its garbage pickup is 40 feet into Lewis Drive.
Okay. And DOT would control that. They would determine if it's a
They control
traffic
that,
safety. If
so.
it's issues, they wouldn't even approve a 21
Yeah.
decel lane. But so I think the commissioner's question is, if the DOT approved a decel lane and there was only access from 21, would you still have opposition? Knowing that you're driving, see, if you drove 10 cars,
If you, yeah, if you've restricted the access on Lewis Drive, and you can only get there from
there's no
21,
entrance to the
does that
property.
change anything?
I would say that probably would not change, because that only changes the problem with one direction flow of traffic. So that would make it easier for the people coming from Savannah, but that doesn't change the fact that there is a left turn onto Chimney and then
You wouldn't be able to do it that way.
You couldn't do it that way.
It'd be
with it.
impossible
We're
to
talking
do
about
it
if
that
it,
way.
if
You
it,
restricted that entrance, then you could only come in from that way. So there'd be no traffic there whatsoever.
So how, okay, maybe I'm not tracking on how you would.
So you would close
restrict-
the one, the entrance that's there now, and you would open up 1 to 21. So you could not get there from Lewis Drive. You could only get there by coming on 21. So therefore, it would not route traffic that way.
I think I would probably have to see a sketch, cause I'm trying to like route.
if the GPS address was on 21, not on Lewis Drive, it's not going to direct you to Lewis Drive.
Oh, no, it does, it does.
No, how could it?
That, it couldn't.
If there's
right.
no entrance,
Okay,
if there's,
so
you
Google
can't
is
go.
like water, it goes the path.
Hold on a
of
second,
resistance,
hold on a
it
second.
would be the shortest.
It doesn't matter, but because you can't, it's a one-way street, 21.
Okay.
You can't come up Lewis Drive and make a left on 21 and get there. It would take away the
If the
pattern.
address in the Google address was put on 21, and right now it's on Lewis Drive.
Yeah.
And that's why Google's taking you to Lewis Drive. And I agree with you. Coming south, it's going to take you to Chimney Road and get there. It's not going to take you to Goshen Road.
Okay, so when you said the parcel of land, you gave a 21 address when you stated this parcel of land.
It's on 21.
Right, but is it not a 21 address?
It is a Highway 21
I
address.
Googled that address, that 21 address, and that's the way it takes you.
That's what I'm saying, but if you
Yeah.
change the drive, then it would change the pattern. You couldn't, you
I
wouldn't be
w-
able
I
well,
to.
mean, if
it's
you're
just
willing
I'm just
to
saying, if
change
you're
the whole
taking away that
traffic
traffic,
pattern, and we're willing to rework the whole traffic pattern of a city to make this work, then I mean, I guess I see where you're coming from, solution
it's
oriented.
just a question.
It's just a question. I'm not saying we're going to approve it, just saying that, would that really make some of the issues?
There's a lot of other issues, like I said, light pollution is a huge thing, the hours that people are gonna be there, and, you know, the last point I'm gonna leave you with is I think a lot of times that people think this is a dying neighborhood, and I challenge people to drive through it. It's not always
No,
about
it's not
progress,
dying.
sometimes it's about
Yeah.
what we're preserving.
I agree with that.
Anybody
Yeah.
who comes down my street that has never been to my house before says, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is here, this gym, this old neighborhood with all these big lots and these huge streets.
Yeah.
It's amazing, it's something that I feel like we should preserve, especially since all of the neighborhoods that are coming in are nothing like that, and that's what your little people say.
It's
is
it's a
that
nice neighborhood. I've been through it many, many times. I know Mr.
something that you
Malcolm
don't
well.
find every
Yeah.
day, something I think
Yeah.
is worth preserving.
Okay.
And I understand that Mr. Bazemore wants, you know, Highway 21 property, he's presently renting it somewhere, and maybe there's other places that are already zoned this.
I don't know.
That would be better, but I feel like trying to buy a residential property and break up an entire neighborhood so that I mean, you took a risk buying that property
Yeah.
knowing that it was not presently zoned.
Right. We understand what you're saying now, but if you don't mind, I'm going to see if there's any other opposition, because we need to hear from some other folks. Okay?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else speaking in opposition to this tonight? And as you come, if you are just agreeing with the folks, say, I agree. But let's try not to reiterate the things that have already been shared. While she's coming to the microphone, all those in opposition, would you just raise your hand so I can see how many people are here tonight in opposition for this particular public hearing? Those in opposition that are here tonight, I see 2, and the one at the podium, that's 3 that are here tonight in opposition. 4, okay. And Mr. Malcolm on the phone. So we have 5 that we know are in opposition. All right, state your name, please.
Judy Reddick. I just want to correct about the extra lot in the Bay Drive. It is wetland. Ours was wetland in back to back lot. And we paid less taxes for that because it was wetland. And then they changed it and said it wasn't wetland anymore and we have to pay little taxes. Well, there's nothing we can do about this. But this road was never there. And it's still wet. When it rains, if you look from 21, where they cut the trees up front, it is one big wet puddle. When the power company comes or anybody else, they put the wooden mats down there that they can get on there because
Okay.
it's so soaked you can't even walk. And the land, the lot that from him, it's in the trees, goes down, and it's always wet.
Okay.
And if he gets this lot, we are covered by cars. Our lot is the next lot to his. We have 4 lots, and they all go around, and I have to look at those cars every day. And we bought first 2 lots. My husband was in service and retired in 76. And then we bought the house. And I don't think it's fair, and now he's ill, that we would have to sell it or go somewhere else just because he wants his cars over there.
Okay.
He wouldn't like it if we go to his house and put cars in front of it. You think it's funny. It isn't. For us, it's,
I didn't think it's funny.
well, you make us feel that we don't matter. You've been up here really 3 times and have talked really against it, and all our people were here. You have 20 houses, and they're just about, we're all
Yeah.
here.
Well, let me correct you. I don't think it's funny at all. I think it's a very important matter for your, for your,
That our life is all out of whack
right.
now.
But we haven't discussed it as, Ms. Reddick, we haven't discussed it as a board at all yet. We're just gathering information, and we'll have a discussion in just a minute. This is,
Matter to us how nice they are, and I'm sure they are nice, and all these employees.
Okay.
And we are nice too. We don't bother anybody either, and I don't think we shouldn't even have to be up here. You have to fight for it.
right. Well, I appreciate your comments. It helps us. Thank you. All right. Anyone speaking in opposition with something different tonight? Okay. Seeing no one else, I'm going to close the public hearing and we'll have a discussion among the board. All right. Is there any discussion among the board regarding the request?
I don't. I mean, I'm trying to find something that is different from the last time.
I mean, I'm sure, I mean, the fact he can rent it, I mean, it is, at some point, probably be commercial. I understand his predicament. To kind of direct something that the lady that just spoke is because he owns the property, he wants to do what he wants to do. I mean, that doesn't mean he can do it, but I mean, that's the reason we're up here discussing it. It's his. He has a right to ask. But it's platted as part of a subdivision. And we've been through this numerous times with this one. We had the same type thing over in Thompson subdivision where we denied it because the guy wanted to put a plumbing company in, but it was the only drive to get into the subdivision. He didn't have access off of 80, so I understand that, you know.
Not letting a guy babysit a couple of dogs because he's in a neighborhood.
Yeah, I get it.
That's why I was thinking of the, you know, how do you make this palatable for everybody? You know,
Yeah.
that's entrance off 21. My biggest question is, how is this so different than a medical building? If you got a doctor's office there and he's taking patients on Saturday.
A lot of patients.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be it could open it up and have a 24-hour medic under what we've agreed to put there, and then everybody'd really hate it. So.
Yeah, and it's been several years back. I don't know
I forget where we found
the
that
home
was.
on the corner. And I know even then some of the residents weren't happy. But we tried to find a happy medium and create some commercial there that was conducive, and we restricted that more to professional.
Professional medical.
Professional, you know, kind of more keeping with the neighborhood. And again, I mean, the neighborhood didn't want that, but, you know, that was kind of the happy medium. Granted, it was on the corner, so it really didn't create the potential traffic issues because it was on Chimney Road.
Right.
But again, this is, like I said, a neighborhood.
And I think in a neighborhood with commercial, they're gonna connect eventually. We're trying to find a transition.
Sure.
A transition that allows, people to do with their property, but at the same time, protect neighborhoods. We've hit this
I
with
understand.
Chimney Road stuff. And I think that's why, to your
Major
question about,
commercial right next to it.
well, it is, but still, at some point, they're gonna collide, so you gotta do
They do.
some kind of
How do
buffer.
you-
And so I think,
Yeah.
to your question about the office, what's the difference? I think there will be more traffic with office, no doubt about it. But for the character of the residential, I think what I was thinking when we restricted it a while back was that it's a house or it's a building. It
Aesthetics.
looks, aesthetically, it looks more like a neighborhood. So I think it's this board trying to find a transition
I see.
to allow someone to do something with their property that's stuck between a rock and a hard place, commercial and residential. What do they do? And that's why I think we thought, well, if they would go with office commercial, yeah, there'd be more traffic, but it might be more aesthetic to that community. And they don't usually have the late night hours. And a bit, once you
And
go
now this
B3,
map where you see there's some B2 and B3 to the south, that's a little misleading because that is all wetlands. That was just rezoned with a tract. It would never see any kind of development.
Which one?
To the southeast.
yeah,
The big blue?
Yeah, yeah.
That's no longer wetlands.
Huh?
That's all dry land.
No, it's not.
You wanna make a bet?
I think they have done some,
They redid that under the old jurisdictional wetlands deal, and it's all dry land now, and it's being repurchased. Yes, sir. It might have to have 20 foot of fill in it, but that's where it's at.
That's a major,
That's a major deal.
outfall where Highway 21 stormwater goes.
Mhm.
But somehow they got that done.
So that was some of the discussion I think we had, is trying to find out where things touch from industrial and commercial to residential. In a county growing like this, they're gonna touch, but can we do it in a way that both the property owner and the residents who are there can live with it? You
And it's
know?
not, I have no issues with a car sales lot, but is that the use?
Mhm. So anyway. Any other discussion?
Any others?
Oh, no, just trying to see both sides of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and as far as Bay Drive, Bay Road, I didn't know that existed. I mean, it might be right of way, but it's not a drive, it's not a road. The county may have right
I
of
don't
way
remember
there.
seeing it. I was trying to think, been down Bay Road?
Assuming they
130 foot
do,
right
I
away
don't,
through there.
huh? Yeah,
It says 130, no, 30 feet.
30 foot.
Bay
All right.
Drive, 30 feet. Right away.
All right, we've had good discussion. We've heard from both sides. Does anybody want to make a recommendation, a motion?
I mean, based on what we've heard, I just don't see any new information, and I'm gonna have to make a motion to deny.
Okay, motion by Mr. Kiefer to deny,
Second?
second by Mr. Burdette. All in favor say aye of the denial.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And so the plan is denied. Okay, so we don't have any need for the second reading. I wish we could do something for that business, but I think we've reached a compromise, like you said, no new information. In our earlier discussion of what probably the neighborhood and we could work together on to accomplish, and we probably need to stay on that track.
And it was a leap when on the other parcel that went with, the professional. I
Yeah.
mean, it was hotly opposed but
All right, so we're going to item number 17. Last item on our planning board, Greg Coleman, as agent for Old Augusta Partners, request approval of a sketch plan for Cowan property, proposed warehouse located on Old Augusta Road, Zone I-1, map number 477, parcel 1D in the 5th District.
This parcel is already zoned industrial. It's part of a larger industrial kind of zone around Old Augusta Road. It's, to the north is the Estes Freight Terminal, and to the south is the newly rezoned McCormick Exley tract for, that was rezoned for industrial. We had a pre-application meeting for the sketch plan back in November, and this is the proposal. It's a 50,000 square foot warehouse. It's a small piece of land. There's extensive wetlands, so there's really a natural buffer there. There's no variance requested. They've been able to fit in a approximately 50,000 square foot warehouse, and they believe that'll serve a market that's not currently being served with all the larger warehouses we're seeing. This is a view of the zoning. As you see, it's entirely industrial around there, but there's also a view of the wetlands, and the little yellow star there shows you where the proposed warehouse is to be located. Staff are recommending approval, and we will continue to meet with the applicant's engineer and work through the site development plan review.
So we're not having a public hearing, we're just having discussion from the board. Any discussion from the board?
And I'd not compare this to the sketches provided during the rezoning, but I think it's pretty consistent with that.
This isn't part of the McCormick. This was actually a little piece of land that was kind of left over. Estes was carved out a few years ago, and then to the south was the McCormick Exley, and this has been kind of hanging out there. So it's, they snapped it up and are gonna put a small warehouse on it.
I thought this was the portion at the corner of Abercorn.
Oh, no, this is the same owner, same engineer, a little
that's
further
what-
south,
yeah.
right?
Yep.
Okay, any other discussion?
But it's everything's
Yep.
compliant.
So do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Burdette to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. All right, gentlemen, I know you probably need a break. Do you want to press on through the business that people have waited a long time? Can we do that?
Can we take a
Why are you
quick
looking at
break?
me?
Take a quick break?
Huh?
I can
Are
wait.
we taking a quick break?
Can you press on, or do you need a quick break?
Yeah, I can.
Let's because there's people have been a long
Oh, I
time
know,
for the
I know,
business,
I
and
know.
let's try to do that.
Can we bounce around and take care of some of the stuff that maybe people are here for?
I know there were some for the DeWitt Road, if we could bump that up.
Yeah, public hearing too.
Number
yeah.
5 and 6 under new business is a public hearing.
All right. We've taken care of item number one, new business is already done. So we might bounce around to help people who are here for businesses, and then we can take a break and finish our other business after they're gone. So we gotta do the public hearing on 5 and 6, so I'm gonna jump to, and I'm gonna circle these as we do them, so I'll keep myself in line here. So we're doing a public hearing on items 5 and 6, right? Under new business. Huh?
Number 5.
Number 5, okay. Number 5 is consideration to approve the first reading of an ordinance to amend Article 2. Definitions, Article 5, uses permitted in districts, Section 5.6, R3 multifamily residential, Section 5.8, R6 single-family residential, Section 5.9, B1 neighborhood commercial, and Section 5.10.10, B2 commercial, general commercial, and Section 5.11, which is B3 highway commercial of the Code of Ordinances. So we're opening a public hearing on these, this ordinance that we are amending. You want to give a real brief?
I will give a brief summary. So as you said, we are seeking to make some revisions to our multifamily and single-family and commercial zoning districts. The first is definitions. There's an expansion of common outdoor space, open space, and there's a expansion on the understanding of multifamily and mixed use. So per zoning district, the type of the type of multifamily permitted would be best explained by these definitions. So multifamily, mixed use residential, and that includes obviously the shop below, apartment above, in a neighborhood perhaps, or in a more urban area, but it also includes mixed commercial and multifamily residential on a larger parcel, so that residents of the residential can access, commercial facilities.
Yeah, and these amendments are improving the amount of green space and aesthetics that we want to see if we have multifamily type or.
It is improving it. It's also giving really good guidance to both developers and staff to understand what is expected and how we get to where the board wants us to go.
Which helped in the PD we had earlier tonight.
Exactly,
We
yeah,
were able
exactly.
to look and see what kind of mixed use we could actually put together and so forth.
Right.
So that's what we've been doing, and I think we've already had some input from the public on this as well.
Mhm.
So is any other comments tonight regarding these zoning changes? Opportunity to speak? Seeing no, I got someone making a comment.
Brett Bennett, appreciate you guys, appreciate the opportunity to speak. Just want to bring up again the under review discussion that we had for projects that are currently being planned and underway with design. For instance, the one specific I'm talking about, 53, that's now going to require some type of mixed use commercial. And we've had some discussions, just want to clarify what it means by what under review. This change may not apply.
Mr. Chairman, and so if you recall, we actually have a moratorium in place on rezonings. And so obviously there will be no rezonings under the old standards. But for a property that's already currently zoned and we're currently changing the zoning standards, the question is,
Right.
When does it take effect? I did discuss this with the county attorney. And we have, the way we have done it in the past, if we have a application in process, which means we have a submitted application. So if you've already been zoned, that would be a sketch plan or something to that effect. By the final approval or second reading date, which would be March 1st on this, then anything prior to that would be subject to the old rules. Obviously, if they wanted to voluntarily abide by the new rules, they could. But anything received after that date would be subject to the new standards.
Let me clarify, so if you already made the application and it's been rezoned, but you hadn't issued your sketch plan yet,
That's right.
you still have to comply with the new, or no?
You still have to comply with the, you would not have to comply with the new rules until this is approved on second reading. So if you've got if you put an application for a sketch plan in on March 2nd, it would be applicable to the old rules, the old standards. If you put an application for sketch plan in on the 28th, it would be applicable to the old rules. So that's generally how we've done it in the past. The effective date is the date that it is approved at second reading, and that's how it would be here. Now, this wouldn't have to.
Does that answer your question? Okay, sounds good. Although we hope that sketch plans will be very community-minded with our community and look at what we're trying to do as a whole and address those as much as possible would be great. All right. Any other discussion?
If I could just add one thing to this really quick. There was an item on the planning board agenda which notated that all items on the agenda will have a public hearing on March 1st. Because of the moratorium that we didn't want to extend it for too long, this will have second reading on March 1st, but it obviously had first reading tonight. We will have a second public hearing, or third actually, at second reading as well.
Okay, that's just to cover us because it was announced at the.
That's right. We'll be
planning board.
advertising that
It won't
to
slow
make
down the
sure there's no
process of
problems.
doing the second reading. Very good. All right, any other discussion?
Yeah, I wanted to see if we could clarify on B3 with the lumber yards. If we could add lumber yards retail with commercial storefronts, just to clarify that we're not going to put a distribution center in B3, because some lumber yards are DCs, but they move with big trucks and all that. It's a very different operation than a Lowe's or a retail place, a business. You can have them. So just wanted to see if we could put that in. I know you saw that already.
Right, we can certainly add that language.
I'd like to add that language, and then I think it'd clarify that a little better.
Oh, there is another one. When we read this through at planning board last night, someone did find an inconsistency, so we did want to change that, and it's to do with the, under R3, we have, open space is 15% of net usable area, and in R6, we didn't use the same, we want to use the same language, so it's just a really a little,
So you can, yeah.
so be consistent.
So do we need to state that in a way that we can have it recorded as the changes to this in the first reading? Do we need-
I would think to be safe, you vote to amend when you vote to approve with those two additional changes that you.
It's been recorded.
On the first reading.
That when you do the first reading, right. We're not doing the second reading tonight, so it's going to be, it'll be.
But I'm saying, but
it'll be
we need to
fixed
get
by
those
second
into the
meeting.
first reading.
Yeah,
So I just want to make sure it's clear what the two items are.
right.
Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because I couldn't repeat it. But as long as you've got it. All right, we entertain a motion. Why don't you make the motion since you made the,
I gotta say all that stuff. Or just make a motion to approve the first reading.
With the
With-
noted
with-
changes.
with
the addition of,
We can get the wording right on the
Yeah.
second approval.
Let me start over. I want to get this right.
because we can't add a condition to the second
I don't know
reading
what she said.
without
Do you
extending
wanna-
it to another reading.
You want me to make the motion
Can.
with the R?
We can?
Check with Lee, but
Lee, can we just go ahead and get them to put this in there and just make a motion to approve tonight? And we don't have to put those particular things in there tonight? In the first reading, we don't have to add those two things tonight. We can add them at the second meeting, and they can go ahead and get them in for the second reading.
I mean, you're going to articulate what they are tonight. I mean,
Well, I think
I'm not
she's
sure
got
what you're
'em.
asking.
I think she's got them. We're just trying to move along, get a motion to approve. Let her take what she heard, put them in the next,
I would read them just to make sure they're going to be consistent come next meeting. I
all
mean,
right, well,
it's
somebody
that
come
long?
up with it, because I can't repeat it. Teresa, can you put that together for him, and he'll just say so move?
What I can do is kind of just go over them, and then you can just say I'll approve with the
Say so move, yeah. Give us how you would have the motion.
recommended changes.
And what I added was to B3, lumberyards, retail with commercial storefronts.
That's correct. So adding commercial storefronts to the definition of lumberyards approved in B3.
And
And making the language consistent between R6 and R3 zoning, so it uses the words net usable area.
And so moved.
What is the purpose of having lumberyards B3?
Just,
I would
the
see
only
that more
consistency,
industrial.
there really aren't, but the only consistency would be there would be like a business district type.
Lowe's
type
is a,
of
Lowe's has a
Lowe's or-
lumber yard.
Lowe's has a lumber yard, and you can
Something like
have it
that
if
with
you
a
got a
retail
storefront.
Yeah.
Definitely look at it industrial.
You're probably thinking sawmill. Or,
That sawmill type, that's what I was, that's why I didn't want to just
We're
say
trying to avoid that
lumberyards
sawmill
because it
type, trying to
opens up the
be- you gotta
door.
have a
yeah,
storefront.
yeah, that's right.
But if you had a small outfit that just stored lumber and sold lumber, like, what's the other place? BMC, you used.
Well, it's Builders First Source now.
Yeah, Builder's First Source now up.
You're thinking more retail lumber sales
Retail lumber
would be the
sales.
proper.
Yeah, rather than a lumber yard, really.
I can see that'd be an issue later, but
Or retail building material. It may not be lumber. I mean, they're.
I mean, we could take that out
Now you see
completely.
why I couldn't restate it.
Where do you
Well,
stop?
And keep in mind that lumber yards are a conditional or approved conditional use in B3. This just adds the requirement for a storefront. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, well, as the requirement that they have to be retail.
That's right.
They just can't be a lumber mill or DC, so to
Right.
speak. Because you can have, we do business with DCs that are full-fledged
And Lee, this is
industrial
why I wanted to go ahead and
applications.
approve it and let them put the language together.
Okay. So, I mean, it just simply adds the requirement to have a retail storefront to lumberyard in B3 conditional.
I mean, it's to Commissioner
Lumberyard
Deloach's.
has to be a retail sale with a storefront.
That's right.
That's what he said. Lumberyard has to be retail sale with a storefront. Can't be cutting saw and timber.
That way you can be a building supply
We
place.
got
Can we change that from instead of retail lumber sales to retail building supply sales?
Yeah,
Because it
maybe.
could be
Okay.
tile. It could
Okay.
be it could
Retail
be a lot
building
of
su-
things.
Lumberyard.
Retail
completely.
building supply
Okay.
sales with a storefront. Okay?
I like
And
that
then
better.
the other condition is clarifying the language between the R3, R6.
To net
All right.
usable area.
boat sales in B3 right now? Because right now, the way our zoning is, you have to have industrial zoning if you want to sell boats,
Boats?
which I think is ridiculous.
That is ridiculous. That's a commercial,
Yeah.
that's a business district thing.
That's a business too, so I agree.
Yeah, I mean, if
Well,
it's
we got a
just,
lot of stuff to fix anyway, but at least that's the opposite way.
This gets a big
That's-
swath of it.
It's, you know.
I think.
Well, do you want to
that's-
add boat sales now?
It's something we want to bring up
no boat
definitely.
sales in B3.
Can we, with
Definitely not
with the storefront,
industrial.
you're not manufacturing, you're just selling. Okay.
Just sell-
Like a
Putting in
boat
the wish
dealership
list now.
or a car dealership, it's the same thing essentially.
All right, I hear a Commissioner Deloach saying he'd like to see it add, if there's no opposition to the board, retail boat sales.
Okay.
As a conditional use?
Is that a conditional
And we have
use?
automotive sales in there, so I would think we would need to include boat sales.
Yeah, because right now it's under industrial. I don't
Yeah,
know
so
why.
we can put it in as a conditional use
Okay.
and
Okay.
just
So
like
yeah.
we do auto.
That's fine.
We have three things, I don't think I need to repeat them.
Sure.
So move.
So moved.
All right. I gotta find where we're at now.
For a second.
Yeah, got your motion by Mr. Burdette. Do you have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Deloach. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. All right. Item number 6, consideration to approve an addendum. I'm going to add this one to this because it's kind of related. Consideration to approve an addendum to Resolution 21-048 to extend a moratorium on rezoning for multifamily housing, R6, single-family residential development for a period of 8 days.
This takes it up to March 2nd, so it covers the second reading on the night of March 1st.
Gotcha. Pretty simple. Have a motion to approve?
Make a motion, we approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Burdette. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. And we have the extension. All right. Now, I want to help people get home tonight. Is there anybody here for item number 2, 3, or 4 on the agenda?
Let's start with number 3, please,
Do-
sir.
DeWitt Road, maybe.
Okay. Consideration to approve Resolution 22009, recognizing Old African American Cemetery at Ebenezer.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, staff received a request from Mr. Leroy Lloyd for approval of this resolution that is included in your packet. It's relative to a burial ground at Ebenezer. It's in your packet. I won't read it all. Mr. Lloyd is here if he'd like to add any additional commentary.
I read through it, and I think it's an honorable thing to do. It'd be great. Is there any discussion from the board? Do you have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Kiefer to approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And it passes unanimously. All right.
Now, Mr. Chairman, before you move on, let's officially exit out of the public hearing that you just had.
Well, we do have
On number 5?
17. Don't we have
Number-
a public hearing?
5, yes, sir.
Yeah, we are out of the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, we do have a requirement to do a public hearing on item number 17, which is the DeWitt Road closure.
Yeah, we need to do
Oh,
that.
we're going to do that, because people are here for that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'm jumping around to find what people are here for. And we're going to do all those that people are
Okay,
here
I just
for.
want to let you know it is a public hearing.
Right, yeah, I'm aware, thank you. I'm gonna just jump down here. Anybody here for 8 and number 9? 10? Trying to let people go home so we can do our business.
7, anybody here for Westwood?
7? Oh, I skipped that one, okay.
Got a winner.
Item number 7 on the agenda, consideration to approve to award task order number 22-25-005 to Alliance Consulting Engineers Incorporated for the Westwood Heights subdivision drainage improvements.
We received proposals from Alliance and Offset. Tabulation you have in your packets. The staff's recommending award to Alliance.
Okay, a question for you. Alliance, Thomas and Hutton had some things listed there like surveys and different things that weren't listed on the other. There's not going to be any additional costs that's going to come up because they're going to say, we got to have this data to make this design, are there? Oh, let our engineer speak to that?
Yeah, both proposals look very different.
Very
than each
different way
other.
they give them.
They may look different, but they do have the same content. We did an interview with Alliance whenever we have what appears to be a discrepancy or a huge swing in cost. We always interview the firm, and Alliance has answered all of our questions, our satisfaction. It will include the field work, the surveying that's necessary, the hydraulic modeling.
Okay.
They have checked all the boxes on the proposal, so they are responsive.
Okay.
to the proposal.
That's my only question. I just want to make sure they don't say, well, we got to have this survey to do it. You know, we got to pay for it. Okay. So there's no hidden cost. Any other questions or discussion?
Well, this one, I just wanted to mention, 254,000 for the engineering work on theirs, and it's not a cheap thing. Just grateful for everybody voting in T-Splost. By doing that, we're able to do stuff like this that are big ticket items, and this is something we needed for a long time, so I'm grateful for staff for getting this thing going. But it's going to be a good thing. We'll fix some drainage problems that we've had for quite some time over there, so definitely all for it.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
It's gonna be interesting.
Can't wait to see that solution.
For 20 years, I'm a homeowner, taxpayer. When I tell you that, I've heard wetlands, and I've heard all this stuff on taxes. Well, I know why my property taxes have gone up the last 3 years, because the dry property that I bought is now lakefront property. I'm sure you all bought your wife's flowers yesterday. You know what I asked my husband for Valentine's Day? Dirt. We have taken out You're my rep. How many years have you been my rep?
Almost 4 years now.
4 years, but I'm telling you, after 20-something years, and I don't know if anybody from Westwood showed up. All the little Indians, you know, they like to fuss, but, well, feisty Irish woman's here.
Are you saying you're for this?
I want it fixed. He has pictures. My house.
That's what we're approving.
That's what we're approving.
That's what we're
That's what
approving.
we're doing tonight.
Yeah.
I wanted approved, but see, we've been told it's gonna be approved. Was it you that came when we had sandbags all around our house? Did you
Ma'am,
come?
we're addressing it right now. We're fixing to spend a buttload of money for
Yeah,
this.
We have been hearing for years it's
Yeah.
gonna be fixed.
Okay.
Well,
When
we're,
I tell you I have had water come in my garage,
We didn't have the resources. We have T-Splosh now that you voted in. That's what we're saying. We appreciate your input. I used to live in Westwood. We've got T-Splosh, we've got funding sources to do that, and now we can handle our trip station.
homeowners are leaving the neighborhood because it's flooded. Our driveway is
Okay.
caving in.
We're trying to fix it.
that's what we're trying to
We're
do.
trying to fix it.
Okay.
If you'll let us vote, we can fix it.
Vote for
Yeah.
this and
Yeah.
push it through, because the
Yeah.
neighbors, if y'all read our website,
Ma'am, if you'll let us vote, we're gonna approve it and it'll be fixed.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
Okay?
vote yes.
We get
Okay,
it.
we got you.
Sorry.
We got you.
Promised for 25 years.
We feel your pain. All right.
No, you don't.
Sign this and pass it down.
Oh, mercy.
Oh, my goodness. All right, is there a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by, is that Mr. Kiefer or Loper?
Loper.
Mr. Loper to approve.
Yeah.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Rarely do we get fussed at for fixing
Doing
something.
so- My point was, we did, the people really done
Right now, what
this,
you
is
gonna
what
do?
my whole point was. By everybody voting that in, you've done a really good thing. We're able to do big projects like this that we could not do before.
Yeah.
And it's not all on our backs on T-Splosh. When somebody comes through the county, if they don't even live here, they pay that penny. They help us develop our roads and help us with our drainage and everything else. So T-Splosh is one of the best things I've seen in this county.
So, I mean,
And you guys voted that in, so it's a pat on the back for you, not us, not me, not anybody else.
so we're fixing it because of that, yeah. And that $200-something is just the engineering.
Just engineering.
We're gonna have over $1 million,
It's gonna be massive.
well over $1 million in construction, but we're gonna get it done. All right, I did 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Anybody here for those items? Uh, 15, 16,
Just ask everybody what they're here for.
Yeah, I know, we're running out of things.
17?
17.
All right, let's do number 17, crossing closure.
This is a public hearing.
Yes, public hearing.
Mine doesn't say public, but it's gotta be a public
Doesn't say,
hearing.
but, yeah.
Yeah, it is a public hearing.
Yeah, it was advertised.
So we're opening a public hearing on item number 17, and Mr. Eric.
Sir, good evening. Eric Larson, Assistant County Manager. We've talked about this one before, but just real briefly, I will introduce the topic and open the floor for discussion. This is the proposal to close the railroad crossing on DeWitt Road in northern Effingham County. The county is desiring to close this crossing with the Norfolk Southern Railroad for remote growth within the county. Norfolk Southern requires a commitment of the community to close an existing crossing per requirements of the Federal Railway Administration. The program of the Federal Railway Administration aims to identify crossing locations that are considered redundant by vehicles with crossings of lower traffic volumes. DeWitt Road crossing is skewed and lacks active warning systems. Alternative access at Shawnee Road is less than a half-mile away and has an active warning system. Therefore, the DeWitt Road closure is recommended, the DeWitt Road crossing is recommended for closure. We posted this 30 days ago. It's been posted on, with signage, ads in paper, social media. Letters were sent out to residents affected by this. We did much larger than 300 foot, but we tried to capture the property that could potentially be on DeWitt Road or adjacent to DeWitt Road. And staff is recommending approval of the closure.
Okay,
Assuming he's still there. Very good.
okay,
He was here at 5 o'clock.
very good. Just a question of clarification. This is so that we can build another crossing somewhere else over North Fork. That's gonna be documented. We definitely will be able to do that?
Yes.
Okay, we don't have to identify that crossing?
Closure will,
I think it's on
Be
here.
one on McCall Road.
Yeah.
We don't have to identify it now.
Hmm.
We don't know exactly where it's gonna be.
That's what I've been told.
Well, I think some problems on McCall Road.
County Industrial Authority is entering into an engineering agreement with Norfolk Southern to construct a new railway
Yeah,
crossing.
speak up, man, why can't you hear you back
We
there?
can't hear you.
Can you turn that mic up a little bit?
Can't. It's up as far as I can
Anyway,
get it.
they've entered into engineering
There you
to construct, and it's being identified.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so
That's
the
just-
crossing is being built to offset this closure, or for
Will
this
be built.
closure.
It's not being built as we speak, is it?
No, not currently under construction,
I got you.
proposed to be designed and built.
Gotcha, okay. All right. Very good. Anyone else speaking want to speak regarding this road closure, for or against? Any opposition to this road closing? Railroad closing?
Hi, I'm Beth Morgan, and I live at the very end of DeWitt Road. My concerns, more so than closing the crossing, is the deplorable conditions we have with our road now on Old Dixie Highway. So therefore, you're gonna have the traffic that normally comes down DeWitt Road, hits Old Dixie, takes a left and go out. Everything's gonna have to come down Old Dixie. Okay, from the very beginning of Old Dixie at Shawnee Road, all the way through to Old Dixie on Ardmore Oakey Road, no one should have to ride down those roads.
That will be resurfaced with
it's-
T-Splosh funds.
So that's already in the progress?
That's on the list.
Okay.
As Commissioner Burdette was talking about earlier, with T-Splosh funds,
Mm-hmm.
that section will be resurfaced.
Resurfaced as in good resurfacing or filling in with rocks that beat itself
Good
out?
resurfacing. It'll be a full depth reclamation. The base will be ground up and it'll be a brand new
Asphalt.
smooth surface.
Right.
Yep.
It really does, and I know I've got people and neighbors that are gonna speak against the actual railroad crossing, but that's the concern I had. Thank you.
Thank you, and we will address that one.
Yeah, I'm Larry Pitts. I live on DeWitt Road. Ever since they put that ash on the road 15 years ago, it's deteriorated the whole road anyway. So, you know, the county don't maintain it other than plugging holes. And now all we got is plugged holes. But that's not what I want to talk about. Yeah, Olin Boyd farms my property. Between me and my brothers, we got about 75 acres of land right there. Olin Boyd farms about 4,000 acres in Effingham County, and he uses big equipment. He has to come from 21 over that crossing to get to our property and some of the other property that he cultivates. You know, where DeWitt Road goes into Old Dixie, he can't come up that road with them big tractors. I don't know what we're gonna do there.
I've been in talks with Drew Usher, and I'll let the consultant, Mr. Ball, speak to this. He's had conversations with him, but I'm aware that we've got to do something so that equipment can get down there.
Okay, I got a couple more things now.
Okay.
I made a little test myself the other day. I left my house. I live at 429 DeWitt Road. I went down to the end of DeWitt Road, took a left on Old Dixie, then turned on to Ardmore Oakey Road. I was gonna see how long it took me. It took me about 30 minutes because the train was on the double track switching. And so that way is not an efficient way to go. And if I go to Shawnee, you know, then I gotta go back down Old Dixie again, and this is in worse shape than DeWitt Road. And, you know, I know the county got $1.5 million or $2.5 million to replace the roads that the snow time hurt. All right, now another thing too, on DeWitt Road, I know it's about 8 people that live on DeWitt Road, 8 families. And
these families, most of us are over 60 years old, and ambulances have got to come go to Shawnee and go down, Shawnee Road to get the Old Dixie to come up DeWitt Road. You know, I've been in an ambulance before. It ain't no fun waiting on them. So we definitely need that crossing there. I've been living there. I'm 69 years old. We moved on Old Dixie when I was 4 years old, and it's been there ever since. I don't see why Norfolk can't correct the problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you'll look at that as far as the timing that it take if we close that road.
I just want to reiterate the safety of being on DeWitt Road. My mom's 85 years old. She stays with me a lot. You know, she could have a problem and need an ambulance, and I don't want them to have to go all the way down Shawnee Road, down Old Dixie Highway, and back all the way up DeWitt Road when they could just go right down 21 and turn on DeWitt Road and be there to help her. You know.
Will you state your name for the record? Just so
James Cockrell.
Okay.
Sorry. James Cockrell. Same issues everybody's having with this. It really looks like the decision has already been made because they've already taken the stop signs up at the railroad crossing. You know, I don't get that. You know, we pay the same taxes as everybody else pays. We got one amenity, and that's a paved road. We don't have water. We don't have sewer. We don't have any of that. But they're trying to take what we do have. So that's where I stand.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'm Sheila Seymour. I live on DeWitt Road. And my brother had to leave. He could no longer sit here. Him and his wife are elderly. So am I. But I want to reiterate what they have said. The ambulance, time is of the essence, and everybody knows that. When you have a heart attack or a stroke, time is of the essence. So on behalf of my neighbors, I care about them. And my brother that had to leave, I totally disagree with this cross. I live on DeWitt Road too, but I totally disagree. I haven't had to have the ambulance, but my brother and them have. I also know Mr. and Miss Pitts have. We've had the fire department. I totally disagree with this.
Can you elaborate on what you and Drew Usher have been speaking of as far as the widening of the road or whatever to?
I don't have a specific answer for you at this time. I know him and the railroad consultant spoke today. I don't know what was said, but I just told Drew that whichever route we go, that I would make sure that he had proper access to his property.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is I live on the in-house on coming up DeWitt Road, and I'm just wondering if it's gonna affect my property at all, because I don't think anybody else on our road it would affect, but it would affect me if you have to widen the road or something. So that's what my concern is.
Okay.
My name is Matt Cosgrove. I guess I'm one of the few under 60 on DeWitt Road. Myself, my pregnant wife, and 3 children live on 625. We've proven multiple times you cannot go Egypt Ardmore Road to head north to Screven, Bullock County, to head up north to Kildare. You can't do it. Train's gonna block the tracks 7 times out of 10. We have minimally emergency means of egress out. You block off DeWitt Road and something happens, the blood is on everybody's hands who blocks off that road. So keep our road open. That is, like he said, that is the only thing we have. The only amenity we have is a paved road we can get out to a highway. Thank you.
Sir, will you restate your name, please?
Matthew Cosgrove.
I'm not getting your last name, I'm sorry.
If you can speak in the microphone.
Matthew Cosgrove.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Debbie Pitts, and I'm married to Larry Pitts, and I kind of want to re-educate the concern. My husband had a heart attack. That was a scary time in my life, and thank the Lord for fast movement. He has no damage to this day. And also my concern is the winding, there's 2 series, growing up, they were called Dead Man's Curve. There's two bad winding curves going out the other end of DeWitt Road. And when you start having more traffic coming in there, that's a deep concern for me. My other concern was the signs were taken down. I documented that a month ago, and to me, whoever took those signs down was not thinking of the safety of other people, such as delivery men. I know to stop. I've been married to him 50 years. We know to stop there. But people coming in, delivering things, that was a endangerment to people's lives. So I don't know who did that.
It wasn't our public service, or Public Works Department, so I'm, and this is the first we're hearing about it, so no one was told by the county to go up there and remove signs, so I'm curious whether it was the railroad or something to that effect, but they would tell us if they removed signs, I would hope.
I would hope so.
But, yeah, but clearly, if it was the railroad, then we can replace them and make sure they're out of the rail right away.
And our neighbors, like she spoke, that he had to leave, but they both have some medical problems, and they have the ambulance come quite often. Am I correct in that? And so, we need our road. We need to be able to go that way. Thank you.
My name's Lyle Seymour. I live on DeWitt, but I don't know which way you're going to go with the railroad crossing. But wouldn't it make more sense to fix the roads first before you close the crossing? Instead of everybody trying to go down the road when you're fixing the roads, taking the detour. And right now, if an ambulance did come down there, they couldn't go fast. You know how heavy an ambulance is. It'd beat them to death. So they're going to have to go slow. But I'm just saying, you need to fix the roads. If you do decide to close it, fix the roads first, then close the crossing. That would make more sense to me.
Tim, is there a plan is that road on the agenda to be done in the next year before the road is closed? Are we talking, is this vote going to close
Do you
it?
know? Okay.
No, it's not on the list.
Well, it's an ash road. It's not of
Okay.
standard depth, so I'm wondering if it's on the chip seal list or not.
It's not on the list, to my knowledge.
It's not on the list. The old
Dixie.
Yeah, that's on there.
That is scheduled to be bid probably later next month. Either later this month or early next month, we'll rephrase that. We have the plans ready, we're putting together the bid package. It's just a matter of administrative process to get that thing out on the street and get it advertised for construction. That's the full depth reclamation that Mr. Love's referring to. This closure, I think, if the timing of this is just to get the engineering agreement signed for design of this future crossing that's being proposed, that construction won't happen for a while. I'm assuming that this closure doesn't have to happen immediately, and so there's probably an opportunity to make that timing happen.
So if the board did move forward, the closing could be done after the road's obviously prepared and the other is open, the other crossing that we need in the county is open.
Can't guarantee that, but I will definitely work on it starting tomorrow to make sure I can try to get those things scheduled.
Well, what I was going to ask the board tonight is, I knew everybody was coming, and I want to give y'all a chance to speak and say your part, but I wanted to table this to a later date, because one thing I told Drew Usher that I wanted to have some type of definite plan, gather some more information, some questions that were brought up tonight, wanted to have those answered definite before we actually made a decision on the closure. So, but I didn't want to table it at the beginning for all of you that showed up. I wanted you to have your chance to say what you wanted to, but that's what I'm going to make a motion whenever you get to that point, that we table this maybe 30 days, 2 more meetings, and give us some time to get some additional information.
Get some information from engineering, consider the input from our constituents.
Is there no other way around this? I mean, do you have to close this in order to do the other one?
We're closing,
We have to
it's
close one.
two private crossings and 1 public crossing, and there had to be 1 public crossing, and the traffic study showed that this was the least amount of traffic on the Norfolk Southern crossings.
So they won't allow us another one unless we close one,
That's right.
even if we paid for it?
Yeah, no, it's
It's there right away.
It's a safety thing.
It's a federal law.
It's a federal law.
They on the railroad, they in charge of that crossing.
The county road crosses the railroad crossing. The railroad crossing,
Doesn't
railroad
cross-
tracks does not cross the
They don't-
county road.
Yeah,
They got
have
their own
ultimate-
county.
They have eminent domain.
Kinda how that works.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the railroad don't take long.
That kind of stuff.
I've been told that there's a legal process you could go through, not by our attorney, so I won't put him on that one, but it's expensive. Railroad's got big money. You'll never win trying to get them to let you cross somewhere else without playing ball in their court.
We've had those conversations and they just won't budge and.
Yeah. I haven't done it with North Fork, but I've done it with CSX. I went down trying to negotiate a road crossing, and they basically said, if you don't close two, we're not gonna give you one, no matter what. You can battle it, but you wouldn't win.
Before you close it, you need to, like they say, they need to fix it up so you could go, you wouldn't have to drive 10 miles an hour going down it.
No, I agree.
Have the road where they could,
And
ambulance
if we
could go down there
table
and
it
come
tonight, we'll
back.
have a chance to look at that, make sure that that's done, that we don't have to close it till the other one's ready to open and those kind of things. So that would be good.
When they redone the road after the ash, and they put the asphalt on, well, then the snow came and melted the mud and
Right.
everything. When y'all got the money to fix all the roads, they paid 30 foot here, 50 foot there, and then left the holes, the potholes and everywhere else. And that keeps that boy busy on that truck going around.
Well, why don't we,
Plugging up Old Dixie and DeWitt Road.
I got you. Why don't we do this? I'll receive the motion to table to the second meeting, if you'll give us a date on that, the 15th. And if you could add that to the things to look at, what can we do to help improve the Ash Road there through our chip and seal? Something that we could do to resolve that, we can disclose that, and then we can consider all that together when we come back together. So I have a motion to table till the
Hold on, we got somebody wanting to
March
speak back here.
15th.
I was gonna say one more thing, making the turn off Old Dixie on the, DeWitt, that's a hard turn, it's a pretty tight turn, there's not much room for a tractor trailer or something.
Okay.
Anybody come down there with farm equipment or anything like that, so that's a hard turn.
And they're taking notes, maybe we can to work on all that with this. And did y'all make a comment before we, let me get, all right, come on up, let me get a second, make sure we're going that direction. Is there a second, and then we'll have discussion?
Seconded.
I got a second, all right, go ahead.
I'm Jason Ball. I'm with Ball Maritime Group. I'm the railroad engineer helping Brant over at the IDA. And I have Jason Fields here with Moffitt Nickel. He's a railroad safety expert with crossings. We've been working together for decades. I'm gonna let him talk because he can explain the program about why there's railroad crossings. He's like obviously does it all over the country and he's really familiar with the federal rules. More of the engineer down on the ground. But the first thing I'll address is we're gonna contact Norfolk Southern right when we leave here. We've got our contacts there and we'll get that resolved. I'm not sure what's going on, but that's not a normal protocol. And we haven't actually ever seen that. So, but that's a very big concern. We'll take care of that when we leave here.
What's not a normal protocol?
Stop
Oh,
signs.
okay.
Crossing signs.
Crossing.
And
He don't take
we
care of
haven't even engaged them with our.
That could be vandalism for all we know.
But they are doing maintenance on that line all the time, so we'll figure it out.
Sir,
Okay.
what was your name again? I'm sorry. Sir?
Jason Ball.
Yep, Jason Ball.
Jason Ball.
Ball.
Thank you.
And I'm Jason Field. So I'm with Moffitt and Nickel, do a lot of crossing safety work, so just, I know it's running late, but just to give you an idea on the risk issues railroads look at, why there's usually a 3-for-1 closure requirement for a new crossing. Basically, you know, when railroads and roads were built 100 years ago, cars were slow, trains were slow, and as we paved everything, we never braked any of that. So about 20, 30 years ago, FHWA put out a directive to all state agencies that manage the Section 130 crossing safety program and all of the railroads to consolidate crossings whenever possible. As part of the directive, as part of the safety directive for crossing safety, you know, obviously there's other safety ramifications. Obviously, emergency response is a big one. You know, landlocking people is also a big one. You know, something that the program is not intended to do. I would say as far as the emergency response, though, it's probably well what the county's requirements on emergency response is. It is a little bit longer, but I'm sure, I imagine it's still within the limits of what would be acceptable. But, you know, the emergency response people are better able to discuss that with the certainly encourage you to talk to them about the impacts to their operations. If your family would be.
Sir, don't speak from out there, okay? Eric, would you make that note too, to check with the EMS and just see what those response times would be? That'd be great.
So as far as the crossing safety, or as far as the crossing access issues, so the railroads are private-owned entities. And the reason that they have a lot of legal recourse to prevent crossings from crossing the railroad tracks is similar to if somebody wanted to, if the railroad wanted to build a track for y'all's property, behind your building, it's like, well, it's your property, you should be able to have a say in that. But typically, Norfolk Southern especially, usually has a 3-for-1 requirement. If you are getting a 2-for-1, or if y'all are getting private crossings as a part of that trade-off, you've done well, because usually it's 3 public crossings. And I know, looking up this rail line, NS, if they're agreeable to 2 privates that y'all have addressed, that's a good thing for the county, and it's a benefit that you're able to reap that benefit. As far as the stop signs being removed, not sure why that happened. We'll make a phone call on the way here. We'll get the railroad on that. If in the meantime, y'all did want to put your stop signs out there on a separate U channel, put them adjacent to the crossbuck, you're well within your rights as far as the right of way to do that from a safety standpoint.
Yeah, we do need to address that immediately.
Yes, sir. And just, if you put them on adjacent posts besides where the crossbuck is, you're fine. That's completely appropriate. As far as the closure and the new crossing that's been proposed, basically it's the board's decision on how that process plays out. So you all, if you elect to close this crossing, you elect to close this crossing after the roadway improvement's made, just be aware that one requirement the railroad will have is any new crossing will not be able to be utilized until whatever crossings are closed.
Correct.
And that's the one requirement.
And I would assume that'd be true.
Yeah, but that's how the normal process and program works in that regard.
Can it be improved but not used?
The new crossing could not be used. They may allow it to be built, but it would be required to be barricaded, barriers.
Or maybe
To restrict any kind of access.
Yeah.
maybe joining construction projects at the same time and to be activated and deactivated at the same time, something like that.
Right, yes, sir,
Yep.
because they're looking at any closure, having to be completed before any new access is permitted, because the issue they've run into in the past is if they grant the new access, in some cases, the closure doesn't happen for some reason. And then
I don't know why.
That's a lot more issue for everybody.
Yeah. But the answer is yes, we could coordinate that and,
Yes.
and do the construction prior to,
Maybe we could fix the road and do
Opening,
the
yep.
construction.
And
at
as
the
far
same
as
time.
the improvement to the roads that
Yep.
we're
Okay.
talking about, do we have road coming in from the back end? It's narrow. There is restriction issues with, farm. So absolutely, all of those things can and should be addressed prior to the railroad crossing being closed.
and hopefully have some information on that by the 30-day period that we're
Yeah,
gonna give.
I'll give Wanda a call and talk to her.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We have a motion and a second to table this to the March 15th, 2022. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And hearing none, it is tabled. We are closing the public hearing. We've heard from everybody tonight. I think have plenty of time to discuss.
Well, can I just make one more comment?
Sure. Mhm.
Look, folks, I definitely hear you loud and clear. I'm in a tight spot here. I'm really in a no-win situation, and just calling it like it is. We're getting pressure on us to close a crossing, and there's going to have to be a crossing closed somewhere. And I hear your concerns. I'll commit to you that I'll get some more answers for you, and I'll get some feedback, and I'll get back with you. So, but I know if we close it, whichever crossing we closed, there's going to be people that's not happy about it. So, but I definitely hear what you said tonight.
We appreciate your input and participation. So we're going to move from number 17. We're going to table that to March 15th, 2022. And anybody here for items 18, 19, or 20 on the agenda? 18? All right, let's go ahead and do 18. All right, number 18, consideration to approve a development agreement with Calvin Investment LLC for engineering and construction services to develop a water
March
and sewer
15th.
line extension plan
Tuesday night.
on Old Augusta Road.
And it would be 5 PM that the meeting starts. It should be a much shorter meeting.
My brother has medication. He had to leave.
It should be on the front of the agenda because.
We're gonna need to come to order so we can do the meeting.
Sorry.
Okay. You can check with us tomorrow on that. You need Mr. Eric?
Must be have a low battery.
It doesn't sound very loud. There you go.
This is a recommendation to enter into a development agreement for water and sewer extension on Old Augusta Road. This is to serve the Cowan Investments LLC project that is at the corner of Abercorn and Old Augusta Road. That project was mentioned earlier this evening. The county was in the process of doing this extension to extend our existing water and sewer lines that are on Old Augusta Road north to a point within 1,000 feet of this property. By code, when a development is within 1,000 feet of water and sewer, they are required to tie onto it as part of their proposed development. So we had already agreed with Cowan that they would extend 1,000 feet south and we would come up to meet them at our expense because we had a desire to serve this corridor, growing industrial corridor, as you already know. We put the project out for bid. Long story short, the winning proposer, consulting firm to do the design is Coleman Company. Coleman Company is one of our IDC consultants. They're also the consultant serving the Cowan Investments LLC company. Once we determined that they were going to be the responsive low bidder and awarded the contract, it just made sense to reach out to Cowan and discuss the idea of a development agreement. So in short, in the draft agreements in here, it's been reviewed by them, it's been reviewed by Lee. In short, the development agreement is that the county agrees to reimburse the developer for the same amount of money that the bid for the design that we received from Coleman. That money will be given to Cowan, and they will pay for the design and the construction of the lines. And again, the construction costs will be split in the same pro rata share that we would have done if we had done this project separately. The obvious convenience for us is that this gets built by the developer on their schedule, and that's the convenience for them. They build it at their schedule. The line will be there when they need it, and they don't have to worry about the county not meeting their schedule. So staff's agreeable to this. It really does not cost us a penny more than it would have otherwise, and quite honestly, it's a little less headache on our part. So we're recommending entering into the agreement.
How far is the county portion? Do you know roughly?
Cannot believe I didn't put it in the staff report. It's in the development agreement. Give me just a
Well,
second
I
to
read through
scroll
the
down
agreement.
to it.
I didn't see the specific. I was just curious.
You know, I don't see it either.
It's not in there, but
It is,
ish.
the water was 2,200 feet.
Yeah.
Sewer was 3,600 feet, I'm gonna say. Greg, is Greg Coleman still here?
I'm here for it. That sounds right.
That sound right? Okay.
Close enough.
It's in another document that's not in here.
They'll be handling it, but we'll still have oversight. I mean, you'll still be involved.
Yes, sir. They will, just like any other project, they will submit plans. We will review those plans. We will approve them. We'll issue permits. We'll have inspectors during construction. Our Public Works Department will be there for all the testing. Really, nothing is different. It's just a matter of who's paying the check to the contractor. Answer any other questions?
Okay, any other discussion? Have a motion?
Here, y'all.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Loper, second, Mr. Kiefer, to approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Okay, thank you. All right. Anybody here for number 19?
Mr. Freddie's here. Mr. Freddie's here.
Okay. Mr. Freddie. Consideration to approve a cost share agreement with Cape Cod Subdivision Homeowners Association, HOA, to repair a brick paver road section approaching the bridge of Fairmont Drive and to abandon the portion of right-of-way containing the brick paver road section and dedicating the same to the HOA. Eric, you want to?
Thank you. Freddie Long, I live in Case Code. I first want to thank the commissioners for entering into this agreement with us. It's kind of a private, public sharing here of a cost of pavers. We have, aesthetically, we have pavers going to our wood bridge, which really adds to our subdivision. And that's actually on county land. And in order to, we've got a lot of development going on in the back part. Some of those are caving in, so we need to repair those. So we work with the county to get up to your standards for replacing those pavers. And it's a shared part on our part, your part. We thank you for your vote for this. We'll get those pavers fixed. So the people will be bouncing up down the bridge.
Sounds good.
The biggest blessing is the bridge is in good shape.
Yeah.
That's
The bridge was built to DOT standards
Yeah.
a long time ago. It was built. I know the buses don't go on it. They kind of hesitate about going over it. But I'll tell you, all those transfer trucks and dump trucks are going over.
concrete trucks and, yeah.
Good deal. Eric, you want to say something?
Wanted to add that when we were approached by this, I did talk to the contractor that the HOA had been discussing this with, ProGrade South. Went over the proposed repair with them in agreement with the design of their repair, reviewed their cost estimate and their proposal to the HOA and agreeable to that. One thing I don't know if it was mentioned, when this is complete, we're actually going to plat off in deed the right-of-way that contains these brick pavers and give it to the HOA. So the county will shorten its right-of-way to eliminate this section of road in our inventory. That's part of the trade-off, is we're gonna fix it up and sell it.
That's right.
So,
Flip it, flip it.
yeah.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freddie. Do you have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Loper, second by Mr. Deloach to approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Anybody here for item number 20? 21? Come on up. Consideration to approve a final plat and accept a warranty deed for the infrastructure for New Haven at Belmont, Phase 1, located off of Hodgesville Road, consisting of 84 lots, map number 416, parcel 20E and 20F in the 2nd District. Any chance?
So this is the first phase of New Haven at Belmont Glen, and as usual, we have done our inspections. EOM has approval of the acceptance of the infrastructure being conveyed. The county attorney has reviewed and approved the warranty deed as to form. County engineer has reviewed the bond recommendation and approved the bond for $132,348.52, which is 10% of the total cost of water, sewer, reuse, and storm drainage infrastructure and paving in Phase 1. Staff have reviewed the plat and recommend approval.
Want to say anything?
You may remember a couple of years ago, we had a flood in the middle of this property. And, the portion that's being built now is, 60 lots, 24 townhome units. They plan to continue on with development, but this is to get the first order of lots in place so that they can start moving forward on some homes. Answer any questions?
State your name.
I was CJ Chance, that's
Thank
a
you,
good bell
CJ.
resident, Clovis Point LLC.
Thank you, sir.
All righty. Any discussion from the board? Do you have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Deloach to approve the sketch plans. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Is there anybody here for any other business on the new business item tonight? 'Cause I have got to have a 5-minute break.
What?
I've got to have a little break. I've got to go to the boys' room. All right.
He called somebody else, I did.
At this point, I'm numb, so I'm good.
Mary Charles Howard with Highland Bike Trail, and she's here for the bike trail thing.
We'll go ahead and do that. I
Yeah,
can
let's
hold
do
it a little
that.
bit longer, but
What number is it? What number is it?
That's under reports from administrative staff.
is it going to be more than a couple, 3 minutes, or?
It is
Okay.
a no action item.
I know, I just want to make sure the talk, come on up. A couple of us are hurting up here. It's been 5 hours before.
Hey, I'm Mary Charles Howard. I'm the director of the Georgia High-Low Trail, and I'm dressed like this because I have been out in Chatham County today marking trails, and I came straight from there here. So what we are wanting to do here in Effingham County is create mountain bike trails for you guys for no cost. We just got a $450,000 grant from the Chestnut Foundation to create trails in 8 counties of the Georgia High-Lows proposed counties, one of which being Effingham. So that's why I was in Chatham County today marking trails. And I have a trail concept I've put together. And really I just need approval from you guys right now. I mean, not tonight, but like next step is to get approval so that I can go out. It's the old landfill property. It's about 50 acres. And it's on Watts Road, a little south of Dighton. I would just need to mark the approximate locations of where we would want to put trails. But there's an MOU that we need to get like an agreement on, and there's a pause on that right now because I am actually forming a SORBA chapter to cover our counties. SORBA is the Southern Off-Road Mountain Bike Association, and their insurance, national insurance, will cover what we need to do, which is create trails and have volunteers maintain those trails. So we'll be well covered for our activities.
Now, it sounds wonderful. Is there any matching that the county would need to consider?
I
And
am.
so this is a mountain trail, cross-country type trail?
Yeah, it's like a deer path. That's what it'll look
Yeah.
like essentially. And then it's just skinny up enough for mountain bike tires, non-motorized bicycles.
Yeah, that'd be
We
super.
can also accept horseback riding and hiking and running, and we'll just have signage for rules of usage.
Free to the public.
Free to the public. It would be y'all's land, so
Sound-
I'm just doing the labor to mark the trails. And
Thank you
we would
so
maintain
much.
it monthly.
Thank you so much. It's a great project.
I don't think anything else can be done with that land.
Well, we have it on here to approve the agreement, right?
Huh?
Well,
Mm.
the
Or
agreement
is-
is that the MOU is gonna change because
Ah.
I first did the MOU from Georgia Highway Trail. But
Gotcha.
since we're gonna do a SORBA chapter, our MOU is gonna be much larger in scale as far as having you guys covered, under their insurance. So
Okay.
it'll be a different MOU. So there's really nothing to approve tonight. It's just, I was in the area and thought it would be good to go ahead and get that in front of y'all, cause I might not be able to come back next month. So you've already heard about it and you'll have the MOU in front of you. And
We
if
look
you have
forward,
any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
look forward to seeing it. Any questions?
I know a lot of people are looking forward to it that are
Yeah,
bike
they're gonna
riders.
be, that's gonna be well used, I'm sure. Thank you so much. Okay.
Just wanted to reiterate the purpose of tonight's meeting and the discussion item is just to get a favorable nod from the commission so that we can go forward, with planning with Mary Charles and, finish the MOU with his review and input. He's already reviewed the first draft, so.
Okay.
Thank you for that. We'll continue to move forward and bring it for you at a future meeting.
Sounds wonderful. All righty. If there's nobody else here for pertinent business, then we're gonna finish our new business after we take a break. So we'll come back in about 10 minutes.
What time we order breakfast?
Huh?
What time we order breakfast?
Lunch is back there, dinner's back there.
I don't see, you got stuff on the agenda still, right? Well, the problem is you can't, if we could have rushed through the other stuff, but you were slowing things down with your,
I'm anonymous.
what's that?
She needs a nameplate.
I know. We gotta move.
No, that's good.
My goal is to move this, once we get everything working,
Well,
like back there, like not in the room. So, they can do, they don't have to be here to do that.
So she
So-
can hide. We really, seriously, we need a TV right below Wesley.
We do,
So
so
people
people
can
at the-
see
yeah, 'cause they
what
can't
we're
hear.
looking at.
Yeah.
Because nobody.
But they want consultants.
yeah, you have to
But you
step
can't
back
when you're at the
though.
podium, you can't see it.
Yeah.
So we need at least something small right there below Wesley's. Register thing.
Just grab one of those.
Get one of your
You can do that.
monitors and flip through.
They're wondering
can-
what we're looking at.
We can pro-
It's unguarded and we can go down Shawnee Road anyway to come in there.
It actually is pretty handy when I'm looking at maps.
That's what they I was said. Send him a message about it.
I can see it for that.
From a distance, but I can kind of get right up on it. and see
Well, and I think it's a bigger screen than your laptop.
Yes, sir.
too.
Yeah.
With the lumberyard, so we're adding.
Because most of the
retail
houses are
building
on the
supply.
other side of the
And
railroad
the
track, so
lumberyards
we
are
try to get on
already.
Yeah, we're
Shawnee.
gonna remove
Processing
it.
our conditional, are we removing
Because
that?
Yeah, we're,
it's narrow line.
the only other place it's in that I saw was a prohibited use in B2.
Yeah, so we're
So we
removing
could just get it,
B3 as well?
just get it.
Yeah, so the idea,
And
well,
we're just replacing it with
A lumberyard
retail.
we're
should be
replacing it
industrial
with
anyway.
building supply, retail
Okay.
building supply,
Okay.
Lumberyard's like.
which would include lumber.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
you need lumber.
But that would give
Supply to
somebody
build
like,
something.
okay, I've got a small
Okay.
retail hardware that sells lumber.
Yeah, yeah, but lumber
That's the idea.
processing is out of,
Yeah.
How about that, Chief?
okay, that's,
I can't complain.
Make it
That's industrial.
Yeah,
Believe
yeah,
me,
yeah.
with the amount of complaints I get from Interfor
Oh,
after,
we had,
after like, you know, however many, when it was Union Camp, 60 years of being there, I still get complaints
I know.
from folks about it.
you know, Greg's out there.
We had another big brush fire this afternoon,
Yeah.
down in Falkville.
There was one, up above my house. I think.
Reedsville.
They said it's on Reedsville Road.
Well, you have a
Burned
vending
out.
machine, just.
That one, I
I
think. we
know,
had
at
about
$1,
7.5
a vending
million.
machine.
It burned them out.
No, it burned, when I say it burned to the edge, like, it burned up to one of the houses.
I heard them talk about it.
Hello.
Yeah, luckily it wasn't vinyl siding. If it had been
Yeah.
vinyl siding, it'd been a whole different story. The one yesterday, the 75 acre.
Hello.
There was probably about 9 or 10 houses that we wound up having to cover.
Can we raise the volume of
The
this?
swamps are
Matt?
wet, but everything else, this is just a dry season.
The only thing we can do, and we've tried to get them to come out
Yeah, but
and
it's
raise the
wet,
cane
wet
on
is
it,
still
Yeah.
wet.
but they've kind of
I bought
been
my big trash pile the other day. so
really
I-
slow to respond to anything we've been
I worked
requesting.
so much, it
All right,
filled up, so
I'd send an email to Chris. I'll send him an email. I mean,
Well, I've been chatting with Chris, and we're gonna replace the mic. We're gonna replace the mic.
Get two.
Yeah, here, we're gonna get a pair.
Eating somebody's sandwich.
We got something to eat in there.
Hey, did y'all go to the vending machine?
I did,
You like
on
it?
Tim's dime.
Nice. Guess who filled it
Oh,
and
nice.
set it up? Yeah.
Actually spent $1 in it.
Spent Tim's dollar.
Popcorn.
It works, that's all I can say. I'm really proud of myself. I'm really tired. These chairs are all full for 5-hour meetings, for the record.
You had to line up to go to the bathroom.
I'm thinking about bringing my own chair in. I'll just sit right in this corner right
No, but I'm gonna tell you about this while we go over. You know, they put them in there backwards and I was trying to get it back in place and I was trying to punch a hole in it while I was.
Yeah, special attention has to be given to your.
Gosh, it's 10 o'clock. Starting on item 4,
Let's see.
spatial engineering.
Yeah, you got to go back and figure out what all we missed.
I've got it circled. Let me see where we at here.
You know what I really wanted today?
Well, that's your pen.
They have these like orange
That's right,
crackers
start
with
on,
peanut
yeah,
butter in
2,
them.
2, 4, 8, and 9.
And
That's
we
what I
have none.
That's okay.
We have none in there.
Okay. All righty. We're going to go back into regular session. And one thing we need to consider, when our staff is this late, I feel bad that we've eaten in front of you guys, and y'all probably haven't eaten yet either, have you? We need to make sure we probably provide some extra sandwiches for our staff that's here, that's hanging around, because they're starved too. So I apologize for eating in front of you.
Coupons to the vending machine.
What's that?
Budget amendment.
They have the machine, what else do you need?
Yeah, we'll get them coupons for the vending machine. We'll be good.
Well, I know their stomachs are growling just as much as ours. We need to think about and be sensitive to their, and appreciative of their attendance this late. Item number 2, a new business where we need to go back and pick up consideration to approve to submit a grant application to Georgia Department of Agriculture, GDA Dog and Cat Sterilization Grant Program.
Hi, I'm Mark Barnes, Finance Director. Staff is requesting approval to submit a grant application to the Georgia Department of Agriculture Dog and Cat Sterilization Grant Program. This is, we're requesting for a $10,000 grant. This is a grant we have received before in the past. In prior years, we got about $5,000. The grant is competitive and there's no cost share requirement. Staff recommends alternative 1, approve the GDA Dog and Cat Sterilization Grant application submittal.
Any questions or discussions from Mr. Mark?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Floyd, and a dozen others. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And it passes unanimously.
Sterilize them dogs.
And cats.
And cats. Item number 4.
We talked about that.
Just make sure you don't
That's all you've
sterilize
been
one that's
waiting
already owned by somebody. 'Cause we've done that.
All of them.
Consideration to approve a change order with no cost increase to extend the contract with Spatial Engineering for a 60 days related to scanning and cataloging Effingham County's hard copy drawing records library.
Make a motion to approve.
All right. Motion by
Second.
Mr. Lopez, second Mr. Deloach to approve. And that's alternative 1, is that right? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Good, item number 8. Consideration to ratify, to ratify change order number 1 for contract 2125-005 with McClendon Enterprises Incorporated for T-Splosh Lemig Road resurfacing.
The very short version is that Reeser Road was included in the contract, but Spring Hill Road was not, and it should have been.
And it's in the increases at the unit price of the previous asphalt and labor and so forth, so it's still on the good bid prices. Our motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Loach, second by Mr. Floyd to approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 9. Consideration to approve change order number 2 for Marsh Construction for the civil site work of Fire Station 15 located at Hodgeville Road.
I'm here if you have any questions.
Okay,
Why is
motion
it taking
to,
so long for all this stuff?
Uh-huh.
I hate to break the flow of things, but are we keeping up with these people that, and I don't even know if somebody's here or not, they are, I'm sorry, but this thing's been delayed like a million
Yeah.
times, it feels like, and it's taking so long. Are we keeping up with people who delay us all the time?
Yeah,
They're coming back
and that's a little bit of a longer,
and it's more, it's bigger and bigger, and it's, you know.
this one had some problem with the metal and off of the building originally too, didn't it?
I don't know how proactive people are being, though. I mean, I just want to make sure we're not getting taken advantage of because we're a county. And they're like, oh, we're not in a hurry for that. And, oh, well, the metal went up again. You know, I'm building a building right now. Phil knows how this stuff is. If you want to get it, you can get it. You know, that.
and I will say on this particular project is the one project that we've been having problems with. And just a little bit of a background, there are two separate contracts for this project. There's the site, and we did that because it kept coming in above budget, and so we split up the site work and the construction. The site work, which is what this is for, correct, Eric?
Yes.
That we really haven't had any problems on. It's really the construction that we've been having some problems with. The contractor getting the steel building, going to, from one vendor to the next, and it's been a struggle to say the least. We've had a problem when they put the foundation in. The locations they screwed up the locations of the bolts. And so they had to go back and redo that 3 times, or 2 or 3 times. And now they're coming back to us, not simply with the cost of the metal building, but with the saying, well, now that this has been delayed so long, all the subcontractors' prices went up. Well, we're on the verge with this particular contractor to kind of make the decision: do we just kind of cut and move on? Yes.
Clarify, that's with Savannah Construction, which
Yes,
is,
I know.
okay, that's
Not
item 15.
This
so
is
y'all
just,
know.
this is a civil engineering right here. for the-
Yeah. So,
Make sure they
yeah, and so
That's coming up next.
Yeah, that's the next one coming up. So just so you know,
So it's not Marsh Construction.
no, it's not Marsh that's the problem. It's Savannah Constructors and Preservation.
Yeah, and I don't
But
see-
we can move through this one and then talk about it under
little bit more.
the other one, so there's no confusion if you want.
Okay, yeah.
This
yeah.
one looks
Sorry,
pretty
I just,
legitimate.
it triggered me
Marsh.
'cause I
This one's
remember-
legitimate. I have no problem with this one.
I just want to point out one thing. If you look at the paperwork for the Marsh, the biggest bulk of this change order for 40 is about 32,000 for steel casing pipe. That's actually for the force main project that we're building. We're trying to coordinate the laying of a casing underneath the parking lot before the parking lot's built, because it's a lot cheaper than bore jack. And our force main designer was designing for bore jack, and we can lay a steel casing for half the price. So this 30,000 is actually going to cut the construction of our
costs
force
later.
main project by about 50,000.
Gotcha.
But you won't see that until we put it out for bid.
Bid. All right, motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve.
Makes me feel a little better.
Mr. Burdette, second Mr. Deloach to approve. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, no.
You're right, it was the next.
Hearing none, it passes unanimously. This is when you're talking about consideration,
Yeah. No.
No.
not yet, we're not there yet.
Yeah,
we're not there
15.
yet.
15
yeah,
15 is
it's
what you're
not
talking
this
about.
15.
Got a little ways to go. Consideration to approve, this number 10, change order number 1, contract 21-105-002 between Effingham County and BRW Construction Group LLC for Blue Jay Water Main Extension A construction.
So good news, this one is actually for a deduction of $34,187.42. Staff recommends alternative 1.
Is there a motion to approve a reduction in the contract?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Yeah, we like those.
All right, motion by Mr. Burdette, second Mr. Deloach. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 11, consideration to approve an amendment to the master equity lease agreement with Enterprise and approval of vehicles ordered for the prison and coroner.
Yes, so this is bringing the 4 prison vans to you again. We ran into issues before when they were approved, and then a truck for the coroner. And the amendment is needed because of the vans.
And this is coming, it said funding didn't say the funding source, but it's the budget, right? It's our budget.
Yes.
It's not additional
Correct.
splost or anything.
Yeah, no, these vehicles are budgeted in those departments.
Okay.
The coroner needs a Chevy Silverado 3/4-ton pickup truck?
There's a reason for that, okay.
Again?
There's a reason for that. So he needs the extended bay when he uses it as a, because they're essentially going to be able to slide in, slide out. And
Really?
we won't have to hire a contract out to the funeral parlors to use their hearses. We'll be able to do it in-house. That's the first thing. The reason we need so much on that is in the SPLOST, there is a purchase of a mobile morgue. And so this would give him the ability, which essentially is going to stay at the same location most of the time, but if there was ever some need to actually bring it onto a site, you know, with multiple casualties, we could, but this would be able to carry it. So that's why.
He did mention very clearly that the stretchers wouldn't fit, and like the truck that I drive, it wouldn't fit in the back. You need the longer bed. And
Now, I didn't know that we actually handled the body. I mean, I didn't realize the
Well,
coroner.
We
sort of
pay
do.
someone
We
else
send
now
out
to do it.
Hearst. We won't have to do that right in the future.
We usually, well, I don't know.
Coroner's
I
been.
mean, I think of the funeral home getting the body,
Yeah.
but I guess there's more that
Yeah.
Well, if it's unidentified, I guess, but typically when the
Or,
family's notified, they call
maybe an auto accident or a.
funeral home and they handle it.
This is probably, yeah, this is probably more crime related, right?
So
Well,
Yeah, things like that possible.
Gotcha.
I do want to tip my hat to Tim and staff on the agreement we've got with Enterprise. If we didn't have that, we would be struggling for any kind of vehicles whatsoever. You know, that's,
And they're finally starting to come in, so.
I mean, we probably don't even have any options.
Right.
And the market right now is incredible to
we'd be putting a
purchase.
lot of money in just keeping vehicles running,
Yeah, it'd be,
just to have vehicles.
well, you can't hardly source a new vehicle right now, especially anything desirable.
Motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion, Ms. Burdette, second, Mr. Floyd, to approve. Alternative one, all in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 12, consideration to approve to renew agreement with Constellation New Energy for natural gas for multiple county buildings.
Yes, sir. So the current agreements don't end until September, but they wanted us to go ahead and get these, to lock in these rates. I guess they're changing constantly, and they were very adamant that we needed to go ahead and do it so that the rates don't increase even further.
All right, the .6690 rate that's in this contract, is that what it has been for the last several years? What was it last several
Nope,
years?
I don't have that in front of me. I should have, but I don't.
I mean, I'm wondering if is it jacked up and now they're happy to do it and we should be bidding this maybe?
Well, from the conversations I had with her, it sounded like it was going up every day. There were issues even getting an agreement from her before the agenda deadline to have it, because she wanted us to sign it that day, and I had to
Who
be
is
very
she?
clear with her. The Constellation.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just concerned when we don't know what the previous price is that we're approving for 3 more years.
Yeah, I
I mean,
didn't.
Eric, has anybody looked at that? Did you know, I mean, I don't know if that's in your bag or hers?
I know that I had gone back and forth with Mark about it before. I had the old agreements at one point. I just did not bring them down with me. So I don't have it in front
Is
of
there
me.
any other company we could call and just say, hey, if we gave you a 3-year contract, what would the price be per therm?
I could, if that's what you want me to do.
I mean, if it's up to the board, I mean, if you want to approve this tonight, I just, seems like we ought to be, is it much money? I mean, how much do we spend on natural gas? I know there's like 6 contracts in the thing that you've shown us for different buildings, but how much do we spend?
We have probably about 8 contracts, I think, with them, 8 different accounts.
Right?
And the prison and the jail, it can be $2,000 or $3,000 a month sometimes. Most of the others are probably $300 to $400 a month at most.
So we're not talking about a material amount either way, I would think. Maybe we should move forward if the board wants to, but I think in the future, when they do that and try to put that sell on us, say, let me make a couple phone calls and find out.
Yeah.
Because particularly if we don't know what the price was of the lease past contract, this could be 20 cents higher.
I did have those pulled. I just didn't bring them down with
You
me, so
remember
I
if this
don't
was
recall.
higher or lower?
It
or-
was definitely lower. I just don't remember how. I don't remember
Okay,
how
so this
much.
was lower than the previous contract.
No, I'm sorry. The old one,
Yeah.
the current agreements are
Gotcha.
lower than these. This is higher than what we currently have. But our current agreements are good until September, so I definitely can call around and try to get
Well,
some other pricing
we
for it.
could table this to next meeting if the board wants to. If you want to approve it, I'll entertain a motion for either way.
I mean, I don't doubt that energy costs are rising too, but
They are.
doesn't hurt to, whatever y'all decide.
But why don't we entertain a motion to table it, because it got to September to approve it, and it's to the next meeting, March 1st, and let her do some calling and just see, hey, if you got a 3-year contract, what would the price be per therm? And
That reminds me as well, I want to bid the banking out. We don't know, we haven't done that since I've been on the board.
Okay.
And we pay a lot of fees, and then we talked about this before. I went to another bank and got all my fees gone. I don't pay any fees for anything, and I'm small potatoes. There's got to be something we could do. As far as we just don't bid it out, and I think we should.
And we discussed that, it's something to do with the Truist.
We handle this item?
What?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can discuss that with you separately.
You
if
be
you
that
want.
in administrative reports if you want.
Yeah,
if you-
yeah, I'm
If you
sorry,
want to be here till 11 o'clock, bring it up tonight.
No,
If not, we'll do it next meeting.
Table,
Make a
you wanna
motion to
table that?
Table to March, for March 1st.
Make a
Make
motion
a,
to
make a
table
motion to table it to March 1st.
Motion, Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Burdette. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And it passes. We'll table this to that. And you do a little research and see if you can save us a few dollars.
Do my best.
Item number 13, consideration to approve resolution 22-008 for surplus of various items.
Yes, sir, we just have a typewriter and 2 vehicles.
Any questions about the surplus items?
Make a
from the
motion
board?
to approve alternative one.
Make a motion to approve.
I got a motion already from Mr. Burdette, so I'll take a second from Mr. Loper. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. It is surplus. Item 14, consideration to approve addendum number 1 to the master service contract with Thomas and Hutton Engineering for the booster pump station design at Old Augusta Road South.
This is a change order to Thomas and Hutton to do design of a water pressure reducing valve that will be at the entrance of Jasper Village
So we don't
subdivision.
blow them all out of the,
Yeah, with the modeling that we've been doing with the water, the new booster station's gonna blow the shower heads off the houses in Jasper Village if we don't reduce the
I've never
One
heard
time
that
they
one
didn't-
before. It's usually the
Jasper
opposite.
Village, they didn't have no water pressure in Jasper Village one
Yeah.
time.
That's
Well,
without
this
the
will
booster.
definitely give it to
That's
them.
without the booster.
So, it's unfortunate it was caught at a change order. They should have caught this in design, but, I mean, we're just paying for it later. It would have been the same result, even if we'd caught it during design phase. But it's a change order for design. It'd be change ordered into the construction contract for the booster station.
So we're adding a piece
Yes, sir.
that we'd had
Adding
added
a valve.
anyway.
yeah. Okay. Do you have a motion to approve okay, motion from Mr. Burdette,
Second,
second from Mr. Loper to approve alternative 1. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 15, this is the one you were talking about. Consideration to approve change order number 1 for Savannah Construction and Preservation to change the price of the pre-manufactured steel building for the fire station on Hodgesville Road.
Well, I mean, I'll follow this up on, this is the contract that we've been having trouble moving along. We've received delivery of the actual building, so it was basically one of the situations where buy it or you lose it type of scenario. So we paid the vendor, I believe, directly for this. There's not, and we have it. It's the future change orders that we anticipate coming from this contractor that's going to be a problem. Because he's not giving us a firm price on it, nor are we confident that he'll be able to finish the job.
So we've already paid the $81,600 more dollars,
What?
right?
but he,
Okay.
Go ahead.
We've already paid the extra $81,000 over.
Yeah, because we were going to lose it, so,
The building itself.
yeah, the building
Not-
itself.
not even
So
the-
we're
any of
approving
the
something
labor.
we've already paid for.
Right.
We had plenty of money in the budget to pay the bill on the steel when the steel was delivered, and Tim really phrased it right. The steel manufacturer refused to unload it until they had a check in their hand.
Oh, it's COD. Yeah.
And so we're okay
Contractor should've took care
now,
of that.
but we haven't finished the project. And if we go forward at unit price till the end, we're gonna run out of money. And so we have to do the change order now. The contractor has not given us documentation to justify this increased cost until just very recently. I gave you everything that they've given us. You see in the write-up that I put in the staff report, they're blaming COVID, they're blaming the winter storm in Texas, they're blaming the trucking industry, they're blaming everything, excessive delays on the steel. I've asked for copies of the contract between the manufacturer of the steel and the subcontractor that's been hired to erect the building. I've asked for contracts from the subcontractor to the prime, and I know what our contract says with the prime. And as you said in the if you see in the staff report, staff is not giving you a recommendation for approval or denial because we simply can't verify or dispute the information given to us.
So what's
They're
our
asking us to
alternatives?
just trust them on blind faith that the industry is the way the industry is and the economy is the way the economy is, and that we should pay this increased price.
We've already paid it.
When did we enter into the prime contract? I can't, what was it?
It was November 2020.
I deny it. We already got the steel. We get somebody else to put it up.
Can we do that?
That, yes, we can.
Let's do it.
We
Well,
can.
that's-
We just got to, I mean, we'll have a sit down with Lee on it, just to make sure our options of exiting the contract. But that's kind of the direction I think we were leaning on this, that we got the building, we just got to find a new GC.
We haven't
Because
paid
they
them
got
yet.
Trying to go around. and
That's
not
what I
do-
got
not
from
necessarily
that,
all the
from
payment
your-
bond or-
What?
All your writing, I'm like,
Well,
these guys are
Payment
just jerking us
bond? I mean,
around. That's all that's happening.
Well,
We have not
we
paid
need
for
to
anything we haven't
approve
received
not
yet.
the contract.
So we're really not behind.
This fella, it'll cost us over $500,000.
If we,
If we keep this fella, we'll,
that's right.
it's gonna
And,
cost us over $500,000.
right, and so,
Fella's
it,
building.
Didn't Marsh do buildings too?
We have had preliminary discussions
Yes.
with the site contractor, see if they'd be willing to GC.
It says Savannah Construction and Preservation.
that's right. And so the thought is to begin to look out there to see what options we have to someone take over this construction if we can move it along. Because,
This is the
Blacklist
best to
these
just
guys.
take no action, deny.
Well, no, I think we got to do one thing. We've already spent the money. We don't need to approve a change order to the contract. Do we not need, at least need to authorize what's already happened, the purchase of this building?
Deny the change order. That's all we got to do. We already got the equipment. I'm at the building. We paid for it.
We could-
My understanding is the purchase of the building as of right now is within the budget that
Of-
we have.
Oh, I got you.
Finish through to the end of the contract, we would need the change order.
I got you.
for the override.
I'm with you. So you're correct. We need to deny the change order at this point, probably.
Okay.
Okay?
that's right, and then,
Now,
And he says he don't quit. He don't resign.
I read that, yeah.
So that's good. Let him do it. We'll find somebody to do it.
Exactly.
We'll work
Now,
on that.
here's a question I have, how does this impact if we can't find someone? This is where we got the contract with Rinkin to have it up by a certain time, right? And that's gonna cost us money if we have to continue to pay them for fire service. Is that gonna run into any problem for us?
yeah.
At some point it will, what that
At
point
some
is.
point, will. Right now, we're still just on a continuation of everything. There's no imminent change, but like, we gotta get this thing wrapped up.
We can't
But
mess around.
Doesn't,
too long.
doesn't it, hang on, doesn't it have a date when we've told them that we are gonna quit making that payment?
We are, but we're still,
I know we could extend it.
we're
but
still about 15 months out from that.
Okay,
So
that's what I was
We're
wondering.
still doing okay.
So we,
Time to build that building.
it is, that's why I wanna check though, but if it was 8 months out and we gotta pay
Squeeze.
them $30,000 a month or whatever to cover that fire, then we've just shot ourselves in the foot by not,
But these guys still might not even perform if you kept them.
I got you,
Maybe
I
they're not
got you.
doing
Just
it
wanna
now.
make sure we had time to do it, and we do. Okay. So I'll entertain a motion to deny the change order.
Make a motion to deny.
Second.
Number 3.
All right, that's a motion by Mr. Loper, second by Mr. Burdette. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it's denied. But we're not ousting the contractor with this. I think it directs you to go back and tell them we're not. You may find there's a way to work through it and get it done quickly with them, or get a new contractor, but they're not gonna get the more money.
Yeah.
Okay?
But how you proceed with a new contract, you need to be careful with public works law, all that good stuff.
Yep.
Right.
And
And
I'm
that's,
sure.
we'll consult Lee on that.
So, yeah, have Lee help involved in that, okay. Number 16, consideration to approve to revise policy number 5-22, frontage lots on county-maintained roads to include new standards for access spacing, expanding the policy to include all county roads, and to establish guidance for the new Effingham County Parkway.
Yes, sir. I will not go into long detail on this. Our access management policy called the county frontage of lots fronting county roads access policy. It basically says, it had a long list of roads, which at the time the list was created, it was our collector roads. Collector roads being roads that go from point A to point B and connect two other major roads.
Or collect
Like
local roads.
Blue Jay, McCall, those are collector roads. They're not locals. What we've done in this is trying to streamline this a little bit and call out collector roads. Our mapping of our system, we've already identified our collectors and locals. And then we've got standards in here for local roads as well, which are lesser degree. We are simply referring to the highway department's
So
access management
collector
plan.
roads are higher traffic?
I'm sorry?
Collector roads are higher traffic? That's what you're saying?
Well, they
Yes.
keep
Roads with higher traffic, collector roads, I'm sorry,
Okay.
collector roads.
Okay.
Are the ones with the higher traffic volumes.
Okay.
The Shawnee, Egypts, those type of roads, Old
They
Dixie
collect
Highway.
local roads, and DOT or Fed set that definition of local
Yes.
collector, and then there's a
Artery.
Arterials.
arterial roads.
So all those roads are defined, DOT has that
We
defined.
don't have any
and
arterial roads?
We don't have any arterials because they're the state roads. So,
I thought Blue Jay might qualify as an
We will
arterial
have.
road.
Yeah,
it
we
might,
will, won't we?
but it's at least a collector.
Definitely a collector, yeah.
So what I've tried to do in this access control policy is clean that up a little bit, shorten it a little bit, say collector roads, we're going to require these things. There were some recommendations from the Transportation Master Plan about interconnectivity between parcels, frontage road, backage roads, trying to limit access points on collector roads to preserve their capacity. Which brings me to the last point. This is all being done and prompted by the Effingham County Park, or the Effingham Parkway, excuse me. We're already getting requests for access and encroachment permits on the parkway, even though it hadn't even started construction. And so we need to get ahead of the Omnitrax and the other industrial parks in the area and go ahead and get our access policy defined for Effingham. It's going to follow this document, and we're, we can start giving the developers and speculators on this new highway some guidance on what their access control is going to be.
So what you want to do is use the access we have now or plan, let them put frontage roads to
Right.
get to these different properties so we don't impede traffic flow.
Yes, sir. We want to try to prevent
And no
one
driveways.
driveway per parcel. We want
Yeah.
to try to consolidate parcels and get frontage roads.
Yep.
And limit the access to the highway to make it, you preserve the capacity. Every entrance adds, I think Mr. Burdette will send out a diagram of a roundabout versus a traditional intersection. I mean, each intersection is 32 conflict points.
Yeah.
So if we can eliminate them, we've eliminated a lot of opportunity for
Well, in
accidents.
Atlanta, when we met with DOT Commissioner, that was one thing, strong point that I took away from that meeting, particularly with Effingham Parkway. We have to stand firm on it.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, we just,
What's,
he said, when you start giving, it crumbles, that you've got to.
Oh, yeah. You're gonna
I
cluster it
don't
up so
think they'll
bad.
work with us if we impede traffic
Yeah.
on getting it 4-lane to get state funding. If we-
Eric, if you have to get for a frontage road, what additional property will we have to acquire for a typical frontage road? How many feet? you
We
think?
don't have to do that at
That would
all.
probably between landowners,
That'd be
right?
between-
That would be like a subdivision.
We don't have to do
road.
any of that?
But that-
So that's,
It would be the requirement of the parcel being developed to meet our access plan. So if they're lucky enough to have one of those evenly spaced access points, they'd be required to start the frontage road and stub to their adjacent
so
parcels.
they'll use their land there and their.
But fortunately, on the Parkway, I think it's a lot of large tracks, right? So it's not a
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
of
Only
small.
identified 3 tracks are going to be impacted by this,
Yeah.
and they're probably all going to develop at the same time. So it probably won't be an issue at all.
That's right.
But we just want to get ahead of it. And one little subtle nuance to point out is I specifically called out Effingham Parkway for purposes of access management as a 4-lane divided highway on purpose, because we know that's our ultimate goal. And there are higher standards for access control on 4-lane divided highways versus 2-lane highways. So we're going ahead and setting the bar higher on Effingham Parkway again to preserve its capacity for the future.
Again, that's DOT. At the meeting we were at said, on the roundabout, they want us to design it for 4 lanes at Goshen. And so that's their thought too.
Right.
Okay.
And we're referencing DOT. We're not doing anything different than DOT doesn't do. No more restrictive, no less.
Very good. Have a motion?
How about the lots off of, county roads? We don't have it where you have 2 houses having 1 driveway, are we? We don't need that.
It's an option though, right? I think, or it was under the current.
No,
one.
If it's on a collector road, we would look for opportunities if they're being developed at the same time. But if they're not, if they're being developed one at a time, I'm not going to have an opportunity for that. But it would give the county engineer the opportunity to at least have the conversation with the applicant to see if there's a way to consolidate driveways. If somebody was taking a big strip of land and
I don't
wanting.
like that. I wouldn't vote for that.
It's a cost saving for them. I mean, you're splitting the cost of,
Make a motion to
Well,
approve
Share
alternative one.
driveway with anybody.
All right, I have a,
No,
mo-
but if it's developed that way and you know it when you.
I have a motion from, Mr. Burdette for alternative one. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second with Mr. Kiefer. All right. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no?
No, I ain't gonna vote for that. I don't believe in that.
Okay. And, let the record note that Mr. Loper voted no. All right.
Ought to be all of them, isn't it?
Item number 20, consideration to approve a change order to 2020 Transportation Master Plan contract
Oh, okay.
with Pond and Company to add Forest Haven Drive to the traffic model and study traffic impact. This is something I think some of the commission wanted to
Yeah.
get some additional traffic information from our consultant to see how that would impact safety.
This Forest Haven's getting expensive.
It is.
This
It's
is
10
something-
grand, guys, but it's, at least we'll have data, you know? I hate to make a decision or keep pushing without some kind of intelligence to go by besides what I hope or assume would happen, so.
Maybe just share some notes I have, and my friend and I, we don't agree on this one, do we?
No.
You know, we need to pay 10-8 to get people the data they want, that's fine, but
Well,
I would not be for, spending money when I think I already know the answer, that we're creating safety issues on the Parkway with Squirrel Run, trying to shoot across eventually a 4-lane highway to get to Hodgeville. We know we're gonna have to improve the Hodgeville, Forest Haven intersection, because we got two like it now at Colic Helmy and Goshen, and that's gonna cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars. We gotta improve the road, we know we gotta do that. And I don't think it's gonna add with the roundabout that we talked about doing on 30. I can't imagine it, it's about a half mile up, half mile back. Time you have to stop, shoot the gap, wait. I can't imagine it's gonna add more than 30 seconds to Squirrel Run. For those reasons, I'd like to see us not spend any money on this, but if you need the data,
Well, I think we gotta justify that to
Oh,
the
I got a
300
question. Somebody
residents
called
on
me about
Hodgeville
it.
Road that might want it,
Blue Jay and,
you know?
not Hodgeville, but,
McCall Road.
Well, you got people coming
I don't
down.
want them pulling out on that road. That's my concern. It
I
impedes
don't think
traffic.
you're gonna get a lot of traffic, but I think when things are stopped, and Clint brought this up himself, if you get stopped, the only way to get back is to go all the way back to 30. So I think we need to do our due diligence on that and make sure we're not doing something that's gonna create a safety problem as opposed to fixing a safety problem.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with your thought process, but I support Roger in getting the additional
It's
data.
not a lot of money. I just,
Yeah.
yeah.
It is,
Just get
but
it.
I would rather do that and do our due diligence and I can look a constituent in the face and say, hey, we checked everything out before we did this. And not just went on
Okay, I just want to share my
not
reason
Roger
why I wouldn't
wisdom or
spend-
Wesley wisdom or anybody. I mean,
I'm good
and
with
I
it.
respect you to the moon, you know that, but
Oh, I know, same with you,
just wanna
brother.
back up a decision.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question about Blue Jay and, McCall Road.
Does that got to do with this?
We don't make a roundabout there, we don't leave it like it is. I've got a bunch of calls on that.
Let's resolve this one, and we can do that in administrative reports and talk about it, because we talked about that today. We did. 'Cause
He
we-
called me and he says he goes through it every day and he gets confused where he's supposed to go and which direction to turn.
All right, I need a motion on this one, then we can talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
I need a motion on this one to approve.
Alternative one.
Second.
Okay, item number 20 is motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Deloach to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, we're gonna get some data.
We need that, bro.
Expensive data.
I'm okay with it.
We're accountable. I know we're accountable for funds too, but we're also,
I'm with you, I'm with you. All right, 22, we already did 21. Consideration to approve, and we're gonna come back to your question, Mr. Loper.
Which one you on?
But we're on 22 now. Consideration to approve an agreement between the Georgia Department of Human Services Division of Family and Children's Services and the Effingham County Board of Commission for a low-income housing water assistance program.
Said it. Any questions?
make a
I
motion
have
to
read it. I'm
approve
fine with it.
alternative one.
Mr. Burdett's got a motion for alternative one.
Second.
Second, Mr. Loper. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. We got an
That's a good
additional
thing.
item number 23. Consideration to approve the resolution 22-11 related to the collection of a direct annual tax to pay the principal and interest on general obligation bonds to be issued by the Effingham County School District in the amount of $44,625,000 as authorized by the June 2020 election.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, a representative of the school board, their attorney couldn't be here, but this is associated with the eSPLOST bonds, but it's a requirement on the bond covenants that we will agree to essentially assess the tax to pay for these pay for these bonds, even though they're essentially being charged by eSPLOST.
Very good. Any other questions, discussion? Motion? Motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette to approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. We have under administrative reports, we got capital projects update.
Well, that can wait if you want. It's kind of a longer presentation, so.
Let's do
Better
that.
to wait and cover it in
Yeah.
detail.
And cover
Yeah,
it
we
when we're
can,
not
and this way
tired.
y'all can ask questions about it
Email.
at a shorter meeting. I mean, I could. You want me to wait till Commissioner Loper? Individual question on that?
No, we can go ahead and address that.
Yeah.
The idea of a roundabout at
And
Blue
so.
Jay and McCall.
McCall and Blue Jay, as all of you know, was designed several years ago as an extension of Effingham Parkway. It does increase the performance of the intersections as a level of service issue because of all the additional turn lanes. But what we thought was going to be resulting of construction, there's been accidents associated there. Generally, the same conflict point is involved, which is the person at the stop sign of Blue Jay and McCall entering into that lane into oncoming traffic.
Into southbound or northbound traffic? Do you know?
They're entering into Blue Jay. They're entering.
Dead ends.
Essentially, they're not going northbound.
Blue Jay.
It's not the right-hand turn lane. It's the left-hand turn lane coming out of the stop sign. The left-hand turn
Yeah,
lane.
but the car, the other vehicle, is it traveling from Springfield?
It's traveling up north. It's traveling
North of Blue Jay.
from the Guyton, from the 17 direction, and hitting a car making a left.
Okay.
Can we just slow it down? I don't get it. I drive through it every day.
I know.
And he's
I
talking.
can't understand it.
I can say this.
Just
I
because
do
it's
it-
different, you
I
don't
do it-
expect that when
I
you're
do it 2 or
there,
3
I agree.
times a day, and it's wonderful. Haven't had to wait yet, but there has been some accidents. And I think that's what Tim's gonna say. He and I talked about putting a reduction in speed limit
Yeah.
to 30 miles an hour maybe, because
Something, 'cause
they're
people
gonna
do
do
hold
40
back.
if you do 30. We talked about 40, but then they'll do 50. And that would give more opportunity. There's plenty of line of sight.
Yeah.
But 30 miles an hour would give you more time to adjust. But you
Right,
want
and that's what I think it is these folks, are pulling out, but those folks are coming around that thing going 65 miles an hour, and they're, because the
think
speed limit's 55.
Coming from Springfield, as you hitting that to the right, maybe some signs, some arrows, yellow arrows, kind of showing you that a turn's coming.
Yes, I got you. But we do have those, if they're not up there on order.
It'll at least let you know, you're
The
approaching
turn
something.
warnings with the suggested reduction, I just think we probably need to just vote on the reduction of speed limit with a flashing sign before you get to the curve,
Both
to,
directions.
both directions, just to get, everybody to slow
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
So,
Speed,
You know,
everything
to
goes
the
back.
thing about a roundabout, we are working on some things with DOT that I'm hoping they're gonna help us with this Parkway in Phase 2, and that could be something we build into that, which I would hope we could build into it to make a much better flow. But right now, the immediate response would probably be put on the agenda, wherever, how we do that legally to do a lower speed limit. But until then, maybe we get some temporary signage that slow down curve.
right.
let's beef up the safety.
It's not a poor intersection as it's made out to be. It's just needs to be.
And I will say that we've got an identical intersection under design than it was designed by two different engineering firms, right? This was designed by Wesley Parker, the other one was designed by Atlas, where it literally is identical, where Effingham Parkway comes into Blue Jay. If we think a roundabout would have been a better solution for this one, you know, we may, when we talk to Atlas this week about the roundabout at Goshen, we may ask, you know, kind of ask them questions about the potential for a roundabout at that intersection, so that we don't basically spend money to do the same thing. So just to kind of give you a heads up on that, and then in the meantime, we'll just do the interim traffic speed slowdowns to see if that actually ameliorates the problem.
To have the turning lanes and everything, and we're not talking but 20 to 30% difference in cost, isn't it, for a roundabout versus the turn lanes and everything, or from what I saw before?
It shouldn't be. It depends on on the location, how much space we're going to need. There might be a little bit more, depending on what right of way we have. There might be a little bit more right of way. So we don't know.
Relocation?
Sure.
Utility relocation
Yeah, I guess that could be a
can
toughie.
double the cost.
Yeah. I saw where we went back on the Hodgeville ones, and it was like maybe 30% difference in cost. It wasn't a huge amount to get that kind of impact on safety and movement of traffic. I thought it was really good.
So yeah, we've made some corrections to some of the signage on that intersection already, and I'll get the speed reduction on the agenda as quickly as I can.
Very good. All right. So is there any other staff reports that you want to give tonight?
No.
That can delay?
You will have it, your monthly report for the EOM
Okay.
and your finance report.
Yep, we have that report. You're saying EOM, right? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, you go around the horn. Anything from
Good.
Mr. Luch?
Tim, me and you's already talked about this, but I know at some point if we could look into whether or not we could legally look at doing more with planners versus Windstream, because Windstream's just terrible.
Okay, and thank you for reminding me on that. And this is kind of bad news, but we did get results from the first application that we had for a grant from the governor's fund for planners. Yeah, it got denied. I think it got denied because we didn't have a high enough match, and I think a lot of that planners would probably have a discussion with them of coming to the table with more funds, because Windstream put an application in where they had a substantially more match on that. And so we are looking, we have a second round of that, and we're going to sit down with planners to see if what we can do on that to improve our application.
Okay, cool. That's all I have.
Okay. Mr. Loper?
I'm good to go.
Good.
Two quick things. A lost meeting schedule. We've got to get that. I mentioned that to Tim today. He's going to work with Laura to get to you guys. We need a meeting with our cities to hopefully work out that lost and get that behind us. and I wouldn't mind if development services, I don't know how we could do this. I get complaints from constituents, and maybe you have too. They have 200 acres and they want to subdivide it into a 50 and 150. And maybe we have nothing to do with this, but I'd like to find out if we do. Department of Public Health wants them to know that it has a perk.
That's right.
I don't know why the heck you want to find out if it perks. You don't even know where you're going to build on it yet. But it's just a charge to our constituents. They got to go out and get somebody to find. I mean, they spend $1,000.
10 days to 2 week.
And it's typically coming up just for a state.
That's the biggest.
He found out, he can tell you the story right now. That's what I asked you about tonight.
Right.
Forward to you. Tim can tell
And
you
I
about that.
I did ask DPH about that, and they said their fee schedule is set by their board. So if we know anybody on the board
He's on the
of DPH, I'm just kidding. So we
Yeah,
can,
Public Health
Yeah.
sets that requirement.
yeah.
I'll handle it tomorrow.
What?
I'm the chairman of that board. I'll handle it tomorrow.
Okay. That is what DPH told me. So
What if a parcel does not have any upland on it. Can we
What's-
legally keep it from being a plat being signed?
No.
They had a statement.
Oh, they have a
A
statement that
that it
says,
can't
okay.
per.
Yeah, I just don't see why, but, you know, if you buy 50 acres, it's up to you to go out and find out, you know, does it have a place I can build on? It's not our responsibility to make sure.
And ladies and gentlemen, I do want to introduce our new Director of Development Services, Brad Clement.
Phone to be recorded.
Brad Clement. Please give me the opportunity to work this through the zoning board, newly named last night, unofficially. We're working this issue, and we're trying to reduce the amount of time we spend here to just the things that are statutorily required. If it's administrative and we can handle that without complaint to increase efficiencies, that's what we're gonna do.
But
We're not going to worry about steps 2 and 3 before we get through step 1, even if knowing that step 1, step 2 isn't gonna work. It just makes everybody feel better that the ball is moving. Can't be worried about 2 before I get to 1.
But in this case, it is DPH. They've
Need to go ahead and
confirmed.
address it with DPH tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
If he don't take care of that tomorrow.
I'm gonna take care of step 1 for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm gonna try. All right. I didn't know that was under my authority. That's good to know.
More than the $75.
When did you become the?
They have to wait, there's a 10-day wait for them to do, and it ain't but one page, they won't look at it. And I know a fellow took 3 up there, and he asked him, well, well, probably 10 days. He said, well, it ain't but one page, all you gotta do is look at the man where he stamped it,
I agree. It's
you know,
a burden on our constituents, and we don't need to
you're
do it.
right. You don't take care of that tomorrow, I'll take you out to lunch. I'll take you. Chick-fil-A.
That's
We-
on tape.
We're definitely gonna discuss it tomorrow. Is there any other business for the good of the order? We got executive session minutes, don't we? Or do we?
I think just that.
Yes, you do.
Yes. So we need to approve the executive session minutes. They were handed out a while ago.
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Burdette, to approve the executive session minutes as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it is approved. And we do need a brief executive session tonight. No, I'm teasing.
You need that back, Mark. Rob's, Stephanie says she needed that back.
Yeah, I was just kidding about that.
I need to make a motion.
Yeah, we need a motion to adjourn if there's no other business.
I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
Oh, are we?
Oh, I thought you said we
I was
did need
teasing.
one.
I was
Oh,
teasing.
gee.
Oh. Well, I'll make a motion to adjourn. I thought you said we needed one.
That's the response I wanted.
Second.
Motion to adjourn by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Floyd. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Any carries.
Blood run out my head when he said
I was trying to make a joke, but it wasn't a very good one.
on that gas. That was embarrassing.
Good night, fellas.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.